Chapter 98. How many points did you get? Yi Qinghan pondered for a while and asked with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Almost 5,000. Yi said with some shame. Not bad. What's your next plan? Do you want to come with us? Yi Qinghan nodded. It was already very good that they could get so many points. After all, the super elite teams of the four families only got less than 4,000 points. Thinking about it, Yi Yi's bait at the beginning was very good. Of course, they didn't attract the attention of the Demon Clan and the Barbarian Clan at the beginning, so it was relatively easier to get points. Moreover, they were all orphans adopted by the Yi family and didn't have the blood of the Yi family, so the Demon Clan and the Barbarian Clan didn't think that they were from the five families, so they didn't attract too much attention at the beginning. Later, they killed more Demon Clan and Barbarian Clan and attracted the pursuit of Yao Kaka and the others. Yi shook his head and looked at Yi Shisan. His face became serious and he said solemnly, "Go with you? Young Master Han, your team is now more famous than we were. We heard about it on the way back. You're in the light while we're in the dark. The purpose of meeting you this time is mainly to tell you to be careful not to be surrounded and killed like us. It was better to be careful." This was what the old instructor had repeatedly told him. Safety first. Spirit pills can't only be obtained through the prefecture battle. Don't be too desperate. From tomorrow onwards, I will double the range of the Hua family's assassins. Be careful, big brother. Don't worry, brother Jiu, we'll definitely avenge you if we have the chance. Yi Shisan nodded, looked at Yi Qinghan, and got up to leave. Their team had already gone some distance away, so they had to catch up quickly. Yi Yi and the other three watched Yi Qinghan and Yi Shisan leave, then turned and walked back to the cave. Yi San asked doubtfully, "Big brother, what should we do next?" He was silent for a moment and said, "What should we do? Now that we've been noticed by the two sides, we can't do it in the dark, so we'll do it in the light." Young Master Shui and the others wandered around the chaotic battlefield every day. When they encountered a target, they would attack it if they could. If they couldn't, they would retreat. Young Master Han's team is too famous now. We have to help them divert some of the attention from the outsiders. Life and death are decreed by fate, and riches and honor are determined by the heavens. We still have 5,000 points left, and we're going to give it our all. After this, we'll be able to enjoy the rest of our lives. After less than an hour, Yi Qinghan and Yi Shisan caught up with the main force. After reuniting, Yi Shisan took command of the team and immediately doubled the range of the team, from the original 5 kilometers to 5 kilometers. Although the increase in scope made the people on guard even busier and more laborious, after learning about Yi Jiu's situation, Yi 13 decisively issued this order. After all, safety came first. It had been 4 months since they arrived at Nether Island, and the super elite teams of the four families had only obtained almost 4,000 points. Yi Qinghan was a little worried and anxious. Although Yi Qinghan had never said a word, everyone could feel his urgency and helplessness. Therefore, their team had been wandering around the chaotic battlefield for the past few days, hoping to meet a team from the outsiders and quickly collect points. However, the Demon Clan and Barbarian Clan were a little strange these days, and they didn't encounter a single team. No one dared to be careless, and could only walk around the island in frustration. "Are Yi Yi and the others okay?" As they walked, Yi Qingwu secretly leaned over to Yi Qinghan and asked. There was a touch of worry on her pure face. Yi Jiu lost one of his hands. It was Yao Kaka who did it. Yi Qinghan gritted his teeth and blue veins faintly appeared on his forehead. He was a little sad. Yi Qingwu narrowed her eyes and shook her head. She bit her lip lightly and sighed. It's good enough that he survived. Let the family compensate him in the future. On Yi Shisan's side, Yi Shisan finally got the news he had been waiting for a month. Although it wasn't bad news, Old Ninth's hand still made him feel a bit upset. Therefore, his face was a bit gloomy, and his eyes were very angry. He looked around randomly, as if he wanted to find a bunch of demons and barbarians in the forest to let him vent his anger and anger. There were no demons or barbarians in the forest, only cool breezes and greenery. It was just that one of the Hua family scouts brought back a piece of news that caused his eyes to brighten and radiate with radiance. It had been 4 or 5 days, And this was the first time they had found a team from the demon clan. Stand by and prepare for battle. Hua Team 1, continue to scout. Find out everything about that team and report back quickly. Yi Shisan's orders were a little cautious. Although he recalled Yi Jiao's empty arm and the unconcealable heartache on his face, he had the urge to rush up and kill. However, he resisted the urge and gave the order to scout and stand by. After a few days, they were finally going to fight again. Hua Hua and Feng Zi's eyes were obviously full of fighting spirit as they silently stroked the swords in their hands. They didn't object to Yi Shisan's careful arrangements, but their obviously heavy breathing betrayed the hidden urgency in their hearts. Yi Qinghan stood silently and didn't make any extra movements. He just lowered his head and gently stroked the ring in his hand. Of course, the ring was yellow, not bronze. Yi Yi's dark line obviously didn't play a decisive role. The battle between the two clans had become orderly because of the two young princes in the clan. Obviously, it wasn't as chaotic as before. Therefore, the dark line that was supposed to be very stable was now unstable. He was a little anxious, worried, and disappointed. More than 10 minutes later, the Hua family assassin reported back with very good news. There were no foreign clan teams within a radius of 10 miles, and the demon team was all leopards. There was only the aura of a demon emperor among them. Let's do it. Yi Shisan and the other marquis from the other clans looked at each other and nodded. They gave the order to start the battle. Hee. Feng Zi grinned and narrowed her eyes. She shook the huge sword on her back. Hua Hua and Hua Xian nodded. They waved their hands and countless Hua family assassins started to move stealthily. Their figures gradually disappeared and spread out. Yi Qinghan slowly took out the blue dragon dagger from his boots and walked with Yi Qingwu to the Yi family's elite team. The team moved forward quickly and quietly. Everything was in order. 4 months of training and battles had already allowed them to have a very good rapport. This had already allowed them to have a very good tacit understanding. They were already very used to these bloody battles. Even the eyes of many of the Yu clan's women were suffused with a sparrow's desire to try it out. Chapter 99. The Demon Clan squad was made up of members of the Leopard clan. They were short and had pointy, thin ears that stood up straight. Their eyes were as small as mung beans, but they were constantly moving. Their skin was covered with grayish-white spots. Yi Qinghan and the others were not unfamiliar with the Leopard clan. They had encountered them in the previous battle. However, this was the first time they had encountered a squad of more than 200 leopards. There was no excessive greeting or nonsense. Of course, they could not understand nonsense. It was said that only the royalty and high-level demon sovereigns of the demon clan and the barbarian clan could understand the human language. The foreign clans that the squad had encountered in the past few months did not understand the human language. Therefore, when Yi Shisan was about a kilometer away from the demon clan squad, he ordered the entire squad to speed up and begin the battle. Then, they prepared to retreat quickly. However, the situation did not seem right. To be more serious, it was very wrong. The Demon Clan squad seemed to have discovered Yi Qinghan and the others when they were about a kilometer away from them. Just as they were about to speed up and start the battle, the Demon Clan squad turned around and fled. What's going on? Yi Qinghan and Yi Shisan looked at each other, somewhat puzzled. There had never been such a situation in the past. They had fought against the Demon Clan and the Barbarian Clan more than a dozen times, but there had never been a Demon Clan member who ran away upon seeing a human squad. Moreover, looking at their formation, they seemed to be running very happily, like a flock of sheep that had seen a lion. They were running rather wildly and without a care for anything else. Apart from him, the other dukes in the squad had not revealed their strength. Why did the Demon Clan run away? Yi Shisan's mind spun rapidly. However, he could not figure out why no matter how hard he thought about it. Therefore, as he ran, he looked carefully at the Demon Clan squad. Everyone, speed up and catch up. Send a message to the Hua family. Half of you will harass and delay them, and the other half will be on full alert. The leopard demon sovereign is injured. Don't let them escape. After a while, Yi Shisan finally shouted, a trace of joy flashing in his eyes. When the members of the team heard this, they were all shocked. An injured demon emperor was worth 100 points, and a team without a demon emperor would be able to slaughter them easily, wouldn't it? Therefore, everyone in the squad rushed madly toward the demon clan as if they were injected with stimulants. Xiao! On the demon clan side, the Hua family's assassins began to make their move after receiving the message. The assassins who had been lying in ambush near them constantly flashed, leaving afterimages as they stabbed their swords at the demon clan squad. Regardless of the outcome of the attack, his figure flashed and disappeared into thin air. Following the flashing figures and dazzling sword rays, the demon clan squads were constantly being assassinated and stabbed to death. However, this small team of demons did not seem to care. They continued to run madly. As long as the injured demons could still move their legs, they would hold onto their bleeding wounds and run madly. The demon clan's formation began to show signs of chaos after the Hua family's assassins' wild stabs. From the initial square formation, it gradually turned into an inverted arrowhead. At the forefront of the arrowhead was the demon emperor whose back was bleeding. As more and more demons were injured, the team's formation began to lengthen. Those with higher cultivation realms, those who were stronger, and those who were not injured ran to the front. As for the weaker ones and the injured ones, they followed behind in a sparse manner. Send an order to Hua Xian. Leave that demon emperor behind. Also, ask the Hua family's assassins to specifically stab the Panther clan's calf. We must leave all of them behind today. Yi Shisan spoke to the messenger beside him as he ran at high speed. He blamed himself for being too careful. If he had ordered his team to attack after receiving the information, they might have already started fighting. He was stunned when he saw the demon clan begin to escape. Now, the distance between the two teams had increased. Although it would only take a few minutes for them to catch up with the demon clan squad, he had made a mistake in his judgment. Bang! A violent explosion suddenly came from the front and attracted everyone's attention. The explosion happened at the forefront of the demon clan squad. It was Hua Xian who had made her move. The Hua family's most powerful warrior was indeed extraordinary. She actually created 9 identical afterimages in the air and stabbed at the demon emperor who was running for his life from 9 different directions. The demon emperor seemed to have anticipated this. His short and stout body emitted a purple airflow and collided with Hua Xian's sword. The airflow exploded. Although it did not cause any harm to Hua Xian, it successfully stopped her fatal sword attack. The moment Flower Heart exploded, the deity turned invisible and sneaked away. After the demon emperor destroyed the other 8 afterimages, he obviously paused and staggered a little. He took a deep breath and then started running again. The explosion in front of them did not stop the team behind them. Instead, Yi Shisan was excited and increased his speed. He shouted as he ran, "Burn your demonic power. This demon clan member is indeed seriously injured. Continue to chase. We will definitely get these 100 points." Swish! Hua Xian appeared again, causing the demon emperor to burn his demonic power again to protect himself. On the other hand, the Hua family's assassins also appeared in a flash continuously. They stabbed towards the thighs of the demon clansmen that were running at the forefront. Although the Hua family's assassins did not cause much damage, they successfully prevented the demon clan members from escaping. Finally, after 2 minutes of chasing, Yi Qinghan and the others finally caught up. Not caring about the injured demon clan members, the team directly charged at the back of the demon clan. The first to attack was the Feng family swordsman. Rows of flying swords rose into the air and turned into deadly talismans. They hovered in front of the demon clan, cutting off their path forward. The members of the Yi family immediately merged with their battle beasts and released their battle aura towards the densest area of the demon clan members. The demon clan members saw that their path forward was cut off and that waves of battle aura were continuously flying towards them. When they realized that there was no way they could escape, they finally ignited the blood in their bones. They no longer ran away. Instead, they turned around and screamed. Their soybean-like eyes were bloodshot as they began to attack the team in a frenzy. It was obvious that they knew that there was no way out and wanted to fight to the death. They wanted to fight, but the team of the 4 clans would not give them the chance. The Yu family's woman immediately released a beautiful ray of light and began the first round of spiritual attacks. Immediately after, the members of the Yi family quickly rushed forward and hacked, cutting down a large number of demon clan members. Yi 17 and the other vassal realm warriors no longer concealed their strength. Their colorful auras enveloped the entire battlefield, and the battle immediately heated up. The heated battle lasted for more than 10 minutes and ended with the victory of Yi Qinghan's team. 6 vassal realm experts directly joined the battle, ensuring that there was no suspense in this massacre. There were also no fatal injuries. The team began to deal with the aftermath. Yi Qinghan began to get busy. He was already used to collecting corpses after a battle and collecting points. Chapter 100. This demon emperor is quite strong. He actually managed to block several of Mai and Huaxian's assassination attempts. If it wasn't for Fairy Yu, it wouldn't have been so easy to deal with him. Fairy Yu's charm is boundless. She can even knock out a demon emperor. Yi 17 felt a little happy. The matter with Yi Jiu had made him feel a little less sullen. Looking at the demon emperor's corpse with bulging eyes and a sinister expression, he somewhat gratefully said to Yu Clan's madam, "Yu Clan's madam. Huh, 17, don't flatter me." This demon emperor was clearly seriously injured. He was mentally and physically exhausted by Huaxian and his soul was in a mess. Otherwise, how could I have knocked him out so easily? Although Fairy Yu's words were harsh, she clearly enjoyed Yi 17's flattery. Her charming face bloomed into a smile and her curvaceous body trembled even more violently. "Fairy Yu, I'm afraid 17 has other thoughts. He told me that he has been secretly in love with you for a long time." Huaxian laughed and teased Yi 17. Yi 17 was obviously not afraid. He secretly smiled and raised his eyebrows. He stared at Aunt Yu's towering chest and said, "Hee, fickle heart has spoken my mind. I'm just afraid that Fairy Yu doesn't like a boorish person like me. How can the two of you just stay there? Many girls in the Moon Tower have told me that the two of you are the most licentious of the 5 clans. I am not an innocent girl who can be deceived with just a few words. If you want to deceive my feelings, you are still far from being able to do so." Fairy Yu rolled her eyes. She was clearly not interested in their teasing. She laughed and scolded them. She twisted her plump buttocks and walked toward the Yu family women. "All right, 17, Huaxian, stop fooling around. Tidy up and prepare to retreat." Yi 13th glared at Yi 17 and motioned for the two of them to get to work. Yi 17 shook his head and walked away while rubbing his nose. Huaxian laughed mischievously. Her figure flashed and she sneaked away. However, in less than a quarter of an hour, Huaxian appeared again. This time, his expression was no longer playful and casual. Instead, it was very gloomy. Level 1 alert. 3 demon clan squads have appeared ahead. 5 kilometers away. Retreat to the south. Level 1 alert. There are 3 demon clan squads ahead. Retreat to the south as fast as you can. Level 1 alert. There are 3 demon clan squads ahead. Retreat to the south as fast as you can. Huaxian's voice wasn't loud, but it was sharp and urgent. After shouting 3 times and making sure that everyone heard him, he snuck out. Huaxian's urgent and sharp words finally woke everyone up after he shouted them for the 3rd time. They were all in an uproar, not knowing what to do as they looked around in confusion. "What are you looking at? Everyone, retreat." Yi Shisan's face quickly darkened. He didn't care about everyone's expression and shouted. The prestige that Yi Shisan had built up in the team over the past few days began to take effect. Everyone came to their senses and threw away the items in their hands. Yi Qinghan did not care about the small number of points he had yet to collect and quickly gathered with the team. They began to run towards the south in an orderly manner, gradually turning from running into a frantic escape. "Report. There are 3 barbarian clan squads in the south. They are surging in our direction, 5 kilometers away." At the next moment, a member of the Hua family's investigation team brought back another piece of information that shocked the entire small troop. Their swift footsteps halted abruptly. Yi Qinghan and Yi Shisan looked at each other and saw a trace of shock and confusion in each other's eyes. Hua and Feng Zi also looked at each other, A little lost and a little confused. Report. There is a demon clan squad in the west. They are suspected to be led by Yao Kaka. They are rushing here 15 kilometers away. Report. There is a barbarian clan squad in the east. They are rushing here 10 kilometers away. They seem to be led by Rong Chao. Confirming now. What happened? What was going on? The team was like an exploding pot of ants. They began to panic, and fear and confusion appeared in everyone's eyes. Were they surrounded? How could they be surrounded? And surrounded by the demon clan and barbarian clan? Looking at the situation, it seemed like the demon clan and barbarian clan had joined forces to trap them here. But how could the demon clan and barbarian clan join forces? Not to mention the blood feud between the two clans, it was impossible for them to join forces. Even if they had joined forces, how could they have appeared so coincidentally and arranged so well? Also, how did they know the exact location of their squad? What right did they have to charge straight at his team? There were many puzzles, many questions, and many questions in the process, but Yi Shisan knew that he could not understand, nor did he have the time to think. He only knew that they were in danger now. Extremely dangerous. So dangerous that if they were not careful, the elite squad of the 4 clans, the future heirs of the 4 clans, and the 7 dukes would all die here today. Next year, this day would be their death anniversary. So he did not ask for the others' opinions and directly gave orders. All troops, listen up. Head southeast as fast as you can. Hua and Yi Shisan, bring 10 people from the Hua family to the front. See if you can lure the 3 southern squads away. The rest of the Hua family disperse. Remember to stay alive. At the same time, Yi Shisan quickly transmitted his voice to the dukes. If it did not work, they could only execute the second retreat plan. According to the original plan, if there was no other choice, only the dukes could escape with their young masters and mistresses. In such a tense situation, the dukes did not have any good ideas. They could only see if they could escape. If they could not, they could only abandon their clan members and protect their young masters. Yi Qinghan, Hua Fengzi, and the others did not speak. They quickly followed the group southeast. The squad could clearly feel the oppressive and suffocating atmosphere. Some of the Yu family women even began to tremble. They knew how serious the situation was. Perhaps in the next second, they would all become cold corpses on the ground. Run at full speed. They could not care less about the weeds and mud on the ground, which had already messed up their clothes. They could not care less about the brambles on the ground that had cut through the skin on their feet. They could not care less about the silk scarves that hung by their ears. They did not even know where to throw them. They knew that if they did not run now, the foreign races around them would tear them to pieces. Damn it! Yi Qinghan spat out a blade of grass from the corner of his mouth and cursed. He looked worriedly at Yu Qingcheng, whose face was flushed due to her slight panting. His complexion was not good at all. Mangan and Yao Kaka had joined forces? They knew where they were? They had surrounded them? Chapter 101. Yi Qinghan knew that his team was very strong. They were strong enough to fight against any team on the Nether Island. However, he also knew who was currently rushing towards his team in a frenzy. He also knew that once they were surrounded, only death awaited them. They would be completely dead without a trace of hope. He was not afraid. He had faced death many times. He was afraid that his sister, who was lying in the mountain behind the Yi family, would never wake up. He was afraid that the people around him would die because of him. If these people died so easily because of him, he was afraid that he would not be able to rest in peace. Therefore, his mood was very complicated. He was very unhappy, very anxious, very confused, and did not know what to feel. Bang! Bang! There was a sound of an explosion in front of them. Everyone's eyes flashed a glimmer of hope. If Yi 17 and Hua Xian could lead the 3 teams away, then they might have a way out. At least there was a chance to escape, right? However, a moment later, Hua Xian and Yi 17, who looked gloomy and embarrassed, made their mood fall to the bottom. There are 4 barbarian kings in front of us. We can't lead them away. They seem to know where we are going. We will meet in 3 minutes. Xian's words caused everyone who was running to stop in their tracks. Their faces were completely gloomy. 600 people? For barbarian kings? They would meet in 3 minutes? Yi 13th did not think much. His eyes were bloodshot, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he roared with a ferocious expression, "Forget it! Forward, if you encounter the barbarians, rush over and execute the first retreat plan." A trace of blood flashed in the eyes of all the members, and they took out their weapons. Without the slightest hesitation, they rushed forward madly. The first retreat plan was already known to everyone. That was in a situation of absolute danger. The whole team disregarded everything, disregarded any casualties, did not hesitate to fight, and did not conserve their strength. They charged forward with all their might, and their main goal was to break out of the encirclement and survive. Of course, it was up to God whether they could survive or not. They all knew that they had no other way out. The 3 barbarian squads in front of them were actually not that scary. If they had the time, they could definitely fight against the 3 barbarian squads head-on and win. But they didn't have time. Once the 2 super elite teams and the 3 demon teams caught up to them, there would only be one outcome. They would be completely annihilated. Not even half of their lives would be spared. Since the super elites of the 4 clans could be called super elites by the various clans, and since they could obtain such cultivation at such a young age, none of them were idiots. Therefore, when he first realized that he was surrounded, there was a brief moment of confusion and fear. However, after a few minutes, he heard Yi Shisan's hysterical roar. They quickly regained their composure and thought through everything. In a short period of time, everyone's fighting spirit soared. Since there was no way out, he could only rely on the saber and sword in his hands to open a path. Charge! Charge! The team surged forward in a frenzied manner. Even the women of the Yu clan pulled out their daggers, their eyes burning with passion as they dashed forward. Not a single one of them showed any emotion of fear, and not a single one of them showed any confusion in their eyes. There was only an indomitable super battle intent. Yao Kaka was in a good mood. Although the running made him sweat a little and he didn't feel very comfortable. However, he couldn't help but feel better when he thought about how the plan that the 3 clans had worked together to carry out was finally going to be a success. The target was right in front. To be more precise, the sacred weapon and 2 Qinjuan's favor were right in front of them. Furthermore, they had already been surrounded. They were just waiting for him to go over and reap the spoils at will. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Speed up. Don't let the barbarians snatch it away. That's a head worth a sacred weapon. Look at the target's image clearly. Once you discover him, don't worry about anything else. Just kill him first. Yao Kaka flung his golden curls as he roared at the team behind him. My lord, the target is heading south. He is escaping in the direction of the 3 small teams under Mangon. At that moment, a lady from the Fox clan beside him held a transparent crystal ball in her hands and shouted. There was a red dot in the transparent crystal ball that was constantly moving in the opposite direction. It was very strange. When Yao Kaka heard this, he quickly turned his head and looked at the crystal ball in the lady's hands. He realized that the red dot was constantly moving. He cursed anxiously, "Huh? Why isn't he running towards us? Damn it. Don't let Mangon's subordinates kill him. Faster, faster." Bang, bang. The sound of battle chi tearing through the air rang out in the distance. There were already countless angry roars, indicating that the teams of the 4 clans had already clashed with the 3 barbarian teams. The deafening sound and the terrifying explosion caused Yao Kaka to feel a little anxious. He had planned for many days and waited for an entire night. Today, he finally had an excellent opportunity. If he let them escape this time, it would be hard to find another opportunity like this again. Thus, his expression darkened. He increased his speed again and began to run with all his might. He believed that as long as the barbarian teams could delay the elite teams of the 4 clans for a moment, he would be able to completely kill them all and turn them into minced meat on the ground. Yi 13th was in a bad mood. He felt as turbulent as the battle chi explosion in front of him. The combined attacks of his 7 marquis and 200 marshals were actually unable to break through the human wall in front of them. He looked at the barbarians in front of him, who were like rows of stone pillars, and felt the countless demons and barbarians surging towards him from behind. He became even more anxious. He roared loudly, "Damn it, aren't they afraid of death? If they aren't afraid of death, then kill them all." 2 minutes ago, they had all raised their swords in high spirits and were ready to go all out. Unexpectedly, they encountered the human wall in front of them. The 300 barbarians seemed to have already predicted their arrival. They had actually formed a fan-shaped defensive formation in advance and used the human wall to completely block off the 3 escape routes in front of them. The 4 barbarian emperors stood in front of them like 4 mountains. Behind them, rows of barbarian elites stood behind them, eyeing them like tigers watching their prey. Their defenses were fully activated and blocked off all the escape routes. The moment Yi Shisan saw this formation, he knew that if he tried to forcefully charge in one direction with this formation and the barbarians' extremely strong defense, he would be completely surrounded by the 600 barbarians like dumplings wrapped in a dumpling. Let's not talk about whether or not they would be able to escape before the demon race and barbarian race arrived. Even if they could, at least 2/3 of the team would remain here forever. Thus, he immediately gave the order for all the elites to release their battle chi and attack in one direction. His idea was not wrong. The power of the battle chi attack of over 200 people was indeed very strong. One attack could sweep a path forward. As long as the barbarians dodged or were attacked until their formation was messed up, they would have the opportunity to use their speed to charge out of the encirclement. Chapter 102. However, the barbarians fought with their lives on the line. They didn't care about their casualties and stubbornly withstood the first round of attacks. Although they suffered heavy casualties, their formation wasn't chaotic at all. Instead, it was very orderly. A path was quickly blocked by the barbarians on both sides. The injured barbarians continued to stand firm and stubbornly, trembling. The dead or crippled barbarians were quickly carried away by the barbarians next to them. The barbarians didn't fall into disarray. They continued to stand in front of them like rows of stone pillars. The barbarians were using human lives to buy time. They were using living flesh and blood to block the escape route of the 4 clans. Attack the original attacking areas without holding back. Feng clan, use your swords to pierce the eyes. You clan, use your illusions. Everyone else, release your battle chi. Yi Shisan's expression was ferocious as he roared. His hands and feet didn't miss a beat. His battle chi turned into a huge spear and he shot it straight at the barbarians. Damn it, you'll have to pay with your lives if you want to keep us here. Countless small swords appeared on the backs of the 2 Feng clan experts at the same time. They whistled forward with a boundless aura and stabbed at the barbarians in front of them. Feng Zi was very excited without a trace of fear or timidity. His huge black sword was like a reaper's chain, taking away one barbarian after another. His eyes were bloodshot as he roared with laughter, "Damn it, I'll die like a bird in the sky. Brothers, let's CK them up. Let's kill them all." For a moment, the front was filled with battle chi. Countless flying swords shuttled back and forth, occasionally causing a series of explosions. Countless barbarians fell, but countless more barbarians rushed over. No one was cleaning up the corpses in front of them. They were piled up in a mess, but the line of defense didn't seem to have been broken. Yi Shisan once again shot out a cyan spear. Looking back at the surging red dust not far behind him, he sighed helplessly and waved his hand. Exchanging glances with several marquee realm experts from various clans, he issued an extremely unwilling order: "Everyone, charge. Execute the second retreat plan." The second retreat plan. Yi Qinghan's expression turned ashen when he heard these words. Feng Zi, Yu Qingqing, and Yi Qingwu's expression also became extremely ugly. The second retreat plan was for the entire team to charge forward and fight to the death. They covered the escape of a few dukes with the young masters of the various families. In the current situation, if they carried out the second retreat plan, then apart from them and the marquee realm experts who might be lucky enough to escape with their lives, everyone else would basically die in battle. No. Wait. Yi Qinghan kept shaking his head as he released his battle chi in the form of huge palms and waved them forward crazily. He knew very well that these people, these elite disciples of the 4 great clans, were here because of him. It was because of him that they had come to such a chaotic battlefield and fallen into such a tragic and desperate situation. If these 200 people all died because of him, he would never be able to rest easy for the rest of his life. Therefore, Zhang Tai uttered unconsciously as he released his sparse battle chi in a disorderly manner. Execute! Yi Shisan coldly swept his gaze over the elite disciples of the Yi family and nodded to Yi 17. He leapt forward and moved to Yi Qinghan's side. He lifted Yi Qinghan with one hand and released his battle chi to the fullest. A green aura bloomed from his body as he waved his hand forward and roared, "Everyone, charge!" As soon as Yi Shisan moved, the dukes also moved, quickly bringing the young masters and young ladies with them. They released their auras and roared at the same time, "Charge! Charge! Charge!" The 200 elite disciples roared at the same time. They had been trained by their families for many years, and as the saying goes, soldiers are trained for 1,000 days to be used in a single moment. Now was the time for them to repay the kindness of their families. Knowing that there was no way out, and with the determination to die, they collectively released an unprecedented battle intent. The entire team was like a torrent of steel, crashing toward the barbarians. The barbarians immediately reacted. The remaining few hundred people quickly gathered together and waved their fists and giant clubs at the 4 family teams that were swarming toward them. The battle immediately became white-hot. It was either you die or I live. As long as you live, I'm invincible, bang bang. Just as the group of barbarians was about to collide, something unexpected happened, causing the 4 family teams to tremble. Behind the small team of barbarians, waves of battle chi flew out of thin air. They were densely packed and colorful. It was a spectacular sight. As expected, the battle chi directly smashed into the barbarian squad that was about to collide with the squads of the 4 clans. Immediately after, a black torrent abruptly pierced into the barbarian squad from behind. It was like a sharp iron spear, fiercely stabbing into them, causing chaos. "It's our people! Reinforcements are here. Retreat plan number 2, retreat plan number 1. We're invincible! Everyone charge!" A hint of joy flashed in Yi Shisan's eyes, and his aura became even more dazzling. With a long roar, he sped forward like a ferocious tiger. It's Yi and the others. We're saved. Everyone kill. Yi Qinghan looked at the group of black-clothed men in front of him like a group of lions pouncing on a flock of sheep. Yi and the others in front of him were no match for them. His face instantly lit up with ecstasy. Holding the blue dragon dagger, he followed closely behind Yi Shisan and used the shadow step to charge into the barbarian team. Yi and the others' powerful reinforcements finally caused chaos among the barbarians, who were already low in morale. Under the lead of Yi Shisan and the other 6 Marquis realm experts, the barbarians were attacked from both sides and finally fell into complete chaos. However, with the loud roars of the 4 barbarian kings, they barely managed to deal with the battle. "Shisan, what the hell are you fighting for? Do you want to die here together? Break out quickly. We'll bring up the rear." He waved the Zenmedeo in his hand, and the purple saber radiance sent a barbarian flying. He raised his head and roared at Yi Shisan, who was fighting the barbarians. "Ah!" Yi Shisan was slightly taken aback by Yi Yi's roar. He looked at Yi Yi's furious eyes and immediately understood what Yi meant. He could not help but call out hesitantly, "Big brother? 3rd brother? 9th brother? 11th brother?" Seeing Yi Shisan's hesitation and somewhat bashful call, Yi became even angrier. He ruthlessly split a barbarian in half from head to toe and roared with bulging eyes, "Hurry up and leave. If the elites of the 4 clans die here, how are you going to explain yourself to the patriarch? If anything happens to the young masters and ladies, none of us will be able to atone for it. Hurry up and scram. Shisan, hurry up and leave. 9th brother, I'm here to settle scores with Yao Kaka. I'll find you for a drink later." Yi Jio's left sleeve was empty, but his right hand was wielding a black gold saber. He laughed wildly and shouted heroically. Chapter 103. Everyone listen to my command. Don't fight. Break out of the encirclement together. Kill. Yi Shisan roared. He knew that this was not the time to be pretentious. The main force behind them was about to catch up. If they didn't leave now, they would all die here. He was right. It didn't matter if they died, but if the elites or young masters of the other families stayed here, all of them would not be able to atone for their sins. He could only suppress the grief and helplessness in his heart. He reluctantly gave the order for the whole team to break out of the encirclement. Kill! Xianxia didn't say much. He looked at Yi and the others deeply. The saber in his hand turned into a blue saber chi that broke through the air and slashed several barbarians in front of him. Let's go! Yi Qinghan didn't say much. He looked at Yi Jiao with bloodshot eyes. Then he pulled Yi Qingwu and followed behind Yi Shisan and Yi Shisan. Let's go! Huaxian and Feng Meng looked at each other and saw the helplessness and bitterness in each other's eyes. They led Hua and Feng Zi in a killing frenzy. 1 minute later, Yi and the others attacked with all their might. The four families' teams paid a small price to break out of the encirclement. They ignored the chaotic battle behind them and ignored the barbarians who were roaring angrily. They all ran for their lives. Bang, bang, bang. The battle behind them became more and more intense. The barbarians tried to send people to chase after them several times, but they were stopped by Yi and the others. They couldn't help but vent all their anger on Yi and the others. Yi and the others also knew that they would die. They all killed madly with the mentality of killing 1 to break even and 2 to make a profit. Full speed ahead. Yi Shisan resisted the strong desire to turn back. He closed his eyes and ran madly. His voice was full of bitterness and anger. He knew that the danger had not been resolved. Yao Kaka and the others were still behind him. He didn't want to waste the chance to escape that Yi and the others had exchanged their lives for. He suppressed the pain and sorrow and commanded the team to run. Boom! After a few minutes, they had already run for more than 10 miles. Suddenly, there was a violent explosion and a shocking roar behind them. Big brother! Yi-17 finally couldn't help but look back and let out a heart-wrenching roar. The entire team turned their heads to take a look. They saw the chaos in the world caused by the terrifying energy explosion. They looked at the billowing smoke behind them and listened to the violent explosions and angry roars. Everyone fell silent, and their sprinting footsteps paused for a moment. They all knew that Yao Kaka and Brute Gon's team were already facing off against Yi's team. But Yi had actually chosen to self-detonate. Such a powerful explosion and such chaotic heaven-earth yuan qi could only be triggered by the self-detonation of countless martial artists. What are you standing there for? Do you want them to die with everlasting regret? Everyone run. Hua family, investigate with all your might. Yi Shisan's voice was cold and his face was covered in frost. Xiu xiu xiu. Everyone began to silently march, turning their grief, anger, and pain into energy to run. Even the women of the Yu family did not care about their image and began to run. Some were injured and had to be carried. Some were unconscious and had to be carried by 2 people. Some were crying silently, pursing their lips and lowering their heads as they ran. Yi Qinghan's face was as white as snow, no longer ashen like before. There was no pain, no grief, and only a deathly gray look in his eyes as he lowered his head. Run, run, run. There was no emotion, no sound, no extra movement. Everyone was like a group of busy ants on the ground, running in the forest, in the canyon, and on the river. Report. The Demon Clan and Brute Clan teams are now 30 miles away from us. They are chasing us in a straight line. Report. The 50 miles ahead is safe. We will reach the temporary stronghold of the House of Aries in about an hour. The Hua family assassins were the busiest. They went back and forth to investigate, patrol, and run. Fortunately, the Hua family's speed was definitely the best among their peers. Otherwise, just running alone would have exhausted them to death. As expected, Yi's group was completely annihilated. However, they had bought a whole 10 minutes for the 4 clans' small teams, allowing them to widen the dangerous distance between them to 30 miles. After Yao Kaka and Mangon had flattened Yi's small team, they were obviously unwilling to let their prey escape. After killing Yi and a few other dukes, they quickly organized their men and madly chased after Yi Qinghan's small team. Yi Yi's sudden arrival had torn apart the large net that they had meticulously laid out and resolved the death trap that they had set up. This had allowed Yi Qinghan's cooked duck to escape. Furthermore, they had self-destructed before dying, causing the demon clan and brute clan to suffer even greater losses. This also caused Yao Kaka and Mangon to stomp their feet in anger and curse. They swore that they would not turn back until they had flattened the four clans' small teams. Thus, an unprecedented chase began. Both sides' speed had reached its peak. Both sides were panicking and did not know where they were going. They climbed mountains, waded through rivers, and burrowed into holes. This won't do. 13. We have injured people and we have just gone through 2 battles. We are no match for the Demon Clan and Brute Clan in terms of physical strength, battle force, and morale. If this continues, they will catch up to us in 10 minutes. Huaxian's steps were still light, but the worry on her face was very obvious. I know, but other than running, what else can we do? How can the Demon Clan and Brute Clan know our whereabouts like the back of their hands? This doesn't make sense. The grief on Yi 13's face was still very obvious. However, after 10 minutes of adjustment, he had recovered a little. The dead were already dead. He had to think of the living. He had to think of a way to bring the remaining 100 people back safely. Huaxian was also baffled. She said in confusion, "Who knows what kind of witchcraft the Demon Clan and Brute Clan have mastered? How can they know our whereabouts? Something like this had never happened before. Damn it, we are in big trouble this time. Let's try our best to speed up. Hopefully, we will encounter the House of Ares' team when we reach the temporary stronghold. Or maybe Yaokaka and Mangon should retreat in advance." Yi 13 was silent for a while. He could not come up with any ideas. He could only shake his head helplessly. The crazy chase continued. The 2 sides were indeed getting closer and closer. After chasing for half an hour, the distance between the 2 squads was only slightly more than 10 kilometers. However, after half an hour of crazy running, the temporary stronghold of the House of Ares was not far away. If they continued at this speed, Yao Kaka and Mangon would probably be close to the temporary stronghold of the House of Ares even if they caught up with the teams of the 4 families. In that area, they could encounter the elite teams of the House of Ares at any time. Moreover, the temporary stronghold had a large number of teams of the House of Ares. If they were to engage in battle, they would attract the army of the House of Ares. Yao Kaka and Mangon would probably die. However, in the next second, the elite scouts of the Hua family brought back a piece of news that brought everyone's mood to rock bottom. Chapter 104. For small teams of demons and barbarians had appeared in front of them. They were fanning out towards them. History repeated itself. Everyone looked at each other in shock. They looked blankly at the sky and scanned their surroundings. It was as if there was a pair of invisible eyes coldly watching them from the sky. That pair of invisible hands seemed to be arranging everything behind their backs, as if to kill them here and now. F***K them. I don't believe it. Everyone, turn around and flee to the west. The demons and barbarians have caused such a huge commotion. They must have attracted the attention of the House of Ares. Let's hold on a little longer. Reinforcements will probably arrive soon. Yi 13's expression was no longer sorrowful. Instead, it was sullen, terrified, bitter, and helpless. Today's situation was beyond his ability. He felt powerless to reverse the situation. Their small team was unparalleled and could face any small team on Nether Island head-on. The 4 families' heaven-defying special skills, their practiced and tacit cooperation, and the 7 marquis of the team were extremely powerful. But today, he felt as if he was an ant that could be easily smacked and crushed. Moreover, the demon race and the barbarian race had joined forces for the first time. They had suddenly surrounded him in a strange and chilling manner. His whereabouts, which he could not figure out no matter how hard he tried, had been exposed. Everything made him shudder. He was at his wits' end. The strange movements of the barbarians and demons were very obvious. He also hoped that the House of Ares would notice the abnormal situation here. He also knew that as long as Long Sinan was not an idiot, she would definitely come to help immediately. However, Today's abnormality came so suddenly and strangely that he didn't have the slightest confidence in his heart. He could only hope that Long Seinen's performance was as wise and decisive as ever. No! A crisp voice suddenly rang out. It was very decisive and resolute, causing the somewhat confused group to suddenly awaken. They looked towards the source of the voice in surprise. Let's go east. We can't put all our hopes on Long Seinen. The one who spoke was Yi Qinghan, who had been very quiet along the way. At this time, Yi Qinghan's face was still pale, but his eyes were shining like the blazing sun in broad daylight, making people not dare to look him in the eye. Yi Qinghan's eyes were cold like lightning. He said coldly, "Let's head east. Do you still remember the valley where we encountered the silver moon twin-headed wolf? If I remember correctly, it's just a few miles to the east. There are a lot of teleportation arrays there, and there's a silver moon two-headed wolf there. Head east. Go to the valley where the silver moon two-headed wolf lives." Was Yi Qinghan crazy? When everyone heard Yi Qinghan's words, their first reaction was to think that Yi Qinghan had gone mad. Behind them, there were tigers and wolves chasing after them, but he said that in front of them, there was a silver moon two-headed wolf, an upper 8th grade magical beast that was even more terrifying than the demon race and barbarian race pursuing them. Wasn't this the same as hanging himself? Was he tired of living? But Yi Qinghan wasn't crazy, and the team wasn't stupid. The first to react were the few marquis. Yi Shisan's eyes suddenly lit up. He looked at Hua Xian and Feng Meng and smiled coldly. He shouted, "Yes. Head east. Head east. Everyone, change direction. Our target is the valley where the silver moon two-headed wolf is." The entire team began to change direction and began to secretly discuss as they ran. After a while, all the elites began to understand what was going to happen next, and a fiery light appeared in their eyes. When Yao Kaka and Mangon found out that the team of the 4 clans had suddenly turned east through the transparent crystal ball, they didn't feel the slightest bit strange or astonished. Instead, they collectively roared in joy. The 4 teams of demon race and barbarian race in front of the 4 clans were the last chess pieces they had arranged beforehand. Their goal was to change the escape route of the 4 clans. After all, if the 4 clans had continued to escape in the direction of the House of Ares, they would have caught up to them and killed them. This would definitely take a while, and this time would be enough for the hateful woman from the House of Ares to arrange everything and make them stay there. So when they found out that the 4 clans were escaping east, they were very pleased and delighted. Yao Kaka and Mangon each led 400 people in hot pursuit. The 2 teams were separated by a few hundred meters, but they turned at the same time and rushed east. They knew that their prey was about to fall into their hands. Based on the people in their hands, none of the teams could completely annihilate the 4 clans. Of course, as for this fat sheep, it would depend on each team's strength and luck as to which family would get the holy weapon in the end. Later, we'll catch up to them. You 2 take down the target first. I'll reward you handsomely when we get back." Yao Kaka said to the 2 members of the snake race as he ran with all his might. His golden curly hair swayed, and his cold eyes were filled with cruelty. On the side of the barbarian race, a relatively short and bald barbarian wearing golden leather armor in the middle also began to instruct a few tall and big men beside him at the same time. When you meet the target, whether it's the human race or the demon race, as long as it dares to obstruct you, smash it to pieces. The voice of the bald barbarian with golden skin was calm, but there was a hint of dignity and arrogance in it. The barbarians beside him did not dare to refute or ask any questions, and at the same time, they expressed that they understood. The other barbarian next to him held a transparent crystal ball that looked like a toy in his huge claw hand. He leaned over and pointed at the red dot on the crystal ball in his hand, saying, "Young clan leader, the target is slowly decelerating. Is there any conspiracy? Who cares what conspiracy he has? Chase after them and flatten them." The bald barbarian in golden armor waved his hand, unconcerned, and continued to run with his thick and long legs. "Everyone, withdraw your battle aura and move forward with your physical bodies. Form groups of 5, and each find a transportation matrix. Stay where you are. Hua family disciples, use all your strength to investigate the surrounding situation. Hua Xen, You go and keep an eye on that silver moon wolf. If there's any abnormal movement, quickly teleport away. Yi Shisan withdrew his aura and said softly as he lightened his footsteps. Under Yi Shisan's arrangement, the small team was divided into their own groups. All of them withdrew their aura and began to cautiously walk into the canyon. The canyon was still the same, gloomy and gloomy. Both sides of the canyon were still densely covered with old vines and weeds. When Yi Qinghan suggested to go east toward this canyon, Yi Shisan immediately reacted. This was a path of survival, and if used well, it could also be a path of revenge. Yi Shisan knew that Yi Qinghan wanted to use the dense transportation matrix here to escape. Moreover, he wanted to use the 8th grade magical beast, the Silver Moon Wolf, not far from the transportation matrix to severely injure the demon clan and the barbarians who were chasing after them. This was to avenge the tragic deaths of Yi Yi and the others. Therefore, along the way, he quickly thought through all the details and quickly arranged everything. He wanted to strive for a perfect escape and teach the demon clan and the barbarians a painful lesson. Chapter 105. Although this canyon was the territory of the two-headed silver moon wolf, it was obvious that this wolf was very lazy, or perhaps it could be said that it was very lazy. Last time, the team of 200 people rumbled in the canyon for a long time. In the end, when Hua Xian tried to enter its cave, it released a stream of air and sent Hua Xian flying. Moreover, it didn't seem to chase after them. Therefore, Yi Shisan was very confident that they could successfully approach the teleportation array and escape. Of course, to be on the safe side, he told the team to retract their battle auras and move forward cautiously so as not to alarm the terrifying overlord in the depths of the cave. More than 10 minutes later, they successfully arrived at the teleportation array area. The information they received was good. The monster clan and barbarian clan were still 10 miles away and the Silver Moon Wolf was still in its cave abode. There were 41 teleportation arrays, so there was still space for 5 people to teleport. The team began to squat next to each teleportation array according to their groups, waiting for Yi Shisan's order to teleport out together. Everyone listen up. When the teleportation circle opens, everyone will be sent to different locations in the psychedelic forest. I've marked out 10 points on the map. Everyone will gather at these 10 points according to the map. The final gathering point will be the temporary base camp and the temporary stronghold in the disordered territory. The only mission I'm giving you is to successfully survive until we meet again. After the battle, the Yi family will definitely reward you generously. Yi Shisan's low voice began to resound. Every 5 people began to split up into a map with 10 coordinates marked with red dots. Finally, everyone began to bid farewell to each other. This teleportation might directly teleport you to the temporary stronghold of the House of Ares, near the Monster Clan, or even to the center of the Barbarian Clan's team. Everything was random. Whether one could survive or not depended on the will of the heavens. The Monster Clan and Barbarian Clan had used some kind of spell to predict their whereabouts in advance. The way back to the temporary stronghold of the House of Ares in the disordered battlefield was blocked. Their team had the relatively weak Yu family girl and more than 10 injured people. If they continued to escape using the old method, they would be caught and slaughtered. Moreover, under such a strange situation, who knew if there were other Monster Clan and Barbarian Clan teams lying in ambush ahead, waiting for them to take the bait? Therefore, teleporting away through the teleportation array was the best option at this time. Moreover, there was an upper 8th level Silver Moon double-headed wolf nearby. It was just the right time for them to take revenge for being hunted down and Yi and the others being slaughtered. Of course, they chose this path without hesitation. The 4 families' teams suddenly stopped moving, attracting the attention of Yao Kaka and Mangon. This caused them to hesitate slightly as they ran with all their might. But after a while, they started running again. The 4 squads on the left quickly converged with them, and a few more squads were rushing over from behind. Such unprecedented battle prowess gave them great confidence. They believed that even if Long Sinan led a few teams from the House of Ares there to ambush them, they would not be afraid. This time, they had brought along half of the elites of the demon race and the barbarian race. They believed that even if there was a dragon in front of them, they would be able to beat it to the ground. Of course, There were no giant dragons. There was only a level 8 silver moon double-headed wolf. The canyon was located near the temporary base of the House of Ares, and it was quite secluded. Therefore, the barbarian race and the demon race did not have any information. When they found out from the transparent crystal ball that their target was in the canyon in front of them, they did not hesitate. They had no time to hesitate. Instead, they frantically rushed into the canyon. But when they finally saw the famous silver moon double-headed wolf face to face, they were collectively stunned. When they rushed into the canyon, they saw more than 100 sneering faces and countless brilliant lights. Then, behind the lights, there was an earth-shaking roar, and they saw a ferocious silver-white beast with 2 huge heads. The light was the light of the teleportation array being activated. The beast was the silver moon double-headed wolf that Wuxia had lured out with a palm strike towards the cave in the distance before she flashed into the teleportation array. Looking at the empty canyon, they could feel the piercingly cold and furious aura from the barbarian double-headed wolf. Mangon and Xianxia licked their dry lips at the same time and cursed in unison. Then they turned around and started running. Their speed was even faster than before. A few minutes ago, they were still swearing that they could even smash a giant dragon into the ground. But when they really saw a double-headed wolf that was 1 level lower than a giant dragon, they finally understood what fear was, what pressure was, what aura was, what coldness was. The 2 of them could retreat, but the people beside them could not. The barbarian race and the demon race teams could not retreat. The teams quickly split into a line. A barbarian king and a demon emperor brought Xianxia and Mangon respectively and retreated quickly. The strong warriors beside Xianxia and Mangon roared in anger and pounced towards the silver moon double-headed wolf. The barbarian race and the demon race teams followed the strong warriors and pressed forward. They knew that this was a terrifying demonic beast that could make them tremble in fear with just its aura. They definitely could not fight against it. If they charged forward, they would definitely die. However, they also knew that if their master died, then they would definitely die as well. Moreover, their families would also die. Either way, they would definitely choose to die by themselves, and they would die unwillingly. Bang! 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 As expected, the silver moon double-headed wolf revealed a mocking smile in its 4 cold eyes that were the size of copper hammers. Then, the 2 wolf heads opened up at the same time and 2 different air currents rushed out. One of them was gray, and it exuded a threatening cold aura. It was red hot, and the heat wave rushed to the sky. The 2 air currents slowly flew towards the sky. When the strong warriors of the barbarian race and the demon race came close, the 2 air currents suddenly blended together. Then, a violent explosion occurred and the 5 strong warriors who rushed forward were all blown away. The 3 barbarian kings of the barbarian race were fine. Their defense was very strong and they only suffered some minor internal injuries. Their organs were shaken to the point that their positions were shifted. The 2 demon emperors of the demon race fell to the ground and could not get up. Both of them were blown beyond recognition. They had been severely injured in just 1 move. The monster race and the barbarian race sucked in a breath of cold air at the same time. Originally, the elites who had wanted to catch up to the experts and kill the magical beasts all froze in place and staggered back 2 steps. Then, they remembered that Mangon and Xianxia had not escaped to a safe distance. They could not help but tremble and stop retreating as they stared at the terrifying monster in front of them in fear. Chapter 106. Whoosh! The 2-headed silver moon wolf clearly did not have much patience. It opened its mouth and spat out 2 streams of air that were even larger than before. The 2 streams of air shot towards the demons and barbarians blocking the way. The red and gray streams of air did not mix again, so there was no explosion. However, the damage caused was even more obvious. The gray streams of air passed through the small group of demons and froze the hundreds of people on the left into ice sculptures. Meanwhile, the red streams of air ignited a monstrous fire on the barbarian side. The entire group was like a grassland that had been ravaged by magma. Awoo! The 2-headed silver moon wolf was very satisfied with its battle record and killing power. It was also very satisfied with the fear and respect in the eyes of the demons and barbarians. It let out a proud howl and slowly walked towards the entrance of its cave while twisting its huge butt. In order to teach these little insects a lesson, it had wasted the energy it had accumulated for many days. Now that it had achieved its goal and the insects had lowered their heads, of course it would walk away in disdain. Standing at the entrance of the canyon, Mangan and Yao Kaka met up with the barbarians and demons who had hurried over. They looked at the barbarians and demons who had lost more than half of their members and were frantically escaping the canyon. Their eyes were filled with anger and hatred. Taking the crystal ball from the hands of the demon beside him, Yao Kaka saw that the red dot on the surface was still flashing. He gritted his golden teeth and laughed sinisterly. Chase after them. If I don't tear this damned human into pieces, I won't be able to vent my hatred. Chase after them. Mangan did not say much. He only looked coldly at the red dot on the crystal ball and uttered a single word. Where is this? Yi Qinghan looked at Yi 13th, Yi 17th, and Yi Qingwu beside him and scanned their surroundings vigilantly. They found that they had been teleported to a quiet valley. The valley was very large and lush with trees. There was even a small lake in the middle of the valley. Don't speak. Yi 13th stretched out his hand to stop Yi Qinghan from speaking. His expression was solemn and he looked slightly nervous. Yi 17th had also taken out a long saber from behind his back after teleporting over and nervously looked around. Yi Qingwu slightly twisted her graceful body and responded softly. She blinked her big eyes and looked around curiously. However, after looking at it for a moment, she asked in a low voice with some doubt, 13, is it really safe? Why are you so nervous? Yi Shisan was still nervously looking to the left. He didn't respond to Yi Qingwu's words and only exchanged a glance with Yi Shisan. Seeing Yi 17 nod with a wry smile, Yi 17's face couldn't help but turn ashen. What's inside the valley? Yi Qinghan sensed that something was wrong with their expressions and asked in a low voice. We all sensed a powerful magical beast in the valley, and its strength was no weaker than the silver moon two-headed wolf. Yi Shisan shook his head as if he had run into a ghost. He had just escaped from the wolf's den, and now he was teleported to the tiger's den. His luck was really terrible. Ah! Yi Qingwu exclaimed in a low voice and hurriedly covered her mouth with her hands. Her eyes were filled with horror. The silver moon two-headed wolf was an upper 8th grade magical beast. How could they be so unlucky to be teleported to the lair of another high-grade magical beast? She took 2 deep breaths and calmed her emotions. Then she lowered her voice again and said, Then? Do we teleport away again? The teleportation array has a cooldown time. We can't hope to teleport away in half an hour. Don't move and don't make a sound. If we lure out the magical beast in the valley, we will all be finished. God bless us, it didn't notice us. Yi Shisan wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and forced himself to calm down. Then he carefully looked around again. Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingwu didn't speak anymore and silently began to carefully look around again. However, a loud roar suddenly came from the left side of the valley. The 4 of them, who had been very careful and didn't dare to make a sound, were so shocked that their legs turned to jelly and they almost fell to the ground. A dragon's roar? We've been discovered? Yi Shisan's eyes widened and the hairs on his body stood on end. He released his battle aura and reached out to grab Yi Qinghan to escape. Don't move. Wait. Yi Shisan also grabbed Yi Qingwu and started to run. But just as he lifted his leg, he seemed to discover something and hurriedly reached out to stop Yi Shisan. Shisan? Yi Shisan looked at Yi Shisan in confusion. Unexpectedly, another dragon's roar came from the left side of the valley. Yi Shisan was so shocked that he fell to the ground again. He looked to the left nervously and the saber in his hand emitted a fiery saber light. He was ready to fight at any time. Shisan, quickly retract your battle aura. The magical beast didn't discover us. Although Yi Qinghan was also shocked by the earth-shattering dragon's roar, he quickly calmed down. At this moment he finally saw some clues and quickly whispered to Yi Shisan. Yi Shisan was stunned. He quickly retracted his battle aura and crouched down. He stuck close to Yi Shisan and looked to the left side of the valley. After a short period of panic, he finally realized what was going on. Only a giant dragon could roar. Although the valley was very big, a giant dragon could reach it in the blink of an eye. And at this moment, the giant dragon was still roaring. It probably wasn't because of them, so they were relatively safe for the time being. However, if they ran with all their might, they would definitely attract the attention of the giant dragon on the left side of the valley. Then, no matter how fast they ran, they would still die. Dragons were at least 8th rank magical beasts. In the same valley, Yishi and Yishi could feel the supreme dragon's might. Why didn't the giant dragon notice them? Why didn't it immediately crush them into minced meat? Instead, it kept roaring? What should they do? The temporary safety didn't make Yishi and Yishi, who had been crawling on the line between life and death for many years, feel any relief or happiness. In the Yi family, they had gone on many missions and faced many dangers. They had also danced at the fingertips of the Grim Reaper many times. More than 10 minutes ago, they had also encountered the most dangerous adventure since they came to Nether Island. But they had never felt so helpless as they did at this moment. Half an hour ago, they learned that they were surrounded by the barbarians and demons. They were surrounded by hundreds of barbarians and demons. They were very helpless and anxious. But they knew that if they wanted to, they could take the 2 young masters in front of them and escape at any time. At this moment, they were not facing thousands of troops, but only a powerful magical beast that they had never seen before. But they didn't dare to move, and they couldn't move. They had no confidence that they could successfully escape from the giant dragon in the valley. Chapter 107. However, what should they do if they didn't move? Continue to wait and wait for the transportation matrix to reopen? Wait for the dragon to get tired of roaring and then fall asleep? Obviously, this wasn't a good way to go. Furthermore, they seemed to have a vague feeling that the giant on the left side of the valley had already discovered them. Or perhaps, it had already discovered them the moment they were teleported over? However, they didn't dare to take the risk, nor could they. After all, they were betting on 4 lives and the future of the Yi family. It definitely wouldn't be safe. If they didn't run, it would probably be very dangerous. At this moment, Yishi and Yi17 were extremely anxious, like ants on a frying pan. Shirsen, observe the valley on the right carefully. At this moment, Yi Qinghan, who had been watching coldly from the side, spoke up. His voice was very soft but very firm. This caused the disorderly Yishi and Yi17 to shiver and turn to look hopefully at Yi Qinghan, wanting to hear if he had any ideas. Yi Qingwu, who had been pretending to be calm, also looked at Yi Qinghan in surprise and excitement. She then looked towards the right side of the valley with some doubt, but didn't see anything special. Do you think there will be 2 dragons in this psychedelic forest? Yi Qinghan's words didn't give any ideas, and the contents of his words were somewhat nonsensical. However, the frowning Yishi-san's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he looked towards the valley on the right with excitement. Dragons were upper-tier 8th rank magical beasts, and were even more powerful than the Silver Moon Wolf. Currently, the most powerful fighters in the Elite Academy tournament were at the peak of the 3rd level of the Marquis realm. For example, Longtime, the snake race woman beside Yao Kaka, and the 2 super stone masters beside the golden-armored bald man Gon. However, it was obvious that these powerful beings weren't a match for the upper-tier 8th rank Silver Moon Wolf, let alone a dragon. Therefore, there couldn't be too many of such powerful magical beasts in the Elite Prefecture tournament. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a 3-race battle, but a 3-race battle beast horde. Therefore, Yi Qinghan's meaning was very clear. The mighty dragon on the left side of the valley could only be the black dragon in the Black Dragon Valley. The valley they were in matched the geographical features of the Black Dragon Valley. Of course, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that Yi and the others had once stayed in this Black Dragon Valley and had been trapped here for a month. In other words, there was a safe place in this valley. And this place was on the right side of the valley, on their right. Yishi naturally understood what Yi Qinghan meant and what Yi Qinghan was referring to. In his heart, he secretly admired this future hope of the family. His brain was indeed more agile than his own. At the same time, he also began to carefully investigate the right side of the valley. 13. What's the situation? Night 17's brain was obviously not working as well. He looked at Night 13th, whose eyes were shining in bewilderment. Then, he looked at the plain weeds and trees on the right side of the valley. Although he didn't know what Yi Qinghan and Yi Shisan knew, he could feel Yi Shisan's excitement, so he couldn't wait to ask. Yi Shisan didn't answer him. His eyes were shining as if he was admiring the naked body of a beautiful woman. He carefully scanned the valley on the right side. He didn't miss a single place, nor did he miss any suspicious places. Finally, after scanning the area 3 times, he discovered a very subtle difference. It was a boulder under an ancient tree. The boulder was surrounded by ancient vines and weeds, but there was a small trace of human activity on the side. Found it! Yi Shisan excitedly clenched his fists, then turned around, pointed at the boulder, and said to Yi 17, "17, do you see that boulder? There's a cave behind the boulder. It's absolutely safe there. Later, take young Master Han and Miss Wu and run there quickly. I'll stay behind just in case. Remember not to use your battle aura, and try to be as light as possible." "Okay." Yi 17 looked at the boulder curiously, and his eyes began to light up. He had heard Yi Shisan's words for many years. Since he said there was a cave behind the boulder, there must be, and it was definitely safe there. Therefore, he didn't say much and nodded at Yi Shisan. He held Yi Qinghan with one hand and Yi Qingwu with the other. Like an ape, he began to run through the weeds. His footsteps were very relaxed, and he didn't make the slightest sound. At his level, carrying 2 people, which weighed nearly 100 kilograms, was obviously very easy, even if he didn't use any battle aura. Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingwu were carried like 2 objects. Although they were a little shy, they didn't have any objections. If they used their battle aura, they might be able to do it as easily as Yi 17. However, if they didn't use their battle aura, there would inevitably be some accidents. Therefore, being carried by Yi 17 was the best solution. Yi 13 followed behind, but his mind was completely focused on the left side of the valley. He was worried that the giant on the left side of the valley would suddenly descend and give them a random dragon breath, completely killing them here. The dragon's roar continued in the valley. It was a short journey, but the 4 of them were so scared that their backs were all wet. Only when they finally reached the bottom of the boulder and found a 2-meter-high and 1-meter-wide hole on the side did they finally breathe a sigh of relief. The 4 of them filed in and walked into the dry hole. The hole was very deep, and it twisted and extended all the way inside. Pa! Yi 13 opened the fire in his backpack and lit up the way. The 4 of them followed the winding path inside the cave all the way inside. Although they didn't know what was going on at the other end of the path, at least they were now out of danger. Therefore, the 4 of them didn't feel as heavy as before, and their expressions also calmed down a little. After walking on the winding path for more than 10 minutes, the 4 of them suddenly found that the path ahead was gradually widening, and there was a faint light coming from it. The 4 of them were shocked and quickened their pace toward the faint light. After a while, they reached their destination. The first thing they saw was a natural cave the size of a square. Half of it was a stone wall, and the other half was a small pool. There were a few small holes on the top of the cave, through which the dazzling sunlight sprinkled mottled light into the cave. Now that they were out of danger, the 4 of them felt like they were about to collapse. They sat down on the ground in exhaustion. Even Yi Qingwu couldn't care less about her ladle-like image and sat down on the stone slab. Looking at the obvious traces of people living in the cave, Yi 13 sighed. At this time, he thought of Yi and the others who had died tragically. His expression was a little sad and painful. He said with some pain, "This is probably where Big Brother and the others lived for a month. I'm the one who implicated everyone. I'm useless." Chapter 108. Seeing Yi Shisan and Yi 17's desolate expressions, Yi Qinghan was in a bad mood. He lowered his head and his eyes glazed over, as if he had lost his soul. He thought about where the elites of the 4 clans had been teleported to and whether they would be in danger. He thought about how Yi and the others had rushed to the barbarian race team to save them. He thought about the earth-shattering self-explosion. He thought about whether the 4 of them could walk out of the Black Dragon cave alive. He thought about the less than 4,000 points. He thought about his sister who was in a deep sleep in the back mountain. He fell into a very complicated situation. Maybe he was disappointed, maybe he was helpless, maybe he was in pain, maybe there were more. A few months ago, he had walked out of Tsang City with great ambitions and a mighty team. He had thought that he could rely on his unique sacred beast and divine weapon with super healing ability to kill everyone in the prefecture battle. He had successfully obtained a large number of spiritual pills with a large number of points, returned home in glory, and saved his sister. However, before he had entered the prefecture battle island, he had heard of very cruel news on the way. The strength that he had always been proud of was actually at the bottom of the prefecture battle. Then, when he learned that Yi Tianlong had arranged 2 secret teams, he was a little relieved. On the Nether Island, Yu Qingsheng had united the 4 clans and formed a super elite team, which gave him hope again. And in the next few months, the super elite team had also successfully wiped out the monster race and barbarian race. No team was a match for them. During that time, he had been very excited and happy. He had imagined that if this continued, he would successfully obtain 10,000 points. However, the strange turn of events today had caused him to lose all hope. Not to mention whether the elites of the 4 clans could escape this time, he himself was not sure that he could escape from the Black Dragon Cave. Yi and the others were lucky enough to escape when a team accidentally broke in and took advantage of the chaos. Would they have the chance to escape? It just so happened that a small team had foolishly barged into this place. Let them take advantage of the chaos to escape? Taking a step back, even if they managed to escape, how could he face the other 3 families? Taking a step back, even if they reunited once again? How could they dare to hunt the outsiders again like they did before? If they were to encounter the same situation again, what should they do? Therefore, no matter how he thought about it, it seemed that regardless of whether he could escape or not, the chances of getting those 10,000 points were very slim. Little Han, don't be discouraged and don't be sad. There will always be a way. It was obviously the first time that Yi Qingwu had encountered this kind of situation. She wanted to comfort Yi Qinghan, but didn't know how. She could only sigh, bite her lip, and say, "Little Han, don't be discouraged. Young Master Han, we're not blaming you. Don't think too much about it. There will always be a way." Seeing this, Yi Shisan sighed again and put away the sorrow and pain on his face. The dead were already dead, and the living had to live on, right? Why can't you blame me? If not for Yi and the others, how could they have come back to participate in the mansion battle? How could they have died? Solution? What else can we do? Yi Qinghan became more and more depressed as he spoke. At this moment, he was deep in self-blame and helplessness, and he spoke in a low voice mockingly. Seeing Yi Qinghan act like this, Yi Shisan and Yi Qingwu wanted to say something, but they couldn't say anything. Instead, Yi Shisan raised his eyebrows, bulged his eyes, and scolded, "Young Master Han, it's not that I'm always lecturing you, but if you're a man, don't act like a woman. Big Brother and the others are just like us. They were orphans when they were young and were raised by the Yi family. They were taught a lot of skills, and now they've returned the favor to the Yi family. I don't think they feel touched. Big Brother said that if you don't come out, you'll have to pay for it sooner or later. If you feel that their deaths were not worth it, then you have to pull yourself together, cultivate hard, and take revenge for them. That's what a man should do. If you're so depressed, Big Brother and the others will have died in vain. Do you still want to save your sister?" Save? Can she still be saved? After being scolded by Yi Shisan, Yi Qinghan barely managed to raise his spirits. He raised his head and looked at Yi Shisan in a daze. Whether or not she can be saved is one thing, but if you continue like this, you'll definitely be finished. Your sister will also be finished with you. As for the methods, there are many. For example, 13 and I can break through to the Emperor realm, or you can break through to the Martial realm. With your heaven-defying fusion technique, you can instantly kill any marquis. As long as we have a chance to escape from the Black Dragon Cave, we can still obtain 10,000 points. So as long as we work hard, anything is possible. Yi Shisan's words were clearly vague and half-hearted. It could even be said that he was spouting nonsense. However, when Yi Qinghan heard these words, a glimmer of hope ignited in his heart. His dim eyes slowly lit up, and a glimmer of light appeared in them. Long Sinan was in a very bad mood. She was like the scorching sun on a hot summer day, causing people to subconsciously feel a trace of displeasure. A few days ago, she had received news that something big had happened on the disarray battlefield. It was something that made her break out in a cold sweat. The demon race and barbarian race had actually joined forces to besiege the 4 family squads. When he finally received the news and quickly led his team to rescue them, he found out that the 4 clans had successfully escaped from the teleportation array of the Silver Moon Two-Headed Wolf. Moreover, the demon race and barbarian race had also been heavily injured by the Silver Moon Two-Headed Wolf. However, she was still in a very bad mood. How could the demon race and barbarian race join forces? How could they join forces? How could they join forces? This was a very serious problem, very difficult to solve, and very illogical. It was just that this very illogical thing actually happened, and it happened as if it was a matter of course, righteous, and aboveboard. This was a question worth thinking about. According to the information reported by the 4 family squad's elites who had been teleported to the House of Ares' stronghold on the disarray battlefield, it seemed that yesterday's encirclement and pursuit were a little inexplicable. It was as if the demon race and barbarian race had placed an invisible spy beside them, and their whereabouts were like the back of their hand. This was simply an inconceivable thing. Such a situation had never happened in the history of the Mansion Wars, and it was a problem that could not be solved. Today, Long Sinan received an even more inexplicable piece of information. A few days ago, Yao Kaka and Mangon had retreated from the Silver Moon Canyon. Today, they actually began to gather their subordinates and rush towards the same place in a majestic manner. Although the 2 parties were taking different routes, their final destination could be deduced. Their final destination was actually the same place, and that place was very famous and very terrifying. That place was the lair of an upper 8th tier magical beast, the Black Dragon Valley. Both of them brought at least 1,000 people, and they rushed towards the Black Dragon Valley in a majestic manner. When Long Sinan received this piece of information, her first reaction was that they were going to slay a dragon. There was a treasure in the Black Dragon Valley? However, she immediately rejected this crazy idea. Chapter 109. There would definitely be valuable treasures. The risk and treasures of the previous Mansion Wars were proportional. Needless to say, the huge black dragon was a priceless treasure. But, could they take this treasure? Even if all the elites of the entire Nether Island went, the result would be the same, not to mention their 2,000 people. An upper-tier 8th-rank black dragon was comparable to a human warrior at the peak of the Emperor realm. The difference in this realm could not be made up for with numbers. If Yao Kaka and Mangon wanted to slay the dragon, they would probably be slain by the dragon. But there was always something wrong. Long Sinan did not dare to be careless. She sent out scouts to closely monitor the whereabouts of Mangon and Yao Kaka. She also sent out countless teams to the 10 gathering points that Yi Qinghan and the others had agreed on. They were to receive the elites of the 4 clans who had teleported to the illusory forest. In the past prefectural battles, the teams would usually fight separately. Very few teams would join forces to fight together. This was a habit, not a rule. For generations, the higher-ups of the battle god dwellings of the demon race and the barbarian race had treated the battle god dwellings as a form of training. They wouldn't really target the opponents who were at the same level as them. They were all big shots, so they should have the demeanor of big shots. They did not care about their subordinates fighting for points and treasures. They did not want to participate too much. After all, their lives were very precious and they did not lack anything. They did not need to risk their lives and fight for points and treasures. But this time, Mangon and Yao Kaka broke the rules first. Long Sinan would not be polite. She used her strength at the peak of the Marquis realm and her identity as the only daughter of the dragon to gather all the teams of the House of Ares in the chaotic battlefield. This was so that they could respond to sudden situations and be ready to fight at any time. Yao Kaka and Mangon would not be stupid enough to slay the dragon. Yesterday, they had been busy for a whole day. In the end, they did not succeed. Instead, they were tricked by the 4 clans. Not only did they lose soldiers, but they were also in a difficult situation. At that time, They were so angry that they were about to go berserk. Looking at the red dot in the crystal ball, they wanted to chase after him and continue their journey of hunting him down. They wanted to take revenge and take the sacred tool as well as Tu Qinjuan's favor. However, the team had suffered heavy casualties and morale was low. They had no choice but to return to their temporary base camp to rest and reorganize. On a night a few days later, they once again welcomed a guest. It was a messenger from the Divine City. The messenger of the Divine City brought them two pieces of news. One was very bad, and the other was very good. Yi Qinghan and the others were teleported to the Black Dragon Valley. Moreover, they seemed to be very safe and comfortable in the Black Dragon Valley. The Black Dragon in the Black Dragon Valley seemed a little abnormal. It seemed to be giving birth. After Yao Kaka and Mangon had witnessed the ferocity of the Silver Moon double-headed wolf, they were naturally even more afraid of the Black Dragon, which was even more ferocious. Moreover, over a month ago, Yao Kaka had gone to the Black Dragon Valley to hunt Yi and the others. He had personally witnessed the terror of the Black Dragon. It was an existence that could not be defeated. Now that Yi Qinghan was hiding in the Black Dragon Valley, they naturally did not have the guts nor the strength to kill him in exchange for a sacred tool and a favor. However, if the Black Dragon was really giving birth, then they definitely had the guts and the strength to twist the whiskers and kill Yi Qinghan who was hiding inside. Moreover, that young master from the Divine City seemed to really hate Yi Qinghan to the bone. In order to encourage Yao Kaka and Mangon to go to the Dragon's Cave to kill Yi Qinghan, he actually raised the stakes and increased the number of sacred tools to 3. Therefore, Yao Kaka and Mangon did not think too much about it. The next day, they gathered their men and surged towards the Black Dragon Cave. The two of them thought hard for a night and finally made a decision. This matter could be done, and it had to be done. Since it had already been done, they had to finish it. Therefore, they decided to bring some people to take a look. If things were not as the Divine City's emissary said, they would retreat. The Black Dragon Valley was located in the middle of the chaotic battlefield. After a few days and nights of rushing, Yao Kaka and Mangon's army finally arrived outside the Black Dragon Valley. Hearing the occasional dragon roar from within the valley, the two of them did not feel the slightest bit afraid. Instead, they revealed expressions of ecstasy. The Divine City's emissary's information was correct. This dragon was indeed giving birth. After the two races sent out a few scouts to investigate, they once again confirmed this information. The scouts entered the valley. Although they did not dare to approach, they discovered that the giant dragon was lying in the first huge cave on the left side of the valley, howling nonstop. From afar, the giant dragon seemed to be in great pain as its body was constantly trembling and twisting. The giant dragon that was giving birth was extremely weak and did not even have 50% of its strength. With the army in their hands, they were completely unable to slay this dragon. Thinking about the sacred weapon that was within their reach and the giant dragon that was covered in treasures from head to toe, the two of them were in an extremely good mood. Therefore, they hurriedly ordered to set up camp and cook. They rested for a night and prepared for the official start of the dragon-slaying journey the next day. The temporary base camp of the House of Ares. In a cave that was not very wide, it was filled with dozens of people. Outside the cave, there were even more people who were ready to set up camp. I just received news that Yao Kaka and Mangon each brought over 1,000 people and are setting up camp outside the Black Dragon Valley. There is an unusual dragon roar coming from within the Black Dragon Valley. Furthermore, it seems that this black dragon has been roaring for a day and a night. In the middle of the cave, a heroic-looking woman spoke slowly when she saw that everyone had gathered. The leaders of the teams in the cave fell silent. They all had different expressions as they pondered over the meaning of this statement. Looks like the news is correct. Mangon and Yao Kaka have really joined forces. This is simply impossible. How can the monster race and barbarian race join forces? A team leader was the first to speak. He frowned and his expression was very complicated. A few days ago, Long Sinan began to gather them and told them about what had happened to the teams of the 4 clans. For a moment, they could not believe it. It could even be said that they could not believe it at all. If an unknown person had told them that the monster race and barbarian race had joined forces, they would definitely have sent him flying with a kick and treated it as a fart. However, the source of the news was Long Xinan, the only daughter of House Master Long and the strongest person in this prefecture battle. Therefore, although they still had some doubts, they had already begun to take this matter seriously. Today, Long Xinan gathered them again and once again informed them that Yao Kaka and Mangon had gathered at the Black Dragon Valley. Therefore, they no longer doubted the authenticity of this news. Instead, they began to think about the reason for their alliance. In the past prefecture battles, there had been cases of two prefectures joining forces. More than 300 years ago, there was an incident where the monster race and barbarian race joined forces. However, that was because an extremely powerful person had appeared at the House of Ares, Yi Ruoxue of the Yi family. Back then, Yi Ruoxue had relied on her unique sacred beast and body fusion combat technique to kill in all directions. She had killed so many people that the monster race and barbarian race could not raise their heads. In the end, the monster race and barbarian race were forced to join forces to fight against the House of Ares. Chapter 110. At this moment, Yi Qinghan's mind suddenly heard a voice that he hadn't heard for a long time, causing his chaotic thoughts to jolt. Following which, his face revealed an ecstatic expression as he exclaimed, "Blackie? You've finally finished cultivating?" Long Shuelu, who was sitting to one side, had a worried expression on his face. He said with some doubt, "This matter is very strange. Although the teams of the four clans have killed many members of the monster race and the barbarian race, they shouldn't have caused such a big commotion. Moreover, they joined forces yesterday and almost killed the four family squads. Why did they run to the Black Dragon Valley today? What is their plot?" As soon as Yi Qinghan's words fell, a black stream of air suddenly emerged from his chest. The air slowly condensed and finally took shape, transforming into a jet-black lion-nosed dog with a single horn on its head. Is this dragon crazy? It has been howling for several days and nights. Isn't it tired? Yi 17 leaned against the side wall of the cave and shook his head helplessly. For the past few days, they had been listening to the continuous roars of the dragon. They had not had a good night's sleep. The battle and running a few days ago had already exhausted them mentally and physically, and now they were even more exhausted. It's called Xiaohei, the soul-devouring beast. You are not outsiders, so I summoned it. Previously, because there were too many people and Little Black had just passed its weak period and needed to cultivate for a period of time, I didn't summon it. Just now, Little Black sent me a voice transmission. It said that it knows what happened to the black dragon outside. What is wrong with the black dragon? Should I find a way to go out and take a look? Maybe this is a chance to escape from the Black Dragon Cave? Yi Qinghan silently thought to himself. After staying in this cave for several days and nights, barely surviving on dry rations, he felt like he was about to go crazy. From time to time, images of Yi and the others who had died tragically appeared in his mind. His little sister who was sleeping in the mountain behind the Yi family flashed across his mind. Of course, Yi Qinghan and the others did not know that more than 2,000 barbarians and demon race members had gathered outside the Black Dragon Valley. They also did not know that the Black Dragon was giving birth. They could only stay in the cave and listen to the dragon's roar in fear for several days and nights. Yi Qinghan, your beast is so cute. I can actually transmit my voice to you. That 7th grade snow fox of mine can only understand my words. Furthermore, it was injured last time and has been recuperating. Otherwise, I can summon it to play with Xiaohei. Yi Qingwu smiled, her eyes curved into crescent moons. Long Xinan sighed and said helplessly. Originally, she had an indescribable feeling that something would definitely happen at the Black Dragon Valley. She had held this meeting today to see if she could lead a large group to investigate. However, everyone was of the same opinion at the moment, so she didn't dare to act rashly. She could only give the order to wait and see. Miss Long, quickly send out more scouts to investigate the situation. We can discuss the plan again. That little worm is laying a dragon egg. Xiaohei twitched his nose and said in a childish voice. Yi Qinghan was stunned for a moment, then told everyone what Xiaohei had said. The four of them were immediately stunned. Looking at the three of them looking at him as if he was a fool, Yi Qinghan said helplessly, "Xiaohei, come out. We are all on the same side here." Strange, so strange. Yi Qinghan's sudden voice startled Yi Shisan and the others. Looking at the joyful Yi Qinghan, they looked at each other in confusion and felt that this was strange. Yi Qinghan reached out to pick up Xiaohei and said to the three of them. Since leaving the Yu family, Xiaohei had told Yi Qinghan that he had just entered the growth stage and needed to cultivate for a period of time. He would fall into a deep sleep the rest of the time, unless he was forcefully summoned by the battle beast fusion. Today, he finally woke up on his own. Yi Qinghan was also very surprised. For a time, everyone expressed their views and opinions, but basically, everyone maintained an attitude of waiting to see what would happen. After all, the alliance between the monster race and the barbarian race this time was too strange. Of course, they didn't dare to act rashly. It was just that there had been several alliances in history because one of the prefectures had an extremely powerful figure. What was the reason this time? Well, that's all we can do. Everyone, set up camp here for a period of time. Also, pay close attention to the movements of the monster race and the barbarian race. Let's wait and see. Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingwu rolled their eyes. These words were indeed of a high standard. As one of the strongest existences in the elite prefectures, the Black Dragon had actually roared continuously for several days and nights. It would be strange if there was no problem. However, no one knew what the problem was, nor did they have the guts to investigate what the problem was. I know what the problem is. Hello, boss. Yi Qinghan was suddenly awakened by Xiaohei. His depression from the past few days had lessened a bit and his mood improved slightly. He lovingly caressed Xiaohei's head. Thinking of what Xiaohei had just said, he couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Xiaohei, you just said that you know what the problem is with that dragon?" Powerful. A holy beast is indeed powerful. It can even communicate through the soul. Yi 17 gave a thumbs up, expressing his astonishment and admiration. Xiaohei's first appearance had already shocked the three of them. Yi 13th and Yi 17th's mouths were wide open and his eyes were bulging. Yi Qingwu covered her mouth. They knew that Yi Qinghan's war beast was a holy beast. They also knew what this holy beast looked like. However, they had never imagined that the legendary holy beast would look like this. Didn't they say that it had been in a weakened state for a long time? Why was it still so small? Other than the slightly exposed horn on its head, it was exactly the same as a lion-nosed dog. More than 100 years ago, there was an alliance between the monster race and the human race. The reason was also because the barbarian god of that generation had an extremely high cultivation. The House of Ares and the monster god's palace were suppressed to the point that they couldn't even lift their heads. In the end, the two prefectures were forced to ally against the barbarian god's palace. No matter what the reason is, no matter what their purpose is. What we need to do now is to gather all the forces of the divine battle abode to fight against the demon race and barbarian race. Let's wait and see. Shui Wuheng was sitting in the seat next to Long Sinan. He was still dressed in white and held a folding fan in his hand, looking elegant and graceful. Yi 13th and the other two raised their eyebrows at the same time. They looked at Xiaohei with even more astonishment. How could this holy beast be so magical? It had been staying in Yi Qinghan's war beast space all this time. It even knew that there was a dragon outside. Most importantly, it even knew what was wrong with that dragon? Yes, this is a big matter. We must investigate it thoroughly. Young Master Shui is right. It is impossible for the monster race and barbarian race to truly ally. Moreover, they will definitely suffer heavy losses in this trip to the Black Dragon Valley, regardless of whether they succeed in slaying the dragon or not. Naturally, their alliance collapsed on its own. There must be something wrong with this dragon. And it's a big problem. Yi 13th was also very tired and listlessly said some nonsense. Xiaohei. As soon as Xiaohei came out, he straightened his body and stretched. He blinked his eyes and threw himself into Yi Qinghan's arms. He sent a message to Yi Qinghan happily. Chapter 111. Laying dragon eggs? It's giving birth? Yi 13th and Yi 17th looked at each other and were even more confused. Yi 13th asked, "It doesn't take days and nights to lay dragon eggs, right? If it's really giving birth, then we have a chance to escape." Xiaohei, who would lay a dragon egg for a few days and nights. Yi Qinghan also frowned in confusion as he spoke. Xiaohei jumped out of Yi Qinghan's arms and straightened his body on the stone slab. He stretched his two chubby front paws behind him and slowly circled the stone slab a few times, causing Yi 13th, Yi 17th, and Yi Qingwu to be startled. Xiaohei then transmitted his voice. "Boss, do you remember when we were in the Savage Mountain Range? I told you that us soul-devouring beasts and dragons are natural enemies, and the information about dragons in my inherited memories is very detailed. Therefore, I can conclude that this dragon is definitely laying dragon eggs, and this time, it's giving birth to twin dragon eggs. As for why it's taking so long, it's because this little worm actually gave birth to a dragon crystal when it was giving birth. That's right, it must be a dragon crystal. I can even smell the alluring scent of the pure heaven and earth energy in the dragon crystal. Twin dragon eggs? Dragon crystal? What's that?" Xiaohei said that the dragon gave birth to twin dragon eggs this time, and it gave birth to a dragon crystal. That's why it's taking so long. Yi Qinghan frowned. He didn't understand and turned to Yi 13th in confusion. Dragon crystal. Yi 13th's eyes widened as if he remembered something. He stared at Xiaohei, who was standing upright on the ground, and shouted, "Xiaohei, are you sure there's a dragon crystal? Oh my god. We're rich, we're rich." 13th, what's a dragon crystal? Yi 17th touched his nose and looked at Yi 13th in confusion. He didn't understand why Yi 13th, who had always been mature and steady, would suddenly lose his composure. "Let's go, 17th. Let's go and get the dragon crystal. It's the most precious treasure in the world. This dragon must be extremely weak when it gives birth. If we can get the dragon crystal, our strength will skyrocket. We might even be able to break through to the Emperor realm. At that time, we can do whatever we want on the Nether Island." Seeing Xiaohei nod like a human, Yi Shisan didn't explain much. He pulled Yi 17 along and ran out. "If you want to die, go ahead." Xiaohei's nose twitched as he transmitted his voice again. Yi Qinghan was so frightened that he quickly pulled back Yi Shisan and Yi 17, who were rushing out of the cave. "I can sense that there are two little worms outside. With their strength, it's not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. If there was only one worm, I would have gone out to snatch the dragon crystal. Moreover, even if they managed to get their hands on it, they would need to cultivate in seclusion for at least a year or two in order to break through to the Emperor realm. By that time, the prefecture battle would have already ended." Hearing Yi Qinghan's words, Yi Shisan wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, shrank his body, and hurriedly walked back in embarrassment. However, he still didn't give up and asked, "Xiaohei, are you sure there are two? Is the dragon crystal that hard to refine?" "Hee, if you don't believe me, you can ask him to try." Xiaohei shook his head, turned his head away, and didn't say anything else. "Shisan, what is a dragon crystal? How can it help us break through to the Emperor realm? You should know that breaking through to the Emperor realm requires one to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. If the dragon crystal contains a huge amount of energy that can help us break through to the peak of the Duke realm, then it's reasonable. However, the barrier between the peak of the Duke realm and the Emperor realm is something that many people can't break through in their lifetime." Yi 17 was still confused as he revealed all the doubts in his heart. That's right. Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingwu also looked at Yi Shisan in confusion. They knew that reaching the Emperor realm required one to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. Just cultivating battle chi alone would only allow one to reach the peak of the Duke realm. How could a dragon crystal be so magical? How could it directly break through to the Emperor realm? Yi 13th shook his head with a look of regret. After a moment of silence, he said, "What a pity! What a pity! Entering a treasure mountain and returning empty-handed. What a great pity! Actually, I don't know the specific reason. I only found out about it by chance. You all know that once you reach the peak of the Duke realm and comprehend some laws of heaven and earth, you can break through to the Emperor realm. The peak of the Duke realm is easy to cultivate. No matter how talented you are, as long as you reach the Duke realm, you can reach the peak with hard work. However, comprehending the laws of heaven and earth depends on one's comprehension ability. Some people can achieve enlightenment in one night, while others can't even touch the threshold for their entire lives. However, things aren't absolute. There are many magical things in this world. For example, young Master Han's sister, Yi Qingyu's jade spirit body, and the dragon crystal that Xiao He mentioned when a black dragon gives birth. Of course, there are other treasures that we just don't know about. The jade spirit body and the dragon crystal are two treasures that have a high chance of helping a peak of the Duke realm break through to the Emperor realm because they contain the laws of heaven and earth. For example, the dragon crystal contains a vast amount of energy that can help you advance to the Emperor realm, as well as a trace of the laws of heaven and earth. You only need to slowly refine it and comprehend the laws of heaven and earth contained within it. Then, you can break through to the Emperor realm. This is too magical. Yi Qingwu's eyes were seeing stars as she listened. Her pink little mouth opened and closed seductively. Xiao He's bright eyes spun a few times. Suddenly, he transmitted his voice again. The thing is good, but I can't get it. Haha. If I eat this dragon crystal, I can probably reach maturity more than half the time. Moreover, it might even have other uses. What a pity, what a pity. That's right, boss. Xiao He seemed to suddenly remember something. He blinked and suddenly jumped behind Yi Qinghan. Then, he extended his little claws and fiddled with them. Finally, he grabbed a few almost transparent worms from Yi Qinghan's hair. Then, he transmitted his voice. What are these worms? I helped you get rid of a few in the barbaric mountain range. Why are there more worms now? Worms? Why do I have worms on me? Yi Qinghan looked at the transparent worms on the ground, which were the size of rice grains. He was a little confused. Although it was normal to take a bath every 10 days to half a month on Hades Island, there shouldn't be worms growing on him. Moreover, they were such strange worms. Yi Qinghan, you are so dirty. You have worms on you. Yi Qingwu said with a horrified and disgusted expression. Bang! Yi Shisan stared at the worms on the ground with hatred on his face. Suddenly, he stretched out his palm and slammed it against the wall. The cave shook and mud flew everywhere. Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingwu were shocked and even more confused. I understand now. Damn it. Shui Wuhan, that little bastard, how dare you attack me from behind? Get out of here. I will kill that kid first. Yi Shisan's eyes also showed deep hatred. His face was a little ferocious. It seemed that he had a deep hatred for the worms on the ground. Shui Wuhan? Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingwu looked at each other and were shocked. Worms, the Shui family's worms. They were specially used for tracking. Chapter 112. F***CK, we should have killed him at the Yu family. Yi Qinghan's face turned cold as he said coldly. After thinking for a short while, he had understood many things. The mystery that had been bothering them for the past few days had been solved by Xiao He with the help of these bugs. No wonder the monster clan and the barbarian tribe could plan ahead and surround them. No wonder the monster clan and the barbarian tribe knew their whereabouts like the back of their hand. All of this was because Shui Wuhan had planted the invisible bug on him. When they were being chased a few days ago, they had suspected that the monster clan and the barbarian tribe had mastered some kind of heaven-defying technique that could track their whereabouts. Who would have thought that the Shui family's young clan leader, who was also at the House of Ares, would dare to join forces with the monster clan and the barbarian tribe to kill them? No! Yi Shisan thought for a moment and suddenly said, Shui Wuhan is not that influential to persuade Yao Kaka and brute force. Moreover, he has no direct hatred with Feng Zihua, Hua Zhenhua, and Yu Qingcheng. Besides, the monster clan and the barbarian tribe killing us, Hua Zhenhua, and the others would only incur the collective anger of the four families. There are too many suspicious points in this matter. Shui Wuhan cannot be killed. I'm afraid there is a conspiracy this time. 17 Qinghan, bear with it for now. Anyway, we have the evidence in our hands and can destroy Shui Wuhan at any time. I think this matter is not that simple. After the house battle, let the clan leader and the others investigate and deal with it. If the Shui family is also involved in this matter, I'm afraid the 5 families will become the 4 families. Papa. Yi Qinghan nodded. His face was already gloomy. He did not speak, but the joints between his fingers made cracking sounds. Yi Shisan chuckled and the corner of his mouth twitched. Let this kid live for a few more days. Shuewuhan, you are dead. Outside the Black Dragon Valley, Yao Kaka looked at the familiar valley in front of him and listened to the dragon roars in his ears. He felt a little complicated. More than a month ago, he had led his men to kill a small team from the House of Ares and had come here as well. At that time, he didn't think too much and rushed straight into the valley, wanting to slaughter the entire human team that had stolen his treasure. However, as soon as he entered the valley, he didn't see a single trace of the human team. Instead, he was greeted by a furious black dragon. Fortunately, they didn't venture too deep last time and brought only loyal subordinates with them. Under the protection of their subordinates, they were lucky enough to escape. Although the small team from the House of Ares had gone crazy for some reason a few days ago, they had actually helped the small teams from the 4 families to resist them. They had all been slaughtered, and he had vented his anger. However, he still had a lingering fear towards the Black Dragon Valley. Once again, he came to this place to hunt down a kid from the House of Ares called Yi Qinghan. He felt a lot of emotions and was about to express his emotions, which meant that he, Monster Kaka, was back. However, Mangon had already begun to gather his men, preparing to enter the valley. He could only retract his thoughts and wave to the subordinates beside him, indicating that they were ready to enter the valley and begin slaying the dragon. The red dot in the transparent crystal ball indicated that Yi Qinghan was in the valley. However, they didn't know exactly where he was hiding in the valley. Therefore, they needed to kill that dragon, then slowly turn the valley upside down. Finally, they would find that despicable kid and slowly tear him apart. 2 teams of more than 2,000 people swarmed into the valley. The valley was still as beautiful as ever, and the dragon's roar was still deafening. Yao Kaka was a little agitated, his golden hair swinging back and forth. He waved his hand again, indicating for the demons to speed up. The valley wasn't big, but there were lakes, trees, and mountains. The scenery was still as beautiful as before. Both Yao Kaka and Mangon stood at the entrance of the valley. They didn't go deep into the valley. Instead, they each sent half of their men to be the vanguard, while they brought the rest of their men to observe from the back. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse, not to mention a dragon that was just giving birth. Before they understood the situation, they naturally wouldn't risk their lives rashly. Although the scouts they sent out yesterday reported that the black dragon was extremely unusual, to be safe, they didn't foolishly rush into the dragon's cave. The demons and barbarians followed the lake in the valley and walked towards the left side of the valley. After they passed through the dense forest, under the guidance of the scouts, they headed toward the cave where the dragon was entrenched. Yao Kaka and Mangon were a little excited as they walked around. Their eyes glowed as they stared at the forest on the left. They pricked up their ears, listening carefully for any movement in the distance. Roar! Another dragon roar sounded. Yao Kaka and Mangon were both delighted. They could hear the anger and weakness in this dragon roar. Immediately after, the roars of the demons and barbarians could be heard, as well as the sounds of battle. Yao Kaka and Mangon looked at each other and waved their hands. They were about to order the entire army to charge forward and slay this dragon together. Roar! However, before they could wave their hands, an even louder and more furious dragon roar sounded from the left side of the valley. And most importantly, this dragon roar was actually different from the previous one. Yao Kaka and Mangon hurriedly signaled for their subordinates to stop moving forward. They all looked at the forest in front of them in confusion, not understanding what was happening. In the next moment, their confused gazes instantly turned to fear. Their originally slightly flushed faces suddenly turned deathly pale. They saw a completely black dragon that was more than 10 meters long suddenly rise into the sky. Its black scales reflected the sunlight and emitted a cold light. Its pair of cold eyes were filled with anger. Roar! This black dragon roared once again. It opened its huge mouth and a black dragon's breath shot downwards. Its thick and long tail swung violently in the air and then smashed down heavily on the ground. The dragon's tail collided with the ground. A loud sound like thunder from a clear sky resounded and the entire valley shook. Then, countless demons and barbarians began to rush out of the forest, their faces filled with fear and despair. Damn it! Yao Kaka and Mangon, as well as the barbarians and demons beside them, were collectively stunned when they saw the dragon rise into the sky. Looking at the incomparably powerful black dragon in the sky and feeling its violent and ferocious aura, they all held their breaths. When the fiery dragon's breath was spat out, they were finally awakened by the fiery aura. Their first thought was that the information they received was wrong. This black dragon's aura was unparalleled and ferocious. How did it look like it had given birth? When they thought of the two clearly different dragon roars just now, they felt like crying. Why were there two black dragons in the Black Dragon Valley? What did their scouts do yesterday? How did those bastards in the Divine City gather information? Chapter 113. There was no time to consider whether the Divine City's information was wrong or whether this was a conspiracy by the Divine City. There was also no time to pay respects to Tu Qinjuan's ancestors. At this moment, they wished that they had 4 legs. They were afraid that they would not run fast enough and become a pile of bones under the dragon's breath or a pile of rotten meat under the dragon's tail. His wife was giving birth, and this group of puny demons and barbarians dared to disturb him. They even woke him up from his deep sleep. The black dragon was obviously furious. Its huge dragon's breath turned the entire Black Dragon Valley into a purgatory. Its huge dragon tail almost razed the entire Black Dragon Valley to the ground. The vanguard of the demon race and the barbarian race obviously didn't have anyone who dared to fight against the furious black dragon. They could only scatter in all directions and hide under the huge dragon's breath and tail. However, the valley was only so big. After being swept by the black dragon, there was basically no place to hide. All the demons and barbarians had become red stars on the target. They were so dazzling and eye-catching. Plop, plop. The lake in the middle of the valley became the last refuge. Countless demons and barbarians jumped into the lake and dove into the water to avoid the hot dragon's breath. Bang! The black dragon did not care. It smashed the barbarians and demons that were running towards the entrance of the valley to death. When it was sure that no demons or barbarians dared to run towards the entrance, it turned around and flew towards the lake. Plop, plop. The remaining barbarians and demons had no way to escape. They could only look at the small lake in the middle and jump into the water. Pooh, pooh. The black dragon let out a long howl. A cruel look flashed across its cold eyes. Following that, it spat out one dragon's breath after another towards the lake as if it was free. In an instant, the entire lake started boiling. The demons and barbarians hiding under the lake could only hang on bitterly. After all, they would die if they stuck their heads out. It was obvious that the black dragon was extremely furious. It did not hesitate to expend its own energy to kill all these foreign races that dared to offend its wife. The dragon's breath continued to spit out, raising the temperature of the lake. Finally, all the demons and barbarians in the lake were cooked alive. Moreover, half of the water in the lake had evaporated. Looking at the corpses floating up to the surface of the lake, the black dragon shook its head in satisfaction and roared towards the cave on the left of the valley. Then, it turned around and flew out of the Black Dragon Valley. There were still many demon clan and barbarian clan fleeing outside. The black dragon decided to leave a deep impression on them. It wanted to let all the creatures on the Dark World Island know that if they angered the great black dragon, they would die without a complete corpse. Dragon whiskers were not something that any creature could touch. After the black dragon flew away, a few human heads emerged from the purgatory-like Black Dragon Valley, as well as a small beast whose entire body was pitch black. Looking at the Black Dragon Valley filled with corpses, the 4 humans and 1 beast were completely shocked. When Yao Kaka and Mangon entered the valley and angered the black dragon, they had already noticed that something was wrong. They immediately went to the entrance of the cave and began to observe the situation. When they discovered that there were countless demons and barbarians being chased around the Black Dragon Valley, the first thing they thought of was to seal the cave immediately. Otherwise, if this cave was discovered by the demons and barbarians, they would be in big trouble. Taking advantage of the chaos, the four of them used their swords and sabers to smash the entrance of the cave, making it look like a cave-in. They quickly used stones and mud to block the entrance of the cave. Then, they let Xiaohei begin to sense the situation outside. Fortunately, the demons and barbarians were being chased around by the black dragon and did not notice the cave. They only came out of the cave when the black dragon flew out of the valley. Let's go, let's go. This is a rare opportunity. When the black dragon returns, or when the black dragon in the valley finishes giving birth and recovers, we will definitely die. Yi 17 shook his head and did not look at the tragic situation in the valley. He waved his hand as if telling everyone to escape from the valley. If we don't go, I'm going to vomit. Yi Qingwu said with a frown as she covered her mouth with her lily-white hand. Ugh. Yi 13th turned to look at the left side of the valley and suppressed the throbbing in his heart. He gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, Go! Out of the valley! The male black dragon had already left the valley to hunt down the demons and barbarians. This was a good opportunity to collect the dragon crystal and points from the corpses on the ground. But who knew how far the black dragon had gone? If they went to collect the dragon crystal, they would definitely be discovered by the female black dragon. If he summoned the male black dragon and the male black dragon was not far away, then they would have nowhere to escape to. Therefore, for safety's sake, Yi 13th suppressed the strong desire in his heart and turned to lead them out of the valley. After all, this was the best opportunity to escape. If they missed this opportunity, they did not know when they would get another one. Ha! Boss, you guys go first. I'll catch up with you later. However, when Yi Qinghan and the others were about to leave, Xiaohei, who was next to them, suddenly transmitted his voice to them. Seeing the trace of greed in Xiaohei's eyes, Yi Qinghan was shocked. He immediately understood what Xiaohei wanted to do. He shook his head and said, No, Xiaohei. It's too dangerous. I don't agree. Yeah, it's too dangerous. If that black dragon is nearby, it'll be too dangerous. Yi 13th also looked at Xiaohei in surprise and understood what Xiaohei wanted to do. Although this black small beast was a legendary sacred beast, it was very easy for a sacred beast to die prematurely when it was still young. As the first sacred beast of the Yi family in hundreds of years, it would be a great loss if it died prematurely. Yi 13th was also afraid that Xiaohei would bring back the black dragon before they could go far. If that happened, they would also be in danger. Therefore, he decisively rejected Xiaohei's proposal. Xiaohei looked at everyone's worried expressions and pursed his lips as his body glowed. Then, his body, which was originally the size of a human head, suddenly grew and finally became the size of a fierce horse. Only then did this magical performance stop. Boss, I forgot to tell you. During the time I was asleep, my strength has improved further. The most obvious improvement is my speed. Now, my speed is comparable to the first-level Emperor realm of you human warriors. Even if that black dragon comes back, I have a way to escape. Watch carefully. Xiaohei raised his head proudly and glanced at Yi 13th and Yi 17th with disdain. Then, he turned his head and said to Yi Qinghan. After saying that, he retreated slightly and his whole body shook. Then, he turned into a sharp sword and shot into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he was already hundreds of meters away. Chapter 114. Swish! With the sound of breaking through the air, Xiaohei turned around once again. His black body slowly grew larger in the eyes of the crowd. In an instant he shot back in front of the crowd from afar. His body trembled once more in midair and suddenly stopped. The four of them looked at each other. This speed was indeed frightening. The most frightening thing was the time it took for Xiaohei to accelerate and decelerate. He did not need any buffer time. With just a tremble of his body, he could suddenly accelerate and decelerate. No one would believe this. It was too incredible. Now you believe me. With my speed, as long as I am in the forest, the black dragon will not be able to see me. You guys leave quickly. I would not do such a stupid thing if I was not confident. Xiaohei stared at Yi Qinghan with a fiery gaze, indicating for Yi Qinghan to believe him. As for Yi 13th and Yi 17th, as a sacred beast, he could not be bothered with them. Let's go. Yi Qinghan was silent for a moment. He gave Xiaohei a careful look and said decisively. Then he turned and flew out of the valley. Be careful, Xiaohei. Let's go. Seeing that Yi Qinghan had left, Yi 13th did not say anything else. He turned and said to Yi 17th and Yi Qingwu. Without the male black dragon, the female black dragon's strength had been greatly reduced. They did not have any scruples. They released their battle chi and turned into shadows as they floated out of the valley. Yao Kaka was in a bad mood. Looking at the black dragon circling in the sky not far away and his subordinates being chased by the black dragon, he could not cheer up. Tu Qinjun, that bastard. He has made me suffer. This time, his father had sent him 8 demon sovereigns. Now, only a demon sovereign of the Fox clan and a demon sovereign of the Tiger clan were left. Last time, when he chased after Yi and the others, 2 were killed by the black dragon. Then, in the Silver Moon Canyon, 2 were killed by the Silver Moon Two-Headed Wolf. Now, there were still 2 more in the Black Dragon Valley. He did not know if they were alive or dead. This time, he had brought more than 1,000 people with him, including more than 10 demon sovereigns. However, even if all the other demon sovereigns died, he wouldn't feel any heartache. The 2 demon emperors who stayed behind in the Black Dragon Valley were his direct subordinates that his father had given to him. They were loyal to him and would be the foundation for him to become a saint of the demon race in the future. But now, 6 of them had died in a small prefecture battle. Not to mention his own heartache, even if he returned to the demon race, he would not know how to face his father's anger. There's a conspiracy, there's definitely a conspiracy. Yao Kaka screamed in his heart as he frantically ran for his life. Now that he thought about it carefully, he felt that it was a conspiracy between the Divine City and the House of Ares. Otherwise, how could the 4 clans' teams be so lucky every time? Last time, a small team happened to pass by, and they even risked their lives to rescue them. And in the end, it just so happened that they were lured to the Silver Moon Canyon, making them suffer the wrath of the Silver Moon Two-Headed Wolf. This time, it was even more ridiculous. Was he clearly trying to send them to their deaths? Even the elites of the Netherworld Island would find it difficult to destroy a black dragon at its peak, let alone the 2,000 of them. Run back to the base camp. He decided that he would never leave the base camp again. He didn't want the prefecture battle's sacred weapon anymore. If he lost his life, he would have nothing left. Mangon was also in a bad mood. Of course, anyone would be in a bad mood if they were being chased by a dragon. He was not like Yao Kaka. Every elite of the barbarian tribe was his people. He would be furious if any of them died. But this time, in order to obtain the elusive sacred weapon and to establish good relations with the Divine City, the barbarian tribe had lost so many elites. How could he not be angry? He watched as his people were turned into charcoal by the black dragon's dragon breath and turned into meat paste by the dragon's tail time and time again. He was even more furious. But at this moment, he could do nothing but run. He could not do anything. Hence, he was very sullen and angry, but he had no way to vent his anger. Hence, his mood worsened. This is all caused by that Yi Qinghan of the human race. If I have the chance, I will tear him apart. Mangon waved his hands in front of his chest and continued to run. The plot outside the Black Dragon Valley was very interesting. It was like an angry child standing on a lawn, and there were frightened ants running in all directions. This child was obviously very angry. He kept raising his feet and chasing the ants. He even stepped on them from time to time. Occasionally, some panicked monsters and barbarians tried to escape through the teleportation formations scattered outside the valley. However, when the teleportation formation was activated, there would be a dazzling light. Most importantly, the activation of the teleportation formation required a few seconds. During these few seconds, those who were in the shining teleportation formation became the black dragon's target. With a dragon breath, the teleportation formation was activated. However, it could only send away a pile of bones and charred flesh. After a few experiments, no one dared to use the teleportation formation anymore. They could only run as fast as they could. Yi Qinghan's group of 4 left the valley. Of course, they did not dare to stop or run in a straight line. Instead, they circled around the valley and spent more than 10 minutes going around the back of the valley. Only then did they start running in the opposite direction. After running for more than 10 minutes, they stopped in a forest at the foot of a mountain. The forest was very dense. Moreover, this forest was actually inside a mountain cave. It was impossible to see their tracks from the outside. Most importantly, they found a teleportation formation in the forest. They were prepared to wait for the soul-devouring beast Xiaohei here. Although Yi Qinghan and Xiaohei had a soul connection, he would not be able to sense them if they were too far away. Therefore, after they discovered the terrain here, they decisively stopped here. They quietly waited for Xiaohei's return. Half an hour passed, but there was still no movement in the valley. There was no trace of Xiaohei at all. Everyone began to worry, especially Yi Qinghan. He could not hide the anxiety on his face no matter what. He paced back and forth in the forest, his eyes scanning everywhere outside the forest. That familiar black figure was nowhere to be seen even after a long time. After an hour, there was still no sign of Xiaohei. However, just as everyone's expressions darkened and they were at a loss of what to do, an angry dragon roar resounded in the valley. It was closely followed by an even angrier dragon roar that echoed in the distance. Xiaohei! Yi Qinghan looked at the sky in shock and cried out in worry. It was very obvious that Xiaohei must have done something in the Black Dragon Valley that made that female dragon so angry that she ignored her body's weakness and roared loudly to call for the male black dragon in the distance. Hearing the male black dragon's roar, the four's expressions became even worse. Although the male black dragon's roar sounded very far away, the four of them could hear it. It couldn't be that far. They would probably be able to rush back to the Black Dragon Valley in a few minutes. And if Xiaohei was intercepted by the black dragon along the way, then he would definitely receive the boundless fury of the enraged black dragon. Chapter 115. Xiaohei, hurry, hurry! Yi Qinghan's gloomy face suddenly lit up. Through his soul perception, he discovered that Xiaohei was constantly approaching him. Although it was a little vague, the Black Dragon Valley was not far away. As long as they could reach here before the male black dragon returned, they could use the teleportation array to escape. Gaga, boss, we're rich. A few minutes later, Xiaohei's voice sounded in Yi Qinghan's mind. Before Yi Qinghan could ponder the meaning of this sentence, Xiaohei's black body shot towards them like a cannonball. At the same time, the male black dragon's earth-shattering roar came from the Black Dragon Valley. Let's go! Xiaohei turned into a black shadow and directly threw himself into Yi Qinghan's arms. Yi Shisan immediately shouted. The four of them jumped into the teleportation array at the same time. The teleportation array's dazzling white light instantly surrounded their bodies. The male black dragon's huge body suddenly rose from the Black Dragon Valley. It roared 3 times in a row and turned into a blur as it flew towards Yi Qinghan and the others. At the same time, a super earth dragon breath rushed towards the teleportation array. Too late. Goodbye, big worm. Yi Shisan chuckled and waved at the black dragon in the sky. The four of them turned into a white light and disappeared into the forest. Bang! After Yi Qinghan and the others left, a huge dragon breath descended on the forest. The entire forest was almost flattened by this super earth dragon breath. Only the teleportation array remained, and the faint white light from the teleportation array remained. Xiaohei, are you okay? What is that bracelet in your hand? A badge ring? The four of them were teleported into a canyon. After Yi 13 and Yi 17 teleported over, the first thing they did was to investigate the surroundings. After confirming that there were no enemies within a 1-mile radius, they returned to Xiaohei's side with a peace of mind. Yi Qinghan began to ask Xiaohei about the results of the battle. However, he discovered that Xiaohei had actually used an ancient vine to wrap a string of things on his hand. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that they were all badges and rings. Yi Qingwu was also startled by the densely packed rings on Xiaohei's hand. She opened her mouth wide and stuck out her pink tongue, saying, "They were actually all rings. Xiaohei, you haven't been collecting rings in the Black Dragon Valley for so long, have you? Oh my god. There are actually 5 cyan rings, and there should be dozens of green rings." What did she think this sacred beast was doing after being gone for so long? Boss, I know you need a lot of points. It just so happens that there are rings everywhere in the Black Dragon Valley. It would be a waste not to take them. However, these are all small gains. The biggest harvest has already been swallowed into my stomach. No, the energy is too strong. I have to go back and refine all the energy in the dragon crystal. Kaka, I've struck it rich. I wonder if I can completely enter the mature stage after refining this dragon crystal. Xiaohei proudly shook his little head. After handing all the rings in his hand to Yi Qinghan, his body flashed and turned into a shadow, disappearing into Yi Qinghan's body. So many points? Yi 13 and Yi 17 looked at each other with a happy expression. They had worked hard for several months and only obtained a few thousand points. However, Xiaohei had actually brought back at least 1,000 or 2,000 points. Yi 17 was in a good mood. He chuckled and said happily, "Let's go. We'll collect points as we go." 17, check the map. Where are we now? Yi 17 chuckled. The joy of escaping death, coupled with the safe return of Xiaohei and the large pile of rings, made his mood better. He hurriedly took out the map and compared it with the nearby terrain. Finally, he ran around to check. After carefully looking for a while, he turned back and said, "We have to go quickly." This time we teleported a little far. We actually teleported to the Scarlet Plains. I'm afraid it will take about 10 days to return to the nearest chaotic battlefield. Then let's go. 17, you go ahead and scout. Yi 13 nodded and said. The four of them were in a good mood. The demon race and barbarian race had been ruthlessly destroyed by the Silver Moon Two-Headed Wolf and the Black Dragon. Many people had died. Although they were not sure whether Yao Kaka and Mangon were also sleeping outside the Black Dragon Valley, at least they had repaid some interest for Yi Yi and the others. A young Master Han, wait. Yi Shisan suddenly thought of something and stopped abruptly. What's wrong? Yi Qinghan paused in surprise and looked at Yi 13 in confusion. Yi 17 and Yi Qingwu also stopped and looked at Yi 13 with puzzled eyes. Take out the insects, crush them all, and leave the corpses as evidence. Otherwise, our whereabouts are in the hands of the demon race and barbarian race. I'm afraid they will surround and kill us again. Yes. Yi Qinghan was suddenly enlightened. He quickly took out a bottle from his bosom and poured out the few hidden insects in the bottle. Then, he took out the Azure Dragon Dagger and cut all of them into two before putting them all into the bottle. After packing everything, Yi Qinghan smiled and said to the governor, "Well, we probably won't be tracked anymore. Let's go. It will take about 10 days to reach the chaotic region. Feng Ziyue, Yu Qingqing, and the others are probably waiting anxiously." Yi Qinghan, you are afraid that Yu Qingqing will be waiting anxiously. Yi Qingwu rolled her eyes and said with slight jealousy, It's the same. Yi Qinghan laughed and said in a somewhat embarrassed manner. However, Yu Qingqing's otherworldly beauty and her spirited eyes that seemed to be able to speak appeared in his mind. He couldn't help but become somewhat infatuated. Let's go. Yi 13 patted Yi Qinghan's back and pulled him back to reality. His figure flashed and he strode forward. Yi Qinghan was stunned. His lips curled into a sweet smile and he followed. In the chaotic region of the House of Ares, the temporary base camp. Today, Long Sinan once again gathered all the team leaders in the cave and held a meeting. The latest news is that Yao Kaka and Mangon attacked the Black Dragon Valley this morning. Unexpectedly, there was a problem with the intelligence. The Black Dragon Valley actually has 2 black dragons. Yao Kaka and Mangon suffered heavy losses. They lost at least 4 or 5 demon emperors and barbarian sovereigns. At this moment, they are fleeing in disorder. This information has already been confirmed by many scouts. Just as Long Sinan finished her sentence, all the team leaders in the cave were stunned as if they were struck by lightning. They thought that Yao Kaka and Mangon, as the leaders of the demon race and barbarian race, were not idiots. Since they had chosen to slay the Black Dragon, they should have a certain level of confidence. They didn't expect that they would be ravaged by the Black Dragon just a few days ago. Miss Long, are you sure? Shui Wuhan's expression changed. He knew clearly why Yao Kaka and Mangon wanted to slay the Black Dragon Valley. He also knew that Yao Kaka and Mangon were not only going to slay the Black Dragon Valley, but they were also preparing to kill Yi Qinghan, who was hiding in the Black Dragon Valley. When he heard Long Sainan's news, he thought about the red dot that suddenly disappeared in the crystal ball in the afternoon. He had a bad premonition. Chapter 116. Yes. Long Sainan nodded affirmatively and looked at the crowd again. Ah, that's good. The monster race and barbarian race? Oh, the Black Dragon race should be completely slaughtered. It would be best if barbarian race and Yao Kaka were all killed. After a leader got Long Sainan's confirmation, he let out a long laugh and said very happily, "Good job. This Black Dragon is a good dragon. It's better to kill more of them." The crowd laughed heartily. The gloom they had felt when they heard about the demon race and barbarian tribe a few days ago was swept away. The other leader on the left suddenly stood up and said with sparkling eyes, "The Black Dragon is a good Black Dragon. Why don't we go and kill the drowning dogs now? Kill them all?" This suggestion obviously made the people who had been talking heartily stop. All of them stopped talking and looked at Long Sainan. Long Sainan smiled at the leader who had made this suggestion, then turned to look at the crowd. She waved her hand and said, Actually, the reason why I called everyone here today is because I want to discuss this with everyone. Although we don't know why the demon race and the barbarian race have joined forces, but since this has already become a fact, we will definitely have a great battle with the demon race and the barbarian race. Since we will have to fight sooner or later, this is the best opportunity. We will take advantage of the fact that they have lost their courage after being killed by the Black Dragon, and we will give them the most painful blow. We will kill all of their elites so that we can gain the upper hand in the final battle. Good idea, Miss Long. Let's kill them while they are down and avenge our fallen comrades in the House of Aries. Long Shuelu, who was beside Long Sainan, was the first to respond to Long Sainan's call. His handsome face was filled with anger. This idea seems good, but the demon race and barbarian tribe have the advantage in numbers. We don't have enough information. If we go there rashly, I'm afraid we will fall into their trap and be completely wiped out. Yes, let's think about it carefully. We can't be reckless. Be careful of falling into their trap. I agree with Miss Long's suggestion. My team suffered quite a lot of injuries last time. I'm afraid we will need to rest for a while. Everyone was silent for a moment before they began to express their opinions. Out of the dozens of teams, half of them expressed their opinions. Only a few agreed, while the rest were against. As for the other half, they were just observing. Young Master Shui, what's your opinion? Long Sainan didn't take it to heart as she looked at Shui Wuhan. She knew that most of the squads here belonged to the 5 great clans and Dragon City. Needless to say, all the people in Dragon City would follow her. At this moment, the young masters and young ladies of the other 4 families were not here, so they could only adopt a wait-and-see policy. Now, the most important thing was Shui Wuhan's attitude. Shui Wuhan led 2 squads, and there were 4 or 5 squads that followed his orders. If he had decided to go, then those people who were watching might have followed the main group. At this moment, it was a success. Hee. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Shui Wuhan smiled and stood up. He cupped his fists and waved his folding fan. He said gently, "Miss Long, I'm sorry. There are too many suspicious points in this matter, and the information is unclear. The Shui family will not get involved. After all, I have to be responsible for the lives of more than 1,000 of my men. Of course, I will stay here. If the Monster Clan or the Barbarian Clan comes to challenge us, I will not be stingy with my battle aura. I will fight to the death." Shui Wuhan's words were beautiful, well-organized, and righteous. What a joke! He wanted him to fight Yao Kaka head-on? If they panicked and exposed the fact that he had worked with them to kill the 4 family squads, then the entire House of Aries would not be able to tolerate him. Of course, he had to refuse. He's a coward. Of course he won't go. He's a real man. Follow me. The onlookers nodded. They seemed to think that Shui Wuhan's words made sense. But before they could speak, a loud, rough voice came from outside the cave. Everyone in the cave was shocked. They all looked at the entrance of the cave to see who it was. Who had the guts to scold the young clan leader of the Shui family? Hearing the voice, Long Sinan and Long Shuelio's faces lit up. They quickly stood up. Beside them, Shui Wuhan's face darkened. He looked at the entrance of the cave from the corner of his eyes. Under the hopeful gazes of the crowd, a tall and majestic figure appeared at the entrance of the cave. His muscles were full of explosive power. On his back was a huge black sword that shot straight into the sky. Crazy, you're finally back. I knew it. How could a scourge like you die so easily? You'll be a scourge for at least 1,000 years. The first to speak was Long Shuelu. His handsome face was full of sincerity. Long Shuelu and Feng Zi were close friends. Those who knew Feng Zi began to greet him warmly. Only Shui Wuhan stood at the side with a gloomy face. Before you die, I won't die before you. Greetings, Miss Long. Greetings, everyone. Feng Zi laughed out loud and punched Long Shuelu heavily. He waved to the crowd and turned to Miss Long with his hands cupped together. Well, it's good that you're back. Where are they? Long Sinan nodded with a smile and asked. Hello, Miss Long. Hello, everyone. I, Hua Chao, have returned safely. As soon as Long Sinan finished speaking, a feminine voice came from the entrance again. After a while, Hua Chao's figure appeared at the entrance of the cave. Sister Long, Xianxia is back too. A soft voice like that of an oriole came from the entrance of the cave again. Xianxia, dressed in a green robe, swayed her graceful body. She slowly walked into the cave, bringing with her a fragrant wind. Long Sinan raised her eyebrows and smiled sweetly again. She took a few steps forward and held Xianxia's hand. She said urgently, Yes. It's good that Sister Xianxia is safe. I was so worried. Greetings, Miss Long. Finally, a group of people walked into the cave. It was Hua Xinfeng and Meng Yu. They nodded at Long Sinan and stood at the side with a smile. Where is Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingwu? Long Sinan nodded with a smile. She seemed to have thought of something and turned to ask Yu Qingxing in surprise. That's no news. Long Sinan's question made everyone's face turn gloomy. Although they were teleported to different regions, they finally met up at the previously agreed location. Most of the 4 clans' teams had arrived. However, they didn't receive any news from Yi Qinghan, Yi 17, Yi 13, and Yi Qingwu. After waiting for a day, they had no choice but to go to the temporary stronghold in the disordered region. However, they didn't receive any news from the 4 of them. Chapter 117. They must have teleported to a faraway place. Maybe they'll be back in 2 days. Long Sinan could only comfort herself when she saw their gloomy expressions. Long Shuelu also comforted them. Yes, Yi Qinghan is a womanizer by nature. He might be seducing young ladies somewhere. Don't worry. Screw you. You're the womanizer by nature. You only think about seducing the demon clan's vixen every day. Feng Zi's lips twitched as he forced a smile. He suddenly thought of something and raised his brows. Miss Long, I heard that you're preparing to attack the demon clan and barbarian clan? It seems like our young master Shui doesn't dare to go? Long Sinan saw that the leaders of the 3 clans were all present. She smiled and paused for a moment before saying, Yes, I received news that the demon clan and barbarian clan went to slay the dragon but were utterly defeated by the black dragon. More than half of them died and are now fleeing. I'm going to lead a team to stop them. I want to completely suppress their morale so that the final battle won't be so difficult. As for young Master Shui, I'm sure he has his own plans. I can't force him. Long Sinan briefly explained the situation. When she mentioned Shui Wuhan, although her tone was still calm, the slight contempt in her words could still be heard. How sure are you about the authenticity of this news? Feng Zi did not say much. He frowned and raised the question in his heart. Long Sinan raised her brows and answered crisply, 90%. Good. This time Yao Kaka and Man Gon dared to set us up. If it wasn't for the Yi family's sickle team sacrificing themselves, I'm afraid we'd all be dead. If we don't vent our anger, we won't be able to live comfortably in the future. I represent all the teams in West Wind City to follow Miss Long. If they dare to disobey, I'll tear down their family's doors. Feng Zi thought for a moment and twisted his chest muscles. He glared fiercely at the team leader who was affiliated with his clan and said decisively. Just as Feng Zi finished speaking, Hua Hua's feminine voice suddenly sounded, "I represent all the teams in Luo Hua City to join the allied forces and listen to Miss Long's command. Of course, if anyone disagrees, the Hua clan's stealth training will be changed to their clan's female bathhouse." All teams of the Yu clan listened to Sister Long's command. All teams present, if you disagree, Silver Moon City will no longer welcome you. Yu Qingqing's gentle voice rang out at the end. Her voice was very pleasant to the ears. It was just that. Yu Qingqing's gentle words, which seemed like a fairy, caused everyone to feel as if they had been struck by lightning. A woman's heart was the most vicious. This saying was right. Silver Moon City didn't welcome them anymore? Your Yu clan's saintess has spoken. She has severed everyone's happiness. Who would dare to not go? Even Shui Wuhan, who had been silent with a dark expression, rolled his eyes. Yu Qingqing was indeed worthy of being the most outstanding woman among the hundreds of elite disciples of the Yu clan. Her words put him in a dilemma. The enchanted town was a holy land for men, especially for a rich and powerful young master like him. If he was not allowed to enter the enchanted town again, he would lose his life. However, he was silent for a moment. Thinking about how to face Yao Kaka and how to act recklessly, he made up his mind not to get involved in this mess. Since young Master Feng is going, I will definitely support him. Yes, I have always disliked those demons and barbarians. This time I can finally kill them. I agree. Seconded. Seconded. Due to the strong participation of Yu Qingqing, the leaders of the teams in the cave immediately changed their stance. Among the dozens of teams, other than Shui Wuheng's team, there were still 5 or 6 teams. The rest of the teams all agreed with Long Seinen's decision. The speed of the change was breathtaking. I still insist on my opinion. I will stay at the temporary stronghold. Shui Wuhen saw that Long Seinen's gaze was on him. He clenched his teeth and sighed helplessly. I won't force those who don't want to go. Those who agree, get ready tonight. We will depart early tomorrow morning. I hope that everyone can make a great contribution to the House of Aries. Long Seinen smiled gently and nodded. She waved her hand lightly, signaling everyone to go back and get ready. That night, the House of Aries started to get busy. This was the first time in the past few months that the mansion battle had a group operation. Of course, all the teams attached great importance to it. On that night, the few hundred people from the 4 families who were on standby in the temporary stronghold also rushed over, ready to participate in the operation tomorrow. This meant that all the forces of the 4 families, except for the Shui family, were invested in this operation. The rest of the teams felt more at ease and their confidence soared. The next day, the sky was just beginning to brighten. The temporary stronghold of the House of Aries was even busier. Thousands of elites were equipped with weapons and armors. They were full of ambition and started to gather. They were ready to depart to the center of the chaotic battlefield. Their target was the monster clan and barbarian clan who were fleeing. When the House of Aries opened, more than 10,000 people were teleported to the Nether Island to participate in the battle. In the past few months, more than 2,000 people had died in the battle with the monster clan and barbarian clan. At this moment, other than the 2,000 people who did not participate in the battle under the leadership of Shui Wuhen, the rest of the 4,000 people had all gathered here. In this operation, I need all of you to listen to my command. I can promise you that I will be the first to rush into the battlefield and the last to leave. Of course, Long Cheng will not take any points. All of them will be distributed to you according to the proportion of military merits. Moreover, as long as you have outstanding military merits, I will report it to my superiors. After the mansion battle, you will be rewarded according to your merits. Before the departure, Long Sainan started to make a pre-battle declaration. Although it was only a few words, it successfully stimulated everyone's morale. She was the first to kill and the last to run. Moreover, she did not want anything. Her breadth of mind and boldness were incomparable to that of a man. Such a woman, who was not inferior to a man, made all the men feel ashamed. The Yu family will provide you Lu's top-notch service for a month for the top 10 people who have killed the most people. After Long Sinan finished her words, Yu Qingqing once again offered a huge bargaining chip, which made the morale of the entire army reach its peak. Depart! Long Sinan pointed her sword in one direction. Thousands of people marched majestically towards the center of the chaotic battlefield in the north. When the army moved, all the elites of the Hua family dispersed in all directions. Last night, Long Sinan gave Hua a difficult task. There must be scouts from the Hua family in a radius of 20 miles around the army. Although there was a professional scout in Long Sinan's team, now that the flowers and plants had appeared, the responsibility of investigating was handed over to the Hua family. After all, the Hua family's special skill of concentration was unparalleled in the world when it came to scouting. Chapter 118. The army began to march in silence. Thousands of people covered the sky and covered the earth. Due to the large number of people, the terrain of the disordered region was not suitable for the army to set out. In addition, there were countless teleportation formations scattered all around, causing the army's marching speed to slow down. Their formations also changed repeatedly. The busiest person in the army was Wuxia. Not only did he have to be in charge of the intelligence work within 10 li of the army, but he also had to report the nearby intelligence within a few minutes. He also had to arrange for people to mark the nearby teleportation formations, scout the terrain, arrange the most appropriate marching route, and arrange for experts to scout the escape routes of the demon and barbarian armies. The two dukes of the Hua clan, in the name of training the future Hua clan patriarch, threw all the matters to him. He only wandered around the vicinity leisurely and chatted with the beauties of the Yu clan, causing Wuxia to vomit blood in anger. Long Sinan was also very busy. This was the first time she had organized such a large operation. Although she looked calm and steady on the surface, she was always nervous and worried on the inside. She was the only daughter of the dragon brute. She was number 1 in the weighbridge. She had the title of a woman not inferior to a man. Moreover, she was very confident in herself. However, the old fellows in the clan had always been biased against her. A few years ago, her father had wanted to appoint her as the young patriarch of the Long clan. However, the old fellows in the clan had always used her status as a woman and could not command heroes as an excuse to forcefully suppress it. This time, she had participated in the prefecture battle with the intention of proving to the clan and the old fellows that she had the ability to become the young patriarch. Therefore, she relied on her valiant strength and incomparable rallying power to gather the elites of the prefecture battle together. She had always had a strong premonition that this was a very good opportunity to cripple the demon clan and the barbarian clan. Therefore, she did not want to let go of it. However, this was the first time she was commanding so many people in battle. This was the first time she was responsible for so many lives. She was always nervous and worried. Therefore, she was very busy, constantly receiving countless intelligence reports, constantly thinking, and constantly issuing orders. Yu Qingqing was also very busy. Although the army was commanded by Long Sinan and she did not need to participate in anything. Although all the things along the way were taken care of by the Yu family, she was still very busy. She was busy thinking of a person. Her mind was always thinking of a person, a delicate and handsome youth who always had a faint smile on his face. Her black pearl-like eyes looked into the distance from time to time, as if waiting for Yi Qinghan to return. Yi Qinghan was also very busy. Of course, he was not busy counting points. Although Xiao He had collected a lot of rings, it only took him half an hour to convert all the rings into more than 1,000 points. He was busy refining the countless energies that had inexplicably surged out of his body. On the afternoon of the journey, he suddenly felt waves of very pure energy surging out of his chest. These energies directly poured into his meridians and mixed with his battle chi. At first, he didn't pay much attention to it. After all, it was just a trace of energy, and it wouldn't cause too much of a stir. However, the energy in his chest suddenly surged even more cheerfully, and it became more and more concentrated. At this time, he didn't dare to be careless. He was about to stop and take a closer look. Unexpectedly, he received a sound transmission from Xiao He in the Warbeast space. This energy was the energy inside the dragon crystal, so there was no need to care about it. He just needed to circulate his battle chi with all his strength and let it circulate in his body. The faster the battle chi circulated, the better. Hearing Xiao Hei's sound transmission, Yi Qinghan didn't think too much about it. Xiao Hei was his war beast, a lifelong companion. Of course, he would only treat him well and wouldn't harm him. So he began to circulate his battle chi with all his strength and ran. Yi Qinghan's sudden increase in speed surprised Yi Shisan and Yi Qingwu, but they didn't say anything. They thought that he was eager to return home, so they didn't say anything and sped up to catch up. Yi Shisan was a powerful marquis, so Yi Qinghan's speed was certainly not enough for him. Yi Qingwu was also a martial, so of course she wouldn't show any weakness. So a race between the three of them began, and then the three of them actually caught up with Yi Shisan, who was scouting ahead. The last four-person race had begun. However, after 2 or 3 hours, Yi Qinghan didn't seem to slow down at all. He was still running with all his might. Moreover, he was silently running with his head down. Yi Shisan didn't say much, nor did he express much. This kind of speed was like a game to him. As for Yi Qingwu, she was a little tired. Of course, her body was full of battle chi, so it wouldn't be a problem for her to run for another day. It was just that it was a little indecent and a little boring for a girl to run like this. However, Yi Qinghan didn't pay any attention to her and continued to run with his head lowered. This successfully aroused the competitive spirit in the depths of her heart, and she began to fight against Yi Qinghan in a fit of pique. The setting sun sprinkled its afterglow as it slowly left, leaving the nether island in darkness. Yi Qinghan finally stopped, but he just told the three of them that he was going to cultivate. Then he directly jumped onto an ancient tree, sat cross-legged, and started cultivating with his eyes closed. Although Yi Shisan and the other two felt strange about Yi Qinghan's weird behavior today, seeing that he was cultivating, they didn't ask him anything. They ate something quickly, took turns to keep watch at night, and started to rest. Of course, Yi Qinghan was acting tough from time to time. He had no choice. The energy in his chest was becoming more and more turbulent. When he ran, his battle chi would circulate in his body. The energy that was transmitted to him from time to time would wander along with his battle chi and finally accumulate in his dantian. Now that he stopped, his battle chi didn't circulate, but that energy seemed to burst his meridians. Therefore, he had to keep cultivating so that pure energy would circulate along with his battle chi and finally accumulate in his dantian. The next day, he continued to run. Except for eating time, Yi Qinghan was running all the time. In the evening, he immediately sat cross-legged and continued to cultivate. Running, sitting cross-legged, cultivating. Yi Qinghan's life was full and busy. Of course, it was a little too much. Yi Shisan, and Yi Shisan and Yi Qingwu didn't say much after a brief explanation from Yi Qinghan. She silently accompanied him every day and raised the level of vigilance to the highest. Although they didn't know why Yi Qinghan was cultivating so crazily, they still insisted on it. However, since he was so persistent and found that everything was normal, not only was he normal, but his battle chi was also becoming increasingly dense. They were secretly happy for him. Due to the crazy running every day, the four of them had reached their peak speed. It was originally estimated to take 10 days, but now 5 days had passed and they had covered more than half of the distance. During this period, it was very strange that they didn't meet any monster, barbarian, or elites from the House of Ares. They had a premonition that something big was about to happen, so they became more cautious and vigilant. Every night, they would rest near the transmission array so that they could escape through the transmission array at any time if they encountered an undefeatable situation. Chapter 119. Yi Shisan and the rest were right. Something big was happening on the battlefield. After advancing for 3 days, the battle god Abode's army was finally about to meet Yao Kaka's brute force. With the help of the Hua family scouts, the House of Ares knew the movements of the monster clan and barbarian clan in advance. They set up a net in advance and killed 300 barbarians in the morning. This battle had been fought to its heart's content. Their side had only lost a dozen or so elites, and they had almost completely wiped out the 300 or so people. Long Sinan stood at the side and frowned as she looked at the busy people cleaning up the battlefield. Today's battle seemed to have been fought beautifully, but she understood that in reality, it was a complete mess. There were more than 300 barbarians, while they had a few thousand people on their side. Furthermore, they had predicted their whereabouts in advance. Unintentionally plotting against others, they had the advantage of numbers. In the end, more than 10 barbarians died. Most importantly, the elites of the Battle God Manor, apart from their own subordinates and the 4 clans' own teams, didn't listen to their commands at all. The barbarian tribe actually rushed forward in a chaotic manner. The scene was extremely chaotic, and in the end, a barbarian emperor of the barbarian tribe took advantage of the chaos to escape. It wasn't a big deal to let a barbarian emperor escape. However, Yao Kaka and Mangon's main forces were right behind them. If they knew about this beforehand, their operation would become even more difficult. Sister, don't think too much. It's a temporary army after all. It's good enough to fight like this. Yu Qingcheng stood beside Long Sinan and comforted her. Long Sinan turned to look at Yu Qingcheng and asked, "Is Hua Xian back yet?" "She's here." Yu Qingcheng looked into the distance and smiled. Swoosh. 2 figures dashed over. They were Hua and Xian. After the barbarian emperor escaped from the encirclement, Long Sinan immediately gave the task of killing the barbarian emperor to Flora. Hua knew that Yao Kaka and barbarian clan's troops were in front. He didn't dare to be careless. He ordered the Hua family's assassins to chase after them. He and Xian personally led the chase. What happened? Long Sinan looked at the 2 travel-worn people and asked anxiously. "He's dead." Xia's expression was not good, and her beautiful face was a bit gloomy. She paused for a moment before saying, "But I don't know if it was the barbarian emperor who sent the signal. If they knew about it, it would be even more difficult for us to stop them." "Sister, don't think too much about it. After all, this is a temporary army. It's already not bad that they could fight like this." Yu Qingcheng stood beside Long Sinan. She looked at Long Sinan, who was frowning, and comforted her softly. Long Sinan collected her thoughts and turned to look at Yu Qingcheng. She asked, "Flower Heart hasn't returned yet?" "They're here, isn't that one?" Yu Qingcheng looked into the distance and said with a smile. "Shio." 2 figures dashed over from afar. They were Hua and Xian. After the barbarian emperor escaped from the encirclement, Long Sinan immediately gave the task of killing the barbarian emperor to Flora. Hua also knew that Yao Kaka's team was right in front of them. Of course, he didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly ordered the Hua family assassins to chase after them. Then he and Xian personally led and chased after them. What happened? Long Sinan looked at the 2 travel-worn people and asked anxiously. "He's been killed." Hua's expression didn't look good. His beautiful face was a little gloomy. He paused for a moment before he continued, "However, I don't know if the barbarian emperor sent out a signal or if Yao Kaka and the rest discovered something. The troops behind us actually stopped advancing. What should we do?" Lady Long Sinan's worries were finally voiced. She raised her eyebrows and her eyes flickered. After a moment, she suddenly made a decision. She turned around and shouted, "All troops, listen to my command. Advance at full speed. The troops of the monster race and barbarian race are just 30 miles ahead. Chase after them and kill them all." Since the situation on her side had been exposed, there was no need to hide anymore. Long Sinan only used a moment to think through everything. After all, there were so many people on her side. It would be very difficult to hide completely. Since sneak attacks didn't work, she would advance directly. With the number of elites on her side, it was obvious that they had double the number of the troops of the monster race and barbarian race. They could definitely defeat them directly. Advance at full speed. Long Sinan's command was passed down by the leaders of the troops. Everyone was still immersed in the excitement of the massacre. Moreover, a few thousand of them killing a few hundred people wasn't satisfying enough. Once they heard that there was more ahead, they rushed forward excitedly. In an instant, the speed of the troops increased tremendously. Yao Kaka and Mangon had indeed received the news. The barbarian race had a unique way of transmitting messages. Before the barbarian emperor died, he burned all the brute force in his body to send a message to the barbarian race army that was tens of miles away. The content of the message was very short. It only mentioned the word danger. However, a barbarian emperor had risked his life to send out the word danger. This attracted enough attention from Mangon. He immediately ordered the troops to stop advancing and sent out scouts to gather information. But after a moment, the feedback made Yaokaka and Mangon's expressions change. The House of Ares had actually gathered a large army to surround and kill them? Although they didn't know how many people the House of Ares had, they didn't know. But since the House of Ares dared to make a move, they should have enough confidence. All of Mangon and Yaokaka pondered for a moment. Then, the two of them started chattering. Although the demon race, barbarian race, and the House of Ares didn't speak the same language, just like in different places with different dialects, the high-level demon race and barbarian race could speak the human language fluently. Because the people of the divine city were all humans, they spoke the human language. Hence, the higher-ups of the demon race and barbarian race had to learn the human language so that they could interact with the divine city in the future. The two of them discussed for a moment and decided to change the route of the troops. Of course, they couldn't go further. Who knew if the black dragon that suddenly left would continue to chase after them as if it was crazy? Of course, they couldn't continue forward. There was a large number of humans in front of them. After discussing for a moment, they started running towards the left. They also immediately sent out a signal to gather the demon race and barbarian race within 100 miles. They knew that there was a very special terrain on the left. There was a Duanren peak. There were 3 cliffs there, and only one side could go up the mountain. Furthermore, the path up the mountain from this side was very narrow. It could be said to be a natural place to defend. Hence, when they found out that the House of Ares had actually sent a large army to kill them. After a short discussion, Yaokaka and Mangon decided to play this game. They used themselves as bait. At the same time, they crushed the rescue token given to them by the elders of their tribe to gather the demon race and barbarian race. They started to gather the demon race and barbarian race within 100 miles. This operation to kill Yi Qinghan had been declared a complete failure. They didn't get the divine equipment or the favor. Instead, they continuously suffered heavy casualties. Yaokaka and Mangon were very angry, and also very worried. These were all capable generals after they ascended to the throne in the future. If they returned to their tribe with their tails between their legs, then their status and reputation would be greatly reduced. Thinking about the mocking gazes of their competitors in the tribe, the two of them decided to completely ally with the demon race and barbarian race after a simple discussion. They would fight against the humans of the House of Ares together. Hence, when they received the news that the House of Ares had come to kill them, they didn't think of using the transportation formation to escape. Instead, they decided to use this opportunity to deal a heavy blow to the army of the House of Ares. To give an explanation to themselves, to their dead subordinates, and to their tribe. Since Longtime wanted to fight, Yaokaka and Mangon naturally wouldn't be afraid. They decided to fight Longtime. Chapter 120. After running madly for half an hour, Duanren Peak was already in sight. Yaokaka's eyes flashed with a hint of excitement. He had noticed this terrain a long time ago and had personally explored it. This was a good place to escape. There were cliffs on 3 sides and it was impossible to climb. The only path up the mountain was also very narrow. It was a good place to wait for reinforcements. When they went to the Black Dragon Valley, the two of them brought over 2,000 people. In the Black Dragon Valley, the Black Dragon's body trembled and he was furious. Blood flowed like a river and there were countless casualties. In the end, because the Black Dragon had mysteriously left, they were able to regroup. However, when the 2,000 people were gathered together, there were only 1,000 people left. Although there were only 1,000 people, Yaokaka was confident that with these 1,000 people, they could fight the army of the House of Ares at Duanren Peak and hold on for at least half a month. He and Mangon had already sent out the rescue signal. He believed that in a few days, all the monster race and barbarian race on Hades Island would gather at Duanren Peak. At that time, they would attack from the front and back and completely defeat the army of the House of Ares. Then, they would take the opportunity to lead the army and charge towards the headquarters of the House of Aries and completely secure victory. After the bald man Gon ascended Duanren Peak, his initial doubts were completely dispelled. After carefully inspecting the terrain, he was very satisfied when he discovered that there were a few teleportation formations scattered on the peak. He decisively gave the order to defend this place and wait for reinforcements. When reinforcements arrived, they would completely defeat the army of the god of war. Longtime did not know that the monster race and barbarian race were not actually allied. They had only temporarily allied because of a favor from 2 Qianjun and 3 divine weapons. At that moment, the temporary allied army had completely allied with the army of the House of Aries after the army of the House of Aries had attacked. Moreover, they were currently guarding a peculiar mountain peak. Their movements were majestic, and it was obvious that they were waiting for the divine battle abode to attack. Looking at the dangerous terrain, the winding and narrow passage, and the densely packed army of the demon race and barbarian race on the top of the mountain, Longtime unconsciously frowned. Damn, there is such a peak? How do we attack? Feng Zi cursed loudly after he carefully sized up Duanren Peak. He could vaguely see the demon clan and the barbarian clan on the peak, and the fire in his heart burned even more fiercely. Hua Chao sighed and felt helpless. In such a dangerous terrain, there were so many demon clans and barbarians. Even if the elites of the Hua family sneaked up, they would not be of any use. This is difficult. Young Lady Long, do you have any good ideas? Even if it's hard to attack, we still have to attack. If we don't cripple them, the House of Aries can only surrender in this prefecture battle. There is no other way. Longtime didn't say anything, but Yu Qingcheng took over the conversation. Looking at the demon race and the barbarian race who were roaring wildly on the mountaintop, thinking of Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingwu whose life and death were still unknown, Yu Qingcheng felt an inexplicable hatred in her heart that she had never felt before. Let's rest for a night. The battle will begin tomorrow. Longtime didn't say much. She just gave an order indifferently. Her expression was still calm, but her heart was very helpless and conflicted. She understood what Yao Kaka and Mangon wanted to do. She also knew that this mountain peak would be difficult to attack. Even if they managed to attack, they would have to pay a heavy price. However, the arrow had to be fired. In such a situation, the House of Aries could only fight and not retreat. Otherwise, if their morale dropped, the elites of the House of Aries would be consigned to eternal damnation in this prefecture battle. Man proposes, God disposes. Longtime sighed slightly, turned around and walked away. On the second day, the sky had just brightened, and Duanren Peak was bustling with noise. Both sides began to prepare their meals. Once they were full, the battle would begin. Smoke rose from the chimneys. Countless people began to get busy. Countless people began to sharpen their swords and check their equipment. The atmosphere gradually became oppressive and fanatical. Both sides were full of fighting spirit. If looks could kill, the entire Duanren Peak would have been littered with corpses and blood would have flowed like a river. Rumble! The sun rose slowly from the east. The war drums were already beating. All the swords and knives were unsheathed. Countless swords and knives reflected dazzling rays of light under the sunlight. At this moment, the wind seemed to stop flowing. The temperature gradually rose, and the entire Duanren Peak was scorching hot. Kill! Longtime wielded her dragon-cry sword and fiercely swung it forward. She stepped on the rugged mountain path, her entire body surrounded by battle aura. Like a goddess of war, she took the lead and charged towards Duanren Peak. Following closely behind her were all Marquis realm experts. Following Longtime's roar, dozens of Marquis realm experts released their battle chi at the same time. Colorful auras revolved around their bodies, making them look imposing. Behind them were all the elite disciples of the Yi family, Feng family, and Yu family. A few hundred people followed closely behind, while the rest gathered at the foot of the mountain, ready and waiting for orders. Due to the peculiar terrain here, there was only one mountain path that could fit more than 10 people abreast, so last night, Longtime gathered the leaders of each team and held a pre-battle meeting. She decided that the most elite would attack first. As long as they could break through the defense of the demon race and barbarian race, the elites behind would take advantage of the situation and attack. After all, such a narrow mountain path could only accommodate so many people. Rather than sending ordinary elites to their deaths, it was better to gather all the experts and attack in one fell swoop. This would disrupt the defensive formation of the demon race and barbarian race. The rest of the elites would take advantage of the situation to attack and kill the demon race and barbarian race once and for all. Boom, boom. When the demon race and barbarian race saw the House of Aries' attack formation, they didn't panic at all. Yao Kaka and Mangon gave a few orders, and the two races' defensive formation changed. More than 10 barbarian emperors took a step forward and blocked the mountain path like 10 tall mountains. On both sides, more than 10 demon emperors stood behind them, eyeing them like tigers watching their prey. More than 30 barbarian emperors and demon emperors formed a fan shape and completely surrounded the mountain path. Behind them, countless demon emperors and barbarian emperors surrounded them, ready to support them at any time. Yao Kaka and Mangon smiled coldly as they looked at the countless human experts swarming towards them. They had carefully chosen the terrain to defend this place. There was a narrow path in front of them that could only allow 3 to 4 people to pass through at the same time. Thus, every time the 3 or 4 experts from the House of Aries charged up, they would face the attacks of dozens of demon emperors and barbarian emperors. Even an Emperor Realm expert wouldn't dare to face the attacks of dozens of demon emperors and barbarian emperors head-on. Longtime naturally discovered the terrain where the demon race and barbarian race were stationed. She also saw the narrow path in front of the demon race and barbarian race's formation. She felt bitter in her heart. However, the current situation didn't allow her to retreat. She let out a long roar and the aura surrounding her body became denser again. She suddenly increased her speed. In mid-air, the sword light of the Dragon Cry sword exploded. It left the sword and slashed towards the barbarians in front of her. Chapter 121. The 3 Dragon City elites following closely behind Longtime were so scared that they broke out in a cold sweat. The young lady didn't even greet them before suddenly speeding up and charging straight into the barbarian emperors. If anything happened to them, they wouldn't even be able to atone for their sins by committing suicide. With a shout, they increased their speed and followed Longtime. The dozens of marquis behind them didn't want to fall behind when they saw how fierce Longtime was. They brandished their swords and blades and followed. Bang, bang, bang. The barbarian emperor's expressions didn't change in the slightest as they faced the surging sword and blade attacks of the House of Aries' marquis. The dozen of them shouted at the same time. Their bodies suddenly lit up with yellow light, and they started to charge back against the countless sword and blade attacks. Countless sword and blade attacks slashed down on the barbarian emperor's heads. However, the released battle chi disappeared when it came into contact with the yellow light on the barbarian emperor's bodies. It didn't hurt them at all, only dimming the yellow light a little. The demon emperors on both sides didn't show any weakness. They used all kinds of demonic techniques as if they didn't cost anything. For a moment, the entire narrow opening shone brightly and explosions rang out continuously. They're actually burning brute force to form a defensive light barrier? Longtame's expression changed slightly. The House of Aries and the God of Barbarians residents had fought for many years and knew all the super skills of both sides like the back of her hand. The barbarian emperor's techniques that could resist the battle chi attacks were one of the barbarian's super skills. Burning brute force to form a super defensive barrier. The barbarians were born with great strength and almost all of them could cultivate brute force. However, their cultivation was extremely slow and it was very difficult for them to accumulate brute force. This amazing skill that burned brute force in exchange for super defense could only be learned by the barbarian emperors. However, normally, barbarian emperors wouldn't bear to use this skill. After all, using it once might consume the brute force they had accumulated for a year or two. But at this moment, the dozen or so barbarian emperors collectively used their brute force as if it didn't cost anything. The barbarian emperors' defenses were already very strong. Now that they had activated the light barrier, their defenses increased exponentially. They were like cockroaches that couldn't be killed. No matter how you attacked, You couldn't hurt them at all. Of course, if Long Sinan and the others were given time, they could slowly grind them to death. But how could the demon emperors at the side give them the time to slowly torture the barbarian emperor to death? Be careful. Everyone hold your breaths. The fox demon has released its fragrance. Long Sinan dodged the iron fist of a barbarian emperor. Suddenly, she discovered that the air had begun to fill with a faint fragrance. This fragrance was extremely pleasant. It was faint, but it seemed to have a special magical power that attracted people to smell it. Only after sniffing it, Long Sinan had felt that her battle chi became a bit slower and her movements became extremely stiff. His heart tightened, and he snapped out of his daze. But it was already too late. By the time Long Sinan said it was a game, the dozen or so dukes who had charged forward had all sniffed it. For a moment, the experts, who had been able to dodge the attacks of the barbarian emperor and the demon emperor with ease and ferocious attacks, were all stunned. Although they failed to break through the defensive line, they did kill a few demon commanders who wanted to take advantage of the situation to launch sneak attacks. However, at this moment, their movements suddenly slowed down. A few of them started to be injured by the sneak attack of the demon emperor. Retreat! Long Sinan sighed helplessly and gave the order to retreat. The cooperation between the barbarian emperor and the demon emperor was quite good. The dozen or so barbarian emperors didn't hesitate to burn the brute force they had painstakingly cultivated in exchange for a powerful defensive barrier of light. It was like a wall that blocked their advance. Their powerful defenses could completely ignore Long Sinan's attacks. They only needed to protect their eyes and they could rampage about without fear. Meanwhile, the dozen or so demon emperors all hid behind the barbarian emperors. Whenever they had the chance, they would launch sneak attacks. It was impossible to guard against them. Moreover, the terrain here was too narrow. They could not use their advantage in numbers at all. In the end, they were being suppressed by the demon emperor and barbarian emperor. Bush, bush, bush. The flying swords of the Feng clan all floated over after Long Sinan gave the order to retreat. Of course, they had the cover of the barbarians. Moreover, they were too far away, so the flying swords could not cause too much damage. However, it was best to cover Long Sinan's retreat. Bang, bang, bang. The barbarian emperors directly stretched out their fists and collided with the whistling flying swords, creating a loud noise. Countless flying swords were directly knocked away. However, the demon emperor collectively hid behind the barbarians when the flying swords came. They did not have the powerful defenses of the barbarians, so they naturally did not dare to face the flying swords head-on. Among the countless flying swords, the flying swords of the two marquis from the Feng clan caused the most damage. They were lucky enough to kill a demon emperor and break the defensive barriers of several barbarian emperors. However, under the fierce attacks of the barbarian emperors, the two marquis swordsmen of the Feng clan were also greatly injured. In the end, they embarrassingly recalled their flying swords. Long Sinan and the others did not stop at all when the flying swords came whistling over. They simply turned around and retreated. As for the demon emperor and barbarian emperor, they naturally did not dare to chase after the dozens of flying swords. They slowly retreated while blocking the flying swords. In the end, both sides stopped attacking and once again faced each other on the mountain peak and at the foot of the mountain. The battle this time was extremely short, only a few minutes, but the situation was extremely tragic and dangerous. Both sides did not suffer too many casualties. The War God clan had paid the price of heavily injuring a duke, while the Feng family's dukes and barbarians had killed a demon king and several demon commanders in a sneak attack. The result of the battle seemed to be that the House of Aries had a great advantage, but in reality, Long Sinan and Feng Zi knew that they had actually lost. They had lost completely. The House of Aries had doubled their fighting strength, so their morale was high. Meanwhile, the demon emperor had suffered the devastation of the Black Dragon and was currently a defeated army. Their morale had fallen to rock bottom. One attacking and one defending. The attacking side had sent out almost all their experts, but the defending side still seemed to have some strength left. At the very least, the two demon emperors, Yao Kaka and Mangon, did not directly participate in the battle. Most importantly, The House of Ares's ferocious attack only lasted for a few minutes before they were forced to retreat. There was a saying from the ancients, "Fight in one go." Right now, their all-out attack was completely useless. They could not even tear a small hole in the Demon Emperor and Barbarian Emperor's defensive line. There was no hope at all. This was a huge blow to the morale and confidence of the House of Ares. Damn it. The terrain of Duanren Peak is 2F** King Strange. How are we supposed to attack it like this? Feng Zi had been observing carefully before and after the battle. He wanted to see if there was any way to break through this dangerous terrain, break through the Demon Emperor and Barbarian Emperor's defenses, and completely defeat them. However, after observing and thinking for a long time, he felt that this seemed to be a dead end. There was no possibility at all. He could not help but curse angrily. Hua Hua's pretty face was also full of worry. She looked helplessly at Duanren Peak and sighed, "Yes. This short mountain road is like a gate. If the Barbarian Emperor stands there, he will be able to hold the pass against 10,000 enemies. The main thing is that I did not expect the Barbarian Emperor to go all out this time. I reckon that after a dozen battles, the Barbarian Emperor's 10 years of hard work will be completely exhausted. It seems like they are going all out." Yu Qingqing frowned slightly. She exuded an aura called Chu Chu and said sorrowfully, "We have to attack even if it's difficult. If we don't completely defeat them this time, we will be chased away by the two clans in a few days. When that time comes, who knows how many people will die. Pass down my order. Take a rest and continue attacking in the afternoon." Long Sainen's expression was still calm and her eyes were still determined. However, the corner of her eye twitched slightly. The few of them nodded at the same time and looked at Duanren Peak again. In front of them, Duanren Peak was still like a broken blade rising from the ground, piercing through the clouds. Chapter 122. The attack in the afternoon was still as sharp as before. Long Sainen once again led the charge against the formation of the brute race and demon race. This time, she also added 3 vassal realm experts from the Feng and Yu families to the center of the group. This allowed them to take the opportunity to launch sneak attacks and tear open the defensive circle. As long as they could tear open a hole and let Long Sainan and the others kill their way in, the army behind them would be able to pour in endlessly and completely establish victory. However, it seemed that the Feng family swordsman's attack in the morning had alerted Yao Kaka and Mangon. The formation in the afternoon actually changed slightly. The fan-shaped defensive formation in the morning turned into an arrow attack formation. The demons and barbarians actually began to counterattack. Rows of barbarian emperors in front emitted a faint yellow halo. It was still a super defensive halo formed by burning brute force. These barbarian emperors all covered their heads with one hand and held a huge mace in the other. Regardless of whether it was enough, they charged forward and smashed randomly. Behind them were all demon emperors and demon commanders. All sorts of demonic techniques were casually released at the mountain path in front of the barbarian emperors. Long Sainen's battle aura surrounded her. She was just about to give the order to charge when she saw the barbarians and demons start to counterattack. For a moment, they panicked and didn't know what to do. As for the Yu family's Duke Realm expert's spiritual illusion, because the barbarian emperors collectively covered their heads and couldn't see their eyes, it was completely ineffective. The Feng family's flying swords were also useless with the barbarian emperors blocking in front. They flew around a few times before helplessly retracting. In the end, the House of Ares's second attack ended with them being chased down by the demon and barbarian armies. After the battle, the House of Ares actually had a few Duke Realm experts injured, while the demons and barbarians were completely unharmed. Ow. And a percent. When the demon race and barbarian race saw the battle god manners people being chased down Duanren Peak in a sorry state, they shouted together. There was arrogant laughter, disdainful curses, and mocking laughter. This caused the morale of the battle god manners people to plummet. Damn it, stop laughing. Come down if you have the guts. I'll take you all down by myself. Damned ladyboy, come down here and fight me one-on-one. Yao Kaka, your father's son doesn't have an asshole. Get the F*** down, I'll F*** you. Sige, my son, your mother is calling you to go back for dinner? Countless elites of the House of Aries couldn't stand the mockery and insults from the demon race and the barbarian race. They stood up, put their hands on their hips, and began to scold each other. It was just that the ordinary elites of the three sides didn't really understand each other's language. Although they could occasionally understand a little, it felt like they were in a fog. And the people behind them didn't care if they understood or not. They only cared about how happy they were with their cursing. When they were tired, someone else would continue cursing. Human race, trash, hashtag, and come on, %*****, color. Thus, the third unofficial battle began. However, this time, it was not a battle of real swords and spears, but a battle of words. The people from both sides had their hands in their hands and exposed their arms. One side was at the top of the mountain while the other side was at the foot of the mountain. Each side was using their own native language to greet the other side's female clansmen. The oldest was an old lady, and the youngest was a girl who was not even a month old. The scolding was so carefree and surging. It could be said to be a great spectacle. Sister Sinan, why didn't you stop them? Listen, the more they scolded, the worse it is. I can't stand it anymore. Long Sinan immediately gave the order to rest on the spot after she started cursing. She immediately hid in the tent and ignored the situation outside. She just leisurely drank tea inside. After Yu Qingsheng stopped for a while, she really couldn't stand it anymore. She went into Long Sinan's tent and pouted. They are angry. If we don't let them vent their anger, their morale will get lower and lower. Who cares about them? Fangjing won't die. Long Sinan glanced at Yu Qingsheng indifferently. She didn't think much of it and continued drinking tea. Yu Qingsheng's quick-witted eyes turned and immediately understood Long Sinan's meaning. In the two battles today, their side had suffered consecutive losses. Moreover, they had fought in an extremely aggrieved and infuriated manner. Everyone was angry. Moreover, at this moment, everyone knew that it would be extremely difficult to break through the defense line of the demon race and barbarian race. Therefore, they could only use cursing to extinguish the anger in their hearts. After a moment of silence, Yu Qingsheng couldn't help but cover her ears. She shook her head and sighed, but it's too unpleasant to hear. Listen. What are all these? Hee. Long Sinan's expression also stiffened. Her heroic face started to turn slightly red. She shook her head helplessly and used her battle chi to directly seal her hearing. When the animals outside saw this, they actually began to describe the female reproductive organs of the barbarian race. They said that it was thicker than a cow's mouth, that the hair at the side was thicker than an arm, and that the hole was so deep that a cow could go in. Both of them were virgins. If you want to scold them, then scold them. How could they endure such insults? This huge battle only ended in the evening. The result was, of course, the victory of the House of Aries, which had many people and had many mouths. Everyone scolded to their heart's content and their moods also improved. One by one, they began to cook rice and eat to their heart's content. During the meal, there were still sounds of chatter everywhere. It was as if they were bragging about how heroic, how arrogant, and how literary they were in the afternoon. This scared Long Sinan and Yu Qingsheng, who were about to come out to eat, so they retreated back in fear. They no longer had any appetite. Yao Kaka and Mangon both had very good appetites. Today, they had actually fought two classic battles that could be recorded in the history books of their respective races. They were in a very good mood and, of course, their appetites were also very good. After finishing a few portions of roasted meat and a dozen bottles of wine, the two of them actually started to put their arms around each other's shoulders and called each other brothers. However, when one of them was more than 2 meters tall and the other was only a little more than 1.7 meters tall, they didn't look like brothers at all. Instead, they looked like father and son hugging each other. The two of them were the absolute number one of the younger generation in their respective races. Their status was almost the same. Of course, their status was much higher than that of Yi Qinghan and Feng Zi. Even Long Sinan was a level lower than them. Furthermore, the two of them were almost the same in terms of strength. Therefore, after today's joint battle, the two of them were extremely close to each other. Chapter 123. Young Master Yao, Today, your command was amazing. This battle made me happier than getting a few virgins. Come, let's continue. Mangon opened his mouth wide and rubbed his bald head. His voice was unusually loud and clear, causing a few leaves to fall off. Hee, young masterman is really willing to spend. Today's 2 battles have probably used up all the brute force that your subordinates have been training for a year. Yao Kaka laughed heartily as he swung his dazzling golden hair in a pleased manner. He gave Mangon a thumbs up as he laughed. As long as we can win this battle, it's fine even if we use up all their brute force. Even if they use up all their brute force, can't they train again? When I get back, I'll ask my father for some treasures to compensate them. Oh right, do you think the people we secretly sent back to deliver the message will be intercepted by the House of Ares? Mangon waved his hand and said nonchalantly. The hierarchy in the barbarian tribe was very strict. As the young tribe leader of the barbarian tribe, he could not make a dozen barbarian emperors burn their brute force. Even if he asked them to commit suicide, they would not dare to not die. Therefore, he didn't feel any guilt. Instead, he was a little worried that the dozen or so subordinates they had sent out yesterday would be intercepted by the battle god's residents when they returned to their own camps to get reinforcements. They knew that today's battle was a complete victory for them. But if there were no reinforcements for a long time, they would be trapped here and die. Yao Kaka gulped down a jug of wine and wiped his mouth. He said nonchalantly, "It's fine. It's fine even if all of them are killed. You and I have already activated the rescue tokens we brought. I believe it won't be long before all the nearby tribesmen know about the situation here. Sending them out is to attract the attention of the House of Ares. If 1 or 2 of them manage to escape, then the reinforcements will arrive faster. Don't worry, I have other arrangements. You will know when the time comes. In 3 to 5 days, at most 10 days, the reinforcements will definitely arrive. Let's play with them for these few days. The day the reinforcements arrive will be the day we trample over the House of Ares." Mangon laughed and raised his cup. He was in a good mood. Yi Qinghan was also in a good mood, even though he was physically and mentally exhausted from running and cultivating for several days straight. However, feeling the rolling battle chi droplets in his dantian, he couldn't help but feel bad. In only a few days, the battle chi droplets that he had accumulated before had almost filled up his dantian. Before reaching the general realm, cultivation was very simple. If it was someone with extraordinary talent, they might only need a few months to a year to break through to the general realm. Cultivation before the general realm completely depended on one's physique. Geniuses with very few blockages in their meridians could easily break through them. For example, Yi Dao, Yi Qinggu, and Yi Qingquan. As for cultivation after the general realm, it would depend on personal effort and comprehension. The cultivation of the general realm ultimately depended on one's diligence. Constantly absorbing the spiritual chi in the world and turning it into battle chi in one's body, then compressing the accumulated battle chi in one's dantian and turning it into battle chi droplets that filled the entire dantian. Then, through the battle chi droplets, one would expand the dantian and completely fit the dantian acupoint. Only then would one reach the general realm. This process was very tedious, complicated, and boring. Therefore, many people would stay in this realm for 2 to 3 years. For example, Hua and Fengzi had stayed in this realm for more than a year. After a few months on Nether Island, they were still in the 3rd level of the general realm. Yi Qinghan was much more diligent in cultivation than Fengzi and Hua. However, he had only broken through to the general realm a few months ago. On the way to Dragon City, he had just broken through to the general realm. After coming to Nether Island, he kept cultivating whenever he had time. A while ago, he barely reached the 2nd level of the general realm. Over the past few days, with the enormous energy from the dragon crystal, Yi Qinghan had actually broken through to the 3rd level of the general realm. As long as he continued to accumulate battle chi droplets, expand his dantian, and completely fuse it with the dantian acupoint, he would be able to break through to the general realm. At this moment, the overflowing energy from his chest was still surging into his meridians. Yi Qinghan believed that as long as this state lasted for 1 more day, he would definitely be able to break through to the general realm. Xiaohei had obviously made significant progress during this period of cultivation. At this moment, he was also crazily absorbing the energy from the dragon crystal. When the time came, the two of them would probably finish absorbing the energy from the dragon crystal at the same time. Yi Qinghan was absolutely confident that he could instantly kill any first or second level Duke Realm expert with the body fusion battle skill and soul dizziness. Of course, he wasn't so confident about killing a third level demon emperor or peak barbarian emperor martial artist. After all, this kind of martial artist cultivation was already extremely terrifying. Moreover, they had already started to study the laws of heaven and earth. Their soul cultivation was probably very high. Cultivate, cultivate. Yi Qinghan once again experienced a painful yet joyful life that he hadn't experienced in a long time. After running crazily for several days, his muscles began to ache and burn. His spirit was also very tired, both physically and mentally. However, he knew that anyone would risk their lives to seize such an opportunity. Yi Qingwu was also very tired. As Yi Qingyou's precious granddaughter, she had been treated like a treasure since she was young. She had never been so tired, nor had she suffered so much. However, every time she glanced at the handsome youth in front of her and saw him madly running ahead, she would forcefully lift her slightly swollen legs and continue to follow. She was a first-level martial expert. How could she lose to a brat from her clan? Moreover, this brat was a youth that she admired. Yi Shisan was naturally tired as well, but he was only slightly tired. The powerful strength of a third-level duke made this level of running very easy for them. However, such boring running made him feel somewhat tired. However, when his tired eyes glanced at Yi Qinghan beside him, he suddenly felt energized. With his powerful soul perception, he could clearly sense that the battle aura within Yi Qinghan's body was constantly strengthening. In just a few short days, he had broken through from the first level to the third level of the general realm, and it was still growing. Yi Shisan recalled the time Xiaohei had stayed in the Black Dragon Valley. Although he hadn't discovered the existence of the dragon crystal when he returned, he couldn't help but become suspicious. However, he couldn't help but suspect that Yi Qinghan was refining the dragon crystal or absorbing its energy when he broke through to the third level of the general stage the previous day. That was why he was certain that Yi Qinghan was refining the dragon crystal or absorbing its energy. Chapter 124. This world was very special. There were numerous treasures. Of course, there were treasures that could increase one's battle chi, such as medicinal pills. Snow Panacea of Shui Clan was a famous medicinal pill that could increase one's battle chi absorption speed. However, the only treasure he knew of in this world that could directly elevate a first-grade general to third-grade general in just a few days and still continue to elevate was the dragon crystal. Only when a giant dragon laid eggs would there be a very small chance that a dragon crystal would appear. Dragon crystals were very heaven-defying treasures. They contained extremely pure and vast amounts of energy. It could raise a newborn dragon's strength to that of a level 5 magical beast in a short period of time. Furthermore, the young dragon that swallowed the dragon crystal would have a high chance of breaking through its parents' rank after it matured. For example, the black dragon would have the chance to mutate into a holy beast. Now that he had confirmed that Yi Qinghan was refining the dragon crystal and that his strength was increasing rapidly, Yi Shisan was naturally excited. The dragon crystal was obtained by Xiaohei, so of course, they did not dare to hope that Xiaohei would refine it for him. Moreover, even if they obtained the dragon crystal, it would eventually be refined by Yi Qinghan. This was a very simple question. That was because Yi Qinghan had a holy beast and a heaven-defying fusion skill. Although Yi Qinghan's current strength was still very weak to them, and they could kill him easily. However, once Yi Qinghan grew up, he would definitely become a figure that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Yi family's founding ancestor, the Night Emperor. Even ancestor Yi Ruoshui paled in comparison. After all, ancestor Yi Ruoshui did not have such a heaven-defying and awesome fusion battle technique. He was imagining how Yi Qinghan would defeat all the experts from the God of Monsters and the God of Barbarians after he grew to the Saint Realm. His soul was so excited that it was trembling. Therefore, although he was a little tired, his spirit was getting better and better. Even Knight 17, who was scouting in the distance, was running more cheerfully. At this time, they were close to the chaotic battlefield. Of course, they did not want to let down their guard. They also increased the distance of their scouting. Once they encountered the barbarian tribe or the demon tribe, they would immediately escape with Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingwu. The two of them were at the second or third level of the Marquis realm. If neither of them escaped with another person, no one would be able to stop them. Long Xinan was a little annoyed. Her expression, which had always been calm and steady, also became slightly gloomy. 3 days, 3 whole days. She organized more than 10 attacks, but they were all blocked by Yao Kaka and Brute Gone. After 2 failed attacks on the first day, she changed her strategy on the second day. She decided to forcefully break through the barbarians' defensive perimeter regardless of the casualties. She began to send people to forcefully attack at all times. She mixed the ordinary elites and Marquis realm experts together and took turns attacking the defensive perimeter to exhaust the barbarian king's brute strength. She knew that in order to break through the defense line that was like an iron wall halfway up the mountain, she had to completely exhaust the brute strength of the barbarian kings. Otherwise, as long as the stone pillars were still shining with a yellow light, her people would never be able to break through the defensive perimeter and completely stop the demon tribe and the barbarian tribe on the mountain. Therefore, she began to carry out the bloody battle plan. Regardless of the casualties, she did not care about the price. Through continuous fighting, she exhausted the barbarian king's brute strength. Only 3 days had passed, but the dozen or so stone pillars at the waist of the mountain were still shining with a faint yellow light. They stood there like 10 insurmountable mountains. Therefore, she was very angry. Her expression was no longer as calm and collected as before. Instead, she began to feel slightly anxious. In 3 days, she had sacrificed the lives of hundreds of elite disciples. She had only killed a few dozen people from the demon tribe and the barbarian tribe. Moreover, most of these people were disciples of Dragon City. How could she be in a good mood? How could her expression not be bad? Swoosh! A figure flashed by and pulled Long Sanan's thoughts back to reality. She took a few deep breaths and twisted the muscles on her face so that she did not look so bad. It was Flora. She had a beautiful face, but she looked travel-worn. Furthermore, she did not look too good. Flora did not exchange any pleasantries. Her face darkened and she said anxiously, "There is news from 100 miles to the left. A large number of the demon tribe and the barbarian tribe have begun to gather. I estimate that in at most 5 days, a large number of the demon tribe and the barbarian tribe will arrive here. We only have 3 days. After 3 days, regardless of whether we succeed or not, we must retreat." The news brought by Flora made Long Xinan, who had finally calmed down, change her expression again. Although she had expected that the demon tribe and the barbarian tribe would definitely know about the situation here and would come to help. However, she did not expect that the demon tribe and the barbarian tribe would receive the news so quickly. Moreover, they did not come alone, but gathered together. It was obvious that the news here had been leaked immediately. Thinking about the dozen demon tribe and the barbarian tribe scouts that were killed a few days ago, Long Xinan shook her head helplessly and said, 3 days? Do your best. I hope that the god of war can protect your people. Attack at all costs, attack at all costs. That night, the House of Ares held another pre-war meeting and reported the latest information to the leaders of the teams. When everyone learned that the demon tribe and the barbarian tribe would arrive in a few days, their expressions changed. At the same time, they unanimously agreed to annihilate the demon tribe and the barbarian tribe in the valley at all costs. Most of the higher-ups of the demon tribe and the barbarian tribe were gathered on Duanren Peak. The only way for the House of Ares to ensure the failure of the alliance between the demon tribe and the barbarian tribe was to annihilate them. Otherwise, all the elites of the House of Ares would be consigned to eternal damnation. They had no choice but to fight and burn their boats. If they did not win, they would die. They had no choice but to use their lives to pave a way out. The low and dull sound of the war drums disturbed the tranquility of the morning. The sun had not risen yet, but the nether island was foggy. Through the thick white fog, The Duanren Peak in front of them was faintly discernible. It was like a giant beast baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It sat there cross-legged, revealing its ferocious claws and teeth. Kill! Long Xianxia was dressed in a red robe, looking valiant and heroic. She suddenly pointed the dragon cry sword in her hand at the peak. Countless elites of the House of Aries began to surge towards the winding path in the middle of the peak in the thick white fog. At the foot of the mountain, rows of elites were all equipped with sabers and armors, ready to replace the troops in front of them at any time. They continued to pour out their hot blood and use their bodies to pave a way for the elites behind them. Young master, help me summon my old parents. Brothers, remember to burn more paper money for me every month. My expenses are very high. I heard that the price of goods in the netherworld is rising rapidly. Tell my second sister-in-law next door that I've always had a crush on her. Also, tell her to close the windows when she showers. Old 6, remember to pay off the debt from the lovely spring brothel. Also, tell Fong Fong not to let her guests owe money in the future. Not everyone has a conscience as good as mine. Chapter 125. The first to attack were the sacrificial soldiers of Dragon City and the few great families. They all knew that in today's battle, they would undoubtedly die, so they didn't feel too much worry, anger, or sorrow. Instead, they calmly made arrangements for their deaths, and then with a smile, they rushed up the mountain path. Although Long Xianxia and the young masters of the clans had promised that their families and friends would be well taken care of, people always wanted to say something before they died. Although it was a little naggy, a little childish, and a little funny, they didn't care anymore. Yao Kaka and Mangon's expressions, which had been calm for many days, finally changed as they faced the battle god's residence's relentless assault. The Berserker emperors of the Berserker tribe could be said to have used up their strength like water under such continuous attacks. If this continued, these Berserker emperors would be exhausted to death before reinforcements arrived. At that time, who would be able to resist Long Xianxia and the dozens of powerful dukes of the Divine War Manor? They had no choice but to send these barbarian emperors to the second line of defense. The first line of defense was blocked by the remaining 1,000 ordinary elites. Both sides entered a melee battle. It became a battle of attrition. If the House of Aries sent out Marquis, they would send the barbarian emperors. And if the House of Aries sent out ordinary elites, they would also send out ordinary elites to fight. Long Xianxia had no choice but to continuously send out ordinary elites to attack. This was because the House of Aries had no other choice but to fight their way out. The monster race and the barbarian race were on the defensive side and had the geographical advantage. Although both sides had suffered countless casualties, the House of Aries had obviously suffered more. The crooked little Daoist path was already covered in dark red blood. Countless injured people were carried down and countless corpses were thrown down. Countless broken limbs and pieces of flesh covered the entire mountainside. This battle lasted from morning until late at night. The number of people who had died on both sides had already exceeded 1,000. The entire Duanren Peak was filled with the pungent smell of fresh blood. The rotting stench of corpses that had been exposed to the sun was emitted. Therefore, the humans, monsters, and barbarians were all in a killing frenzy. Their hearts were cold and their weapons were drawn. Dun, dun, dun. The drums of the House of Aries sounded in the middle of the night. The attack had stopped. Duanren Peak was still standing quietly in the night. The barbarian tribe and the monster tribe did not come out to roar and laugh at them again. The three clans seemed to have gotten tired of killing and were about to leave. All of them silently returned to the camp, collected the corpses, and cremated them together. It was also late at night, but no one was sleepy. Even the injured struggled to get up, standing together among the cremated corpses in silence. The person who was still alive and kicking during the day was now lying quietly in a deep sleep. The raging flames illuminated everyone's eyes, illuminating the sorrow in their eyes, illuminating the trace of hatred hidden deep in their eyes. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night for many. The night had just receded, but the people of the House of Aries had already woken up. Perhaps they hadn't slept at all. They stared at the towering Duanren Peak. They picked up the swords in their hands again and continued their unfinished journey, which they didn't know if they would be able to complete. Stop. We can't go any further. Yi Qinghan and the other two were also completing their journey, but it was a journey of running. However, this afternoon, Yi 17, who had been scouting ahead, suddenly turned around with a shocked expression. He waved at the three of them and roared as if he had encountered something big. The three of them quickly stopped. Although Knight 17 was usually a bit mischievous, he wouldn't do something like this. So they had a bad feeling in their hearts, as if something big was about to happen. They looked at Knight 17 in a daze and began to listen to his explanation. Yi 17 panted heavily and said with a lingering fear, "We found a large number of barbarians 20 kilometers ahead. There are at least 1,000 or 2,000 of them." They were surrounded again? The three of them looked at each other. Their first thought was that they had been surrounded by the barbarians and monster tribe again. However, after a moment, they rejected this speculation. There were only a few of them, so there was no need to mobilize thousands of people to kill them. Furthermore, Yi 13th and Yi 17 were both Marquis realm experts. If they were surrounded by ordinary soldiers, then even double their numbers would be useless. Have you scouted the left and right? Did you find any barbarians or monster tribe? After a short period of shock, Yi 13th regained his composure and began to carefully inquire about the situation. I didn't go. When I found the barbarians and monster tribe up ahead, I wanted to tell you immediately. Where would I have the time to scout the surroundings? Yi 17 said as he rubbed his head. Yi 13th's eyes flickered a few times as he decisively ordered Yi 17, quickly go and scout the other 3 directions. We will wait for you here. I will give you 20 minutes. Although Yi 17 was a bit puzzled, he had always carried out Yi 13th's orders seriously. Without another word, he turned into a shadow and quickly disappeared before the 3 of them. We aren't running? After Yi 17 left, Yi 13th was not overly nervous. He just told Yi Qinghan to sit cross-legged and continue to cultivate while he leisurely observed the surrounding scenery. Yi Qingwu asked doubtfully, "If my guess is correct, there should be no problem. Take a rest. When 17 comes back, you will know." Yi 13th smiled slightly as if he didn't need to worry about Yi Qingwu. The other 3 directions are safe. 10 minutes later, Yi 17 returned. He brought back a piece of news that Yi 13th had expected. Yi 13th nodded and asked again, did you carefully observe the direction of the barbarian army just now? Yi 17 thought for a moment and said with a frown, I didn't pay attention. There were too many people and it was a bit chaotic. I didn't dare to get close, but it seems that most of them are moving to our left. Yes, the left. The 2 barbarian emperors leading them are moving to the left. Left? The left is the center of the chaotic battlefield. What are they going to do with so many people? Yi 13th murmured. He fell silent and began to carefully calculate and think. However, after thinking for a while, he still couldn't figure it out. After a long time, he suddenly raised his head and said, "Let's take it slow. I think something big is going to happen. Otherwise, the barbarians wouldn't have gathered such a large army. 17th, I will have to trouble you for the next few days. Pay close attention to the movements of the barbarian army and pay attention to the situation around us. We will follow them from a distance and see what they are up to." But Yi 17 nodded and did not say anything else. He then fled again. Chapter 126. Young Master Han, how much longer do you need to cultivate? Yi Shisan's figure gradually disappeared in front of them. Yi Shisan turned his head and said directly to Yi Qinghan. Hearing Yi Shisan's question, Yi Qinghan opened his eyes, thought for a moment, and said, "Tomorrow." The energy overflowing from his chest had slowly slowed down. He estimated that the energy overflowing from his chest would stop by tomorrow at the latest. At this moment, his dantian had almost fused with his dantian acupoint. He had information that after cultivating in the afternoon and attacking at night, he would completely fuse his dantian and dantian acupoint tonight and enter the martial realm, so he didn't say much. He simply said 2 words and continued to cultivate with his eyes closed. Then let's rest for an hour, and then we'll slowly catch up with the barbarian army and see what they are plotting. Yi Shisan nodded, gave a few simple instructions to the 2, and then went to stand guard. An hour later, Yi Qinghan and the other two began to slowly move forward, closely following the barbarian and monster army. The energy overflowing from Yi Qinghan's chest was not as turbulent as before, so he only needed to slowly circulate his battle qi and slowly bring the overflowing energy into his dantian. Therefore, they were not as busy as they were a few days ago. Instead, they walked slowly and leisurely, guessing where the barbarian army was going. What were they going to do? Long Sinan, of course, knew where the barbarian army was going and what they were going to do. After a few days of investigation by the Hua family scouts, it was clear that this barbarian army was only one of the 2 foreign tribes that had come to help. The actual number was about 2,000, and there was also a monster army of about 2,500 people in the west. They would reach Duanren Peak in 2 days. Therefore, they only had 1 day left. After 1 day, if they had not reached the top of Duanren Peak, they would have to retreat. They retreated frantically back to the stronghold, and then continued to retreat until they reached their temporary base camp. If the demon clan and the barbarian clan joined forces to encircle them, the elites of the House of Ares would be hunted down like stray dogs on the Netherworld Island until the end of the battle. Watching the elites of the House of Ares retreat like the tide, Long Sinan let out a deep sigh and shook her head helplessly. His face had long since lost his usual composure and heroic spirit. Instead, there was a trace of desolation and helplessness that was difficult to conceal. Sister Sinan, what should we do? If we can't take it by tomorrow evening, we'll have to retreat. Otherwise, we'll be surrounded by the demon clan and the barbarian clan. We won't even have a chance to retreat. Yu Qingqing's face was also filled with deep loneliness and worry. Yi Qinghan had been missing for half a month, and there was no news at all. She knew that with Yi 13th and 17th by his side, there shouldn't be any problems. However, it had been half a month without any news, so he was a little worried. Moreover, now that the House of Ares had suffered consecutive defeats, their future was bleak. She didn't know what to do. She knew that with Yu Xingu by his side, and she had the treasure bestowed by the patriarch, protecting her life shouldn't be a problem. However, if the House of Ares was completely defeated, the hundreds of elite disciples of the Yu clan would probably not be able to escape the fate of death. No matter how strong or weak a woman was, she was still a woman. When she was helpless and at a loss, she would think of the man she loved, the man she could rely on by her side. Although she wasn't sure if she had fallen in love with that weak youth, at this moment, she wanted Yi Qinghan by his side, even if they had to escape together and wander around the Netherworld Island. We have no way to retreat. In tomorrow's battle, if we don't succeed, we die. Our backs are against the river, and we die without a fight. Let's fight for the last time tomorrow. Whether we succeed or not depends on the heavens. A trace of determination flashed in Long Sinan's eyes. This battle was organized by her, so she had to be responsible for these thousands of people. Too many people had died in the past few days. On her side, more than 1,000 people had died in battle. There were also a few hundred people lying in temporary tents with heavy injuries. On her side, there were only about 2,000 people who had complete fighting strength. If they could kill all of the 1,000 monster and barbarian higher-ups on Duanren Peak, they might have a chance to survive. However, she didn't know that there were several teleportation arrays on the small Duanren Peak. If Yao Kaka and Mangan wanted to escape, they only needed to send people to block the path for a few hours, and the higher-ups on Duanren Peak would be able to escape through the teleportation arrays. However, Mangan and Yao Kaka had fought fiercely for the past few days, and more than half of the 2,000 people on their side had died, but they didn't choose to escape through the teleportation arrays. Instead, the more they fought, the more excited and ferocious they became. Nonsense. With such good terrain, if 1,000 monster and barbarian soldiers died, at least 1,500 people from the House of Ares would die. Only a fool wouldn't do such a good deal. The House of Ares only had these few elites left. Rather than wasting a lot of time chasing after them in the future, they might as well let them stay here forever. Swish, swish. At this moment, behind Duanren Peak, there was a sound of something piercing through the air. It caused the monster and barbarian soldiers who were on guard to scream in fear. F***CKU. We are on the same side. If you alert the House of Aries, I will eat you all alive. Yao Kaka shouted at his subordinates immediately. His face revealed an expression of surprise. He looked at the blurry figure in the night sky and let out a deep breath. Greetings, Your Excellency. I am late. Please forgive me. The black figure was extremely fast. Under the shocked gazes of the monster and barbarian soldiers, it pierced through the air and landed in front of Yao Kaka. It knelt down on one knee. What kind of monster was this? Mangon looked at the completely black monster in front of him. Its body was covered in long spear hairs and it had a pair of long wings on its back. He was shocked. Then, as if he had thought of something, he shouted as if he had seen a ghost. Winged bird monster? Damn it. Weren't the winged bird monsters exterminated 1,000 years ago? What the hell? The corners of Yao Kaka's mouth curled up into a happy smile. He smiled mysteriously at Mangon and nodded at the winged bird monster. He said, Yi Fei, you are late by 2 days. You must have arranged everything. Your Excellency, everything has been arranged. This time, the few thousand people from the House of Aries are destined to stay here forever. Yi Fei opened his mouth and revealed a ferocious face that was covered in hair. He laughed terrifyingly. When Yao Kaka heard this, he laughed loudly. His golden hair swayed in the wind. His entire body emitted a brutal and terrifying aura like that of a ferocious beast. He laughed loudly and said, Good. I will remember this. This time, I want Long Sinan to die without a place to be buried. Chapter 127. Young Master Yao, do you have any other plans? Mangon was confused by the sight. He couldn't help but rub his bald head in confusion. His fist-sized eyes slowly turned as he asked Yao Kaka. You'll know after tomorrow. Young Master Man, don't worry. I've killed all the elites of the Divine Battle Abode. This is a great contribution, and it's enough for my tribe to remember it. I won't be stupid enough to kill your barbarian tribe's army. Besides, I don't have the ability to do so. Although the barbarian race and the demon race have a deep hatred for each other, on this nether island, we are absolute allies. Yao Kaka seemed to feel Mangon's worry. He immediately patted his chest and promised. He didn't want to make Mangon suspicious. Otherwise, his many days of planning would be for naught. Seeing Mangon nod his head in satisfaction, Yao Kaka then said, Young Master Man, your tribe's army will arrive here the day after tomorrow. Do you want to send someone to command them? If necessary, Yi Fei can bring him over. Although Yi Fei looks small, he should have no problem bringing a barbarian. Alright, Manshan, you go with this demon race brother. Take my token and you can command the entire barbarian race army. I want you to bring your men here at full speed. Then, we will surround and kill the elites of the House of Aries. This time, we must kill them all. Mangon pointed at a barbarian king behind him and indicated for him to follow Yi Fei. Then he took out a golden token from his golden leather armor and threw it to the barbarian king. Yi Fei bowed to Yao Kaka. Then he flapped his 2 huge wings and stretched out his 2 furry hands. He grabbed Manshan and disappeared into the dark night. It was late at night, but Yi Qinghan didn't feel sleepy. Not only him, but even Yi 13th and 17th Yi Qingwu didn't feel sleepy at all. The 4 of them huddled together on an ancient tree. Yi Qinghan sat cross-legged in the middle while the other 3 stood by his side to protect him. When night fell, the barbarian race army stopped advancing and set up camp to rest. They also found a secluded place more than 20 miles behind the barbarian army and began to rest. However, after a hasty dinner, Yi Qinghan very cautiously asked the 3 of them to stand guard for him. He was going to break through to the martial realm tonight, and it was very likely that he would succeed, so he couldn't afford to make any mistakes and couldn't be disturbed in the slightest. Yi Shisan and the other 2 were shocked, but they did not dare to be careless. After carefully checking the situation, they surrounded Yi Qinghan and began to protect him. Cultivation in the general realm was very arduous. It took a lot of time and energy to accumulate a large amount of battle chi. At this moment, thanks to the pure energy of the dragon crystal, Yi Qinghan was lucky enough to skip half of the process. He directly began to complete the final step, which was to completely fuse his Dantian and Dantian acupoints. After reaching the Commander realm, the warriors in the House of Aries had opened up all the meridians in their bodies and condensed their dantian, which allowed the warriors in the House of Aries to have a place to store and transform their battle chi, greatly increasing the abundance of battle chi in their bodies. However, the newly condensed dantian was very small and unstable. This was because the newly condensed dantian only had 2 points on the dantian acupoints. The cultivation in the general realm would further accumulate battle chi, turning it into a liquid state and increasing its quantity. Moreover, the dantian would continue to expand until it completely fused with the dantian acupoints. Because the warriors in the martial realm had more abundant battle chi and their dantian was more stable, they could and dared to use more battle chi each time. Of course, their lethality would definitely be greater. After the martial realm, the warriors needed to slowly condense the liquid battle chi in their bodies into solid battle chi and condense the dantian core. Once the dantian core operated, the speed of the battle chi would be several times faster, and the attack would be more fierce. The gaseous state was the liquid state, and the solid state. Although the place to store battle chi was the dantian, the quantity and quality of battle chi were 100 times different, and the power was also different. Therefore, warriors in higher realms could completely suppress warriors in lower realms. Today, with the surging energy of the dragon crystal, Yi Qinghan finally completely accumulated the liquid battle chi in his dantian. As long as he successfully fused the dantian tonight, he would be able to step into the martial realm. However, fusing the dantian required fine details. He needed to slowly pierce the surface of the dantian acupoints with battle chi, and then let them slowly fuse with each other under the nourishment of battle chi. This was a bit dangerous, mainly because if he was disturbed when he pierced the surface of the dantian, the surging battle chi would completely burst the dantian. Finally, the chaotic battle chi would surge all over the body, destroying all the meridians in the body, and finally exploding the body to death. Therefore, under normal circumstances, a warrior would choose an absolutely safe and quiet place to break through each realm. However, it was impossible to find such a place at this time and place. Therefore, Yi Shisan and Yi 17 were fully focused, constantly scanning the surroundings with battle chi surrounding them, ready to deal with any unexpected situation. Shisan, young Master Han must have refined the dragon crystal. But didn't Xiao He say that it would take 1 or 2 years to refine the dragon crystal? How did he succeed in just a few days? Also, young Master Han's realm improvement is too terrifying. TSK, a 16-year-old martial realm powerhouse. With this strength, I'm afraid all the old fogies in the family will be scared to death. After looking around, Yi 17 glanced at Yi Qinghan, who was surrounded by battle chi. A trace of admiration flashed in his eyes, and he turned to Yi Shisan and transmitted his voice to him. Yi Shisan didn't hide his love and admiration for Yi Qinghan. After sensing the surroundings with his soul, he transmitted his voice in doubt. I'm not sure about this. It's true that it takes 1 or 2 years to refine the dragon crystal. I remember that in the information I obtained about the dragon crystal, it also said this. I think only young Master Han can explain the specifics. A 16-year-old martial realm martial artist is indeed the #1 genius in the House of Aries in the past century. If he can return safely this time, the Earth ranking will be refreshed again. Based on young Master Han's age and strength, he is definitely #1 on the Earth ranking. The Earth ranking was like a rising star in the House of Aries. Anyone under the age of 30 could enter the ranking. However, it wasn't based on strength, but based on age, realm, and other comprehensive strength. They were ranked according to their potential. For example, Yi Qinghuang was 25 years old and was at the 3rd level of the general realm. With his 7th grade battle beast, his overall strength could reach the 1st level of the martial realm, so he was ranked in the dozens. For example, Yi Qinggu was 20 years old and had reached the 1st level of the martial realm. With her 7th grade battle beast, her overall strength could reach the 3rd level of the martial realm, so she was ranked 6th. For example, Long Sainan was 28 years old and was at the peak of the Duke realm. She had 1 foot in the Emperor realm and was the undisputed #1 on the Earth ranking. Chapter 128. Of course, the Earth list wasn't completely accurate. At the very least, people like Yi 13th and Yi 17th could be in the top 10, but they weren't on the list because they were deathsworn of the Yi family. They didn't expose their identity and strength in the House of Aries, so of course they weren't on the list. Moreover, there were many experts in the House of Aries. Many deathsworn of the family weren't on the list because they didn't care about their reputation or because they were hiding their strength. However, if Yi Qinghan's age and strength were exposed, he would definitely be number 1 on the Earth list. A 16-year-old martial artist, a sacred beast, a heaven-defying technique, and the body fusion technique. Even Long Sinan would be willing to give the number 1 position to him. Yi Qingwu's mood was somewhat complicated. Looking at the frail and delicate youth in front of her who was breaking through to the martial realm with his eyes closed, an indescribable emotion welled up in her heart. There was joy, admiration, and a hint of adoration. It had been more than a year since she first met this youth. He was still a shy boy in Myanmar who was regarded as trash by his family and bullied. In the War Beast Academy, she helped Yi Dao because she admired his character. She still remembered that he was flattered and smiled gratefully at her. She didn't expect that after a few months, this youth would grow up so quickly. Not only had he killed a few of the family's core disciples, but he had also crippled Yi Qinghuang. In the end, after Yi Qingyu had sacrificed her soul, he had instantly killed Yi Rong, startling a group of elders. At that time, she saw Yi Qinghan's proud and aloof body and his stubborn and arrogant eyes. She slowly began to have an indescribable feeling towards this youth. Perhaps it was because Yi Qinghan's affectionate gaze towards Yi Qingyu moved her. Perhaps it was because she admired his proud and upright figure. Perhaps it was because she was moved by his deeds. In short, she began to silently pay attention to this youth who had experienced many hardships. However, he didn't expect that not only would Yi Qinghan's cultivation base continue to rise at a terrifying rate, but he also brought the sacred maiden of the Yu clan along after taking a stroll around the Yu clan. Although she later found out that it wasn't Yi Qinghan who wanted to take the Yu family's younger sister, but the Yu family's holy maiden, who insisted on sticking to Yi Qinghan no matter what. At this time, her mood began to become complicated. There was a trace of jealousy and a trace of unwillingness, as if the treasure she had discovered had been snatched away. As for Yi Qingyu, she was willing to sacrifice her life for Yi Qinghan. Of course, she would not be jealous or obstruct him. It was just that Yu Qingqing, how did she manage to kill her way in? Furthermore, the speed of her progress was even faster than her, and she had directly become his fiancée. Therefore, she wanted to speed up the progress of her relationship with Yi Qinghan. However, this was a rare opportunity for them to be alone, but Yi Qinghan was always cultivating. Most importantly, this kid was actually about to break through to the martial realm. If he broke through to the martial realm and fused with his holy beast, his strength would definitely break through the peak of the martial realm, and he would probably be able to reach the first level of the Duke realm. Then, she would not be his match anymore. In just a short year, the youth who once needed her protection, the young master who was once viewed as trash by the Yi family, was now about to surpass her, the number 1 cultivation genius of the Yi family. This made her cultivation speed, which she had always been proud of, unable to be proud of. However, at this time, when she saw Yi Qinghan's slightly tanned face that was gradually maturing, she became happy again. He was destined to be her man. The stronger her man was, the more correct her judgment was. Of course, Yi Qinghan didn't know that Yi Qingwu was sitting opposite him and staring at him. He also didn't know that Yi Qingwu, the super beauty that even Tu Qianjun coveted, had secretly fallen in love with him. All he knew was that he was about to break through to the martial realm and would soon possess unparalleled strength. The fusion of the Dantian from the general realm to the martial realm was a delicate task for others. They needed to be extremely careful and would need at least a night to slowly and carefully fuse. However, for him, it couldn't be any easier. Less than 10 minutes had passed, and he was about to succeed. The reason for this was all because of the bronze ring on his left hand. His left hand was different from others. He wore 2 rings. One was bronze with the word soul engraved on it, and the other was light yellow with a row of numbers and the word battle. The light yellow ring was, of course, the badge ring he received in Dragon City. It was used to prove his identity and collect points. Ever since he wore the ring in Dragon City, he couldn't take it off unless he cut off his finger or went to the Divine City to remove it after the prefecture battle. After several months of hard work, with the help of the 4 clan squads, as well as the rings that Xiao He brought back from the Black Dragon Valley a few days ago, he had accumulated a considerable amount of points. At this time, his points were already quite impressive. It had already broken through 5,000 and was about to reach 6,000. The other ring was a miraculous holy artifact that changed his trash physique. It was a ring that his father exchanged his life for in the continent's most dangerous place, the fallen god. There were several times when he thought that this ring was a counterfeit. However, when he was on the verge of death in the Savage Mountains, this ring finally proved its miraculous power. This ring could automatically protect its owner and emit a miraculous stream of air to heal his injuries. Moreover, by relying on this miraculous ring, he was able to unblock the 12 blockages in his physique. A trash had become a genius. Today, of course, Yi Qinghan wasn't worried that his dantian would explode. Therefore, he didn't act like an ordinary person, carefully and slowly using his battle aura to pierce the outer layer of his dantian and then fuse it with the dantian acupoint before continuing to fuse with other areas. Because he had the bronze ring, he didn't have any scruples and directly used his battle aura to pierce the outer layer of his dantian. In the short span of a second after the piercing, that familiar and warm stream of air began to flow from the ring through the skin of his left hand's ring finger directly into his body. It began to rapidly repair and fuse with his dantian and dantian acupoints. Feeling the surging battle aura in his body and the change in his realm, he felt that his soul was also changing. His entire body, including his soul, felt unprecedentedly powerful and comfortable. Yi Qinghan couldn't help but smile comfortably. Then he slowly opened his eyes. Breakthrough? Success? So fast? Yi Shisan and Yi 17 were already sitting opposite Yi Qinghan. Yi Qingwu immediately felt the change in Yi Qinghan. Looking at his smiling eyes, the 3 of them were stunned. Yi 17's dry lips squirmed. In the end, he couldn't help but murmur, "This is 2F** King fast. Congratulations, young Master Han. The number 1 spot in the Earth ranking of the House of Aries is yours. Young Master Han, I'm afraid that in a few years, you will surpass us. Little Han, you're a freak. You've stolen the title of number 1 genius in my family." Chapter 129. The 3 of them were in a good mood and said with smiles. The general realm and the martial realm were the watershed. Many people who were not diligent in their cultivation and did not have high comprehension would always linger in this realm. Yi Qinghan had achieved so much at the age of 17, and in the Yi family, besides Yi Qingyu, they were the closest to Yi Qinghan. In the future, when Yi Qinghan gained power, their status would also rise. I broke through by luck. Thank you for your hard work these days. Yi Qinghan was also in a good mood, and the smile on his face never disappeared. Young Master Han, I'm confused. Yi Shisan was silent for a moment, and asked the question that had troubled them for a few days. Did your cultivation soar because of refining the dragon crystal? Dragon crystal? Yi Qinghan was startled. He thought of the pure energy coming from his chest, thought for a moment, and nodded. It should be the dragon crystal. Doesn't it take 1 or 2 years to refine a dragon crystal? How did you succeed in refining it in a few days? Yi Shisan asked again. Yi Qinghan scratched his head and said, I don't know the specifics. I didn't refine the dragon crystal. It was Xiao He who refined it, and the energy suddenly came from the beast's space. Yi Shisan and Yi Shisan looked at each other in surprise, still confused, and continued to ask, where is Xiao He? What strength has it reached now? What level of martial artists can you kill after merging with your battle beasts? You don't know? Xiao He is still asleep. He probably just finished refining and is now consolidating his cultivation. We won't know until he wakes up. It will probably take at least a day. Yi Qinghan shook his head and said, Strength? I don't know for now, but I think it should be no problem to kill a first-level duke. The 3 of them looked at each other, and 2 words appeared in their minds at the same time. Little Han, You're stronger than me now. You have to protect big sister in the future. Yi Qingwu smiled sweetly as she spoke to Yi Qinghan. Her pure and charming face pouted as she pouted her seductive little mouth. Yi Qinghan was startled and then realized that his overall strength was one level higher than the family's #1 cultivation genius, Yi Qingwu. He scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Sister Yi Qinghan, don't worry. As long as I have the ability, I will protect you for the rest of my life." A lifetime? Hearing Yi Qinghan's unintentional words, Yi Qingwu's eyes instantly turned into 2 crescent moons. Pursing her alluring red lips, she smiled and said, "All right, you said it. Don't go back on your words when the time comes." A 16-year-old youth saying that he could kill a level 1 duke was something that others would think was nonsense if these words got out. However, Yi Qingwu and the others knew that Yi Qinghan was not talking nonsense. With a powerful holy beast, a heaven-defying body fusion technique, and a martial realm strength, Yi Qinghan could easily achieve this. As for whether there were other special surprises, they would have to wait for Xiao He to wake up to find out. Kill. It was another early morning and it was also foggy. However, Duanren Peak faced the fiercest attack of all. This morning, Long Seinen's words had informed all the elites in the House of Aries. Today was their last attack. Not far from them, there were already countless troops of the monster race and the barbarian race. If they didn't break through Duanren Peak today, they would be hunted down endlessly. Today, they could only fight with their backs against the wall. If they didn't win, they would die. Charge! Charge! Wave after wave of elites surged towards Duanren Peak. Countless injured people were carried down, and countless corpses were thrown down. Blood flowed down the winding mountain path once again, splattering on the soil at the foot of Duanren Peak and dyeing the green grass red. All Duke Realm cultivators, rest for the morning. In the afternoon, follow me to flatten Duanren Peak. Long Seinen turned her head and no longer looked at the tragic scene on Duanren Peak. She sat cross-legged on the ground and began to meditate. She was prepared to gather all the Duke Realm cultivators in the afternoon to charge up Duanren Peak and break through the monster race and barbarian race's defensive line. All the Duke Realm cultivators no longer cared about the battle on Duanren Peak. They collectively began to conserve their strength in preparation for the final attack in the afternoon. The attack on Duanren Peak was now commanded by Feng Zihua, Yu Qingqing and Feng Zihua. In reality, there wasn't much to command. They only commanded batch after batch of warriors to charge up and fight to the death with the elites of the monster race and barbarian race. Only when one batch was either dead or injured would they send out another batch to continue the attack. Duanren Peak became a meat grinder on the narrow mountain path. After a few days of continuous fighting, the monster race, barbarian race, and the House of Aries had already lost nearly 3,000 people. However, both sides knew that this narrow mountain path was a battleground for this battle. The side that successfully occupied this mountain path would obtain the final victory. The monster race and barbarian race wanted to use this narrow mountain path to obstruct the surging army of the House of Aries and wait for reinforcements to arrive. Finally, they would completely defeat the House of Aries. The House of Aries needed to completely conquer this mountain path before the monster race and barbarian race's army arrived. They had to kill all the barbarians and monsters on the mountain peak. Only then could they maintain a sliver of an advantage in the battle against the monster race and barbarian race later on. The sun gradually set in the west. Blood continued to flow on Duanren Peak. The defense line of the barbarian race and monster race was as impenetrable as the faint yellow halos around the barbarian kings. Long Seinen, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes. His 2 dashing eyebrows suddenly furrowed and a biting cold murderous intent instantly appeared on his handsome face. The dozens of marquis sitting around him felt Long Seinen's surging murderous intent and opened their eyes at the same time. They looked at the towering Duanren Peak in front of them and slowly released their murderous intent. For a moment, the nearby air seemed to stop flowing. The cold air was oppressive. Clang! Long Seinen slowly stood up and slowly pulled out the Dragon Cry sword in his hand. He swept his gaze over the many experts behind him. Seeing that they were still prepared, he raised the dragon cry sword high and fiercely swung it at Duanren Peak. He shouted, "Kill! Kill!" Without saying much, the dozens of marquis behind him roared with murderous intent. They followed Long Sainen's footsteps and surged towards Duanren Peak. Standing at the foot of the mountain, Feng Zi and the other two saw that Long Sainen was preparing for the final attack. Without saying much, they began to mobilize their elites and followed in their footsteps. They stepped on the mountain path that was a little sticky from the blood and rushed towards Duanren Peak. All the barbarian kings and monsters, hold on. You only need to withstand this wave and victory will be ours. Yao Kaka had been standing at the top of the mountain and watching the foot of the mountain. At this moment, seeing that Long Sainen had led his people to charge again, he knew that this was the House of Ares' last wave of attack. However, it was also the most ferocious attack. He smiled faintly and began to arrange his troops. At the same time, he took out a signal talisman and held it in his hand. He only crushed it when Long Sainen and the others had already rushed up. Chapter 130. Young Master Yao, are you confident? Mangon looked worriedly at the barbarian emperors fighting with Long Sainen and the others. Others might not know, but he knew that his subordinates were still glowing with yellow light and seemed like they could never break through the barbarian emperor's defense. Actually, these barbarian emperors could not hold on for much longer. The barbarian emperors had cultivated their strength for over 20 years. Under the constant attacks of the House of Ares, they had almost used up all their strength. If Yao Kaka's arrangements did not arrive soon, then once the barbarian emperors used up all their strength, they would all die in battle. Don't worry, you will know in half an hour. Yao Kaka laughed evilly. His golden hair shone under the reflection of the setting sun, making him look even more demonic. Mangon did not waste any more time. He rubbed his bald head and turned his attention to the fiery battlefield halfway up the mountain. Halfway up the mountain, the marquises of the House of Ares had all rushed up. However, the mountain path was narrow. There were only a dozen of them who could fight the barbarian emperors head-on. The rest of them could only release their battle chi from the back, save people, attack, or ambush. On the other hand, the dozen or so people in front of them had to withstand the attacks of the barbarian emperors who had nothing to do. On the other hand, they had to dodge the sneak attacks of the demon emperors. While dodging the attacks of the enemies, they also had to constantly attack the defensive circle of the barbarian emperors. This battle was extremely tiring and frustrating. However, they knew that this was their last chance. Over the past few days, they had been constantly sacrificing human lives to fill the gap. They had sacrificed nearly 1,000 elite and 2,000 lives just for this moment. They were fighting hard, but the barbarian emperors were fighting even harder. Therefore, they did not hold back. Their battle chi surged out as if it was free, continuously bombarding the yellow light of the barbarian emperors. Boom, boom, boom. Ever since the battle began, the sound of battle chi and barbarian emperors colliding never stopped. It did not stop for even a second. The various colored battle chi of the House of Ares, the various techniques of the demon race, and the seemingly indestructible light of the barbarian emperors clashed. From the foot of the mountain, it looked as if there were countless fireworks blooming at the same time on Duanren Peak. Everyone, attack the third barbarian sovereign from the left. Long Sainen moved sideways and dodged a heavy blow from a barbarian sovereign as she shouted. At the same time, he swung the dragon cry sword to the left, and a fiery red sword ray shot out from the sword towards the second barbarian emperor on the left. The dozen or so dukes behind him also released their battle chi at the first possible moment. He swung it straight at the barbarian emperor. Bang bang bang. After more than 10 battle aura attacks, the barbarian emperor's body was instantly surrounded by colorful battle aura, which randomly blossomed into a huge firework. Then, the battle aura and the yellow light disappeared at the same time. The barbarian emperor's brute force was finally exhausted, and his defensive barrier was broken. The cultivators from the House of Ares beside the barbaric emperor would naturally not let go of such a good opportunity. 2 of them brandished the long sabers in their hands at the first instant. The 2 long sabers emitted saber lights as they ruthlessly slashed towards the barbarian emperor. Bang! The barbaric emperor was sent flying, and the few demons behind him were also sent flying. The leather armor on his body cracked inch by inch, and the 2 bone-deep saber wounds on his chest were a ghastly sight. It seemed that he would not survive. The House of Ares cultivators were in high spirits. They had been attacking continuously for the past few days, and thousands of lives had been lost. Finally, they had opened a deep hole in the barbarians' defensive circle. A few dukes broke through the hole at the first instant and killed their way into the barbarians and demons. The dukes behind them quickly followed, further widening the hole and breaking their defensive formation. Well done. Feng Zi waved his fists in the air, excitement on his face. This was the first time in a few days that they had broken through the defense of the barbarians and demons. This was an exciting situation, and they might even be able to completely disrupt the barbarians and demons' defensive formation. Once the formation was broken, the elites behind them would all rush forward. The doomsday of the barbarians and demons was coming. This is the moment we can't make it. Hua Chao clenched her fists tightly, not noticing the sweat on her palms. Her beautiful face was filled with nervousness. Yu Qingqing didn't say anything. She just stared at the mountainside with a pair of quick-witted eyes. Her graceful figure unconsciously trembled a little. Long Sinan circulated her battle chi even faster. She ignored her bleeding back and charged into the hole with the dragon cry sword in hand, avoiding the barbarian emperor and the demon emperor. She attacked left and right, and the ordinary barbarians and demons were actually no match for her. She understood that if she wanted to completely break through this line of defense, she had to widen the hole. Hence, even though she had been stabbed by a demon emperor, she still wanted to charge into the opening. She actually killed all the low-level demons and barbarians in the vicinity, widening the opening completely so that the army of the divine battle abode could charge in unhindered and win the battle. Kill! Under Long Sanan's desperate attack, the hole gradually widened. The powerful warriors of the House of Ares all roared and joined the battle. Behind them, groups of elites from the House of Ares followed closely behind. The scales of victory were slowly tilting towards the House of Ares. Young Master Yao, the situation is not good. Why aren't your men here yet? If they don't come soon, it will be dangerous. Mangon swept his bald head and looked at the more and more elites from the House of Ares surging up and down. The defense of the barbarians and demons looked like it was about to be broken. Once the line of defense was broken, the consequences would be unimaginable. Don't be anxious. Yao Kaka was also a little surprised as he looked at the battle situation halfway up the mountain. He didn't expect the Divine War Manor to be so desperate. They had actually opened up such a huge gap in such a short amount of time. He secretly felt a little anxious and his face darkened. However, in the next moment, his face, which was covered in light golden hair, suddenly became excited. He pointed to the sky on the right and laughed. Ah, they're here. The end of the House of Ares is here. Fortunately, everyone is attacking. Huh! Mangon was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted. He turned to look at the sky on the right and roared. Good children, follow me and kill. Roar! The reserve troops of the barbarians and demons looked at the sky on the right at the same time. In an instant, they roared in excitement and waved their weapons and fists. They followed Mangon and started to charge downwards. Chapter 131. When the monsters and barbarians heard the roars from the top of the mountain, it was as if they had taken stimulants. Initially, they were slowly retreating, but now, they roared at the same time. Their morale was greatly boosted, and they started to counterattack. What's going on? The elites of the House of Ares were stunned. They did not understand what was happening. The barbarians and monsters that were about to be defeated started to counterattack without any regard for their lives. Did they think that they could turn the situation around by relying on the hundreds of monsters and barbarians? Oh my God! What's that? In the next second, someone finally realized that something was wrong and shouted in fear. Suddenly, a huge dark cloud floated over from the right side of the sky. Countless half-human, half-bird monsters flew over. There were at least 100 of them. It was the first time that the people of the House of Aries had seen such strange monsters. They were all dumbfounded. Damn it! Aren't the winged bird demons extinct? Why are there so many winged bird demons? The ordinary elites of the House of Aries did not understand what those half-bird, half-human monsters were. However, Longtime and a few other elites, as well as the young masters and young mistresses of the big families, knew them very well. When Longtime saw the group of winged bird demons flying over, her face turned completely pale. She could not help but curse. Feng Zi, Hua Hua, and Yu Qingcheng's expressions also changed. Their families had records of this terrifying monster that had been extinct for thousands of years. In fact, the winged bird demons' attack and defense were relatively weak. They could even be considered trash. However, the winged bird demons had a very powerful demonic skill, teleportation. The winged bird demons could set up a teleportation formation. Then, a few of the winged bird demons could use teleportation demonic skills to continuously summon their companions to their side. This skill was very powerful. As long as the winged bird demons were around, the winged bird demons could continuously summon reinforcements from afar. However, it was said that the winged bird demons had been extinct for thousands of years. They did not expect the winged bird demons to appear at such a crucial time. Retreat! Everyone, retreat! Hurry! Longtime looked at the hundreds of winged bird demons in the sky. They began to descend on Duanren Peak. She knew that due to the appearance of the winged bird demon, there was no turning back in this battle. They were doomed to fail, utterly defeated. He sighed helplessly and gave the order to retreat. If they did not retreat now, then the remaining 2,000 elites of the House of Aries would be left here forever. Retreat! Retreat to the foot of the mountain and break out of the encirclement. Feng Zi shouted immediately. The elites behind him quickly retreated to the foot of the mountain. Xiao! Xiao! Sush! On the Duanren Peak, the bodies of dozens of bird demons suddenly began to shine with a burst of golden light. Then, a group of demons and barbarians began to appear next to each of the bird demons. The light continued to shine as more and more members of the demon race and barbarian race were teleported over. These members of the demon race and barbarian race quickly joined Yao Kaka and Mangon's counterattack. The barbarian race and the demon race became more and more powerful while the House of Aries began to retreat in a frenzy. Only Longtime and a few Duke Realm experts were left behind to do their best to delay the demon race and barbarian race's pursuit. Seeing Longtime and a few Duke Realm experts blocking the road and doing their best to delay the demon race and barbarian race's pursuit, Yao Kaka did not panic at all. Instead, he watched leisurely from the side and laughed loudly. Longtime, you can't escape. Ha, I'm not afraid to tell you that there are more than 200 to 300 bird demons here. There are still several hundred bird demons nearby. Right now, young Master Man and I have gathered all the demon race and barbarian race's forces. There are a total of 10,000 people and we have surrounded you. You have nowhere to run. Just surrender. As if in response to Yao Kaka's words, a golden light suddenly lit up near the foot of Duanren Peak, illuminating the entire sky. Then, the roars of the monster tribe and the barbarian tribe came from all directions. The roars grew louder and louder until it was deafening and resonated through the heavens and the earth. It's over. Longtime and the Duke Realm experts, as well as Feng Zihua and the others, heard the roars coming from all around them. Their minds went blank at the same time. Only two simple but cruel words appeared. There was no fear or panic on their faces. Instead, they were deathly pale. In the distance, the sun was slowly setting. The sunset glow was brighter than blood under the last ray of light. Yi Qinghan was very shocked. It was just like the first time he saw the bird demon the night before. At this moment, he was hiding in an ancient tree, looking ahead through the dense foliage. In front of him, there was a wide grassland. Nearly 100 transporting formations were glowing with golden light. The barbarian race members were orderly walking towards the transporting formations under the command of their leaders. Then, the transporting formations flashed and the barbarian race members disappeared. Transporting formations was not strange. There were countless of them scattered throughout the psychedelic forest. However, nearly 100 transporting formations were lined up side by side. Moreover, the speed of the transporting formations was very fast. It was very strange that there was no interval between the transporting formations. Moreover, these barbarians were queuing up to be transported. This was even more strange. There's no need to be surprised. These transporting formations were built by the bird demon last night. They can only be transported in one direction, and the distance is very short. Although Yi Shisan and Yi 17 were marquee realm experts, they had also been shocked by the hundreds of bird-human monsters last night. Yi Qinghan was even more of an idiot in this regard. On the other hand, the delicate Yi Qingwu was a bit shocked, but she immediately identified the bird demon. When she saw the shocked expressions of the three, she forced a smile and explained. One-way transporting formations? What are so many barbarians doing? They even used the bird demon to help them. There's a conspiracy, a conspiracy. After understanding the situation, Yi Shisan's expression changed greatly. He looked at Yi 17 and saw a trace of worry in each other's eyes. The monster race and barbarian race had joined forces. More than 2,000 barbarians, and they were using the bird demon to suddenly teleport over. There was definitely a conspiracy. Now that the monster race and barbarian race had joined forces, if there was a conspiracy, it would definitely be against the war god. Come, let's go around. They were originally heading north, so the distance isn't very far. If we hurry, we should be able to reach their rendezvous point in half a day. Let's see what they're up to. If possible, let's help them. After thinking for a moment, Yi Shisan decided to go around the barbarians and monster race to investigate. At this moment, Yi Qinghan's strength had skyrocketed. After fusing with his battle beast, he could instantly kill a level 1 Duke Realm expert. After fusing with his battle beast, Yi Qingwu could also reach the peak of the martial realm. Although the four of them were so powerful that they couldn't slaughter a team of monster race and barbarian race, it would be very easy for them to escape as long as they weren't surrounded. Let's go! The four nimbly jumped down from the ancient tree and disappeared into the dense forest. Chapter 132. Oh my god! What's going on? So many barbarians and demons? There must be at least 7,000 or 8,000 of them. The four of them moved quickly and carefully towards the north. After more than an hour, they finally arrived at their destination just as the sun was about to set. It was where the demons and barbarians gathered. However, before they dared to get close, they found that the area in front of them was densely packed with demons and barbarians. They could already hear the continuous roars of demons and barbarians. There were also golden flashes all around them as more demons and barbarians were constantly being teleported over. The four of them did not dare to be careless. They quickly found a towering tree and hid. Through the dense leaves, the four of them began to carefully investigate the movements of the demons and barbarians. They seem to be surrounding the mountain. It seems like there are demons and barbarians on the mountain as well. Wait, look at the foot of the mountain. It seems like people from our house of Aries. No, it's Sister Long Sinan, Feng Zi, Hua Hua, and Yu Qingqing. Yi Qingwu was the first to start investigating, but after a while, she discovered something frightening, causing her little face to turn pale with fright. The barbarians and demons were indeed plotting something. Moreover, their plotting was quite successful. They had actually surrounded thousands of people from the house of Aries. It's really Long Sinan and the others. Feng Zi, Hua Hua, and Yu Qingqing are also here. It seems like the children of our Yi family are also here. This is the situation up there. How could they be so stupid as to be surrounded by the demons and barbarians? Yi 17's face was also very pale. There were all the elites of the Yi family here. This was because he discovered that Yi Qinghan's dripping blood guards, Dongfang Dao, and the others had also appeared in the encirclement. The dripping blood guards were not very strong. They were only 3 lieutenants of the general realm. Back then, Yi Qinghan had left them in the temporary headquarters of the House of Aries to cultivate. Needless to say, everyone from the temporary headquarters of the Yi family was also in the encirclement. And the senior members of the 4 families could vaguely see that they were in a bloody battle with the demons and barbarians from all directions. Yi Qinghan did not speak. He just stared at the familiar figures in the encirclement who were fighting with the demon clan and the barbarian clan. Feng Zi, who had bulging muscles like a barbarian, Flora and Grass, who were as beautiful as a woman, Yu Qingqing, who was quietly standing in the middle of the crowd like a peach blossom blooming in spring, Yu Immortal Aunt Yu, who was as charming as a brothel madam, Hua Exen, who was like a pretty boy, Feng Meng, who was like a block of wood, dripping blood 5 guards who stood side by side with a calm expression on their faces, Long Sinan, who still had sword-like eyebrows, Long Shuelu, who had a handsome face but was even uglier than a bitter gourd. Not only did he see everyone's ashen faces, but he also saw traces of grief, indignation, and anger in their bloodshot eyes. Actually, it wasn't that many of them couldn't escape, such as Long Sinan, Hua Xia, Yu Qingqing, Feng Zi, and all the other vassal realm experts. It would be very easy for them to escape with their young masters and young mistresses if all the vassals broke through the encirclement. It was just that, once they left, the remaining 2,000 elites would all be buried here. Therefore, they wanted to fight and see if they had a chance to escape with these thousands of people. Yi Qinghan finally retracted his gaze and looked directly at Yi 13th. Yi 13th had always been resourceful and skilled in military warfare. However, he found that Yi 13th's face was also full of bitterness and he was shaking his head powerlessly. It wasn't that Yi 13th didn't want to save them. Not to mention Feng Zi, Hua Xia, Yu Qingqing, and the others, he would even try to save the Yi family disciples if he had a chance. But when Yi Qinghan saw that he had retracted his gaze, the corners of his mouth twitched a few times, and he laughed self-deprecatingly. In front of him were the small teams of the 4 clans who had accompanied him for several months and fought to collect points for him. In front of him were the hundreds of Yi family elites, the dripping blood 5 guards, Feng Zi, Hua Xia, Long Sinan, and Yu Qingqing. In front of him were countless people from the House of Aries. He had a reason to save them, but did he have the ability to save them? Not to mention him, even if all 4 of them were thrown into the vast and boundless army of the brute race and demon race, they would be like a drop of water in the vast ocean, unable to even cause a ripple. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? Looking at Hua Xia's beautiful face from afar, he looked at Feng Zi's already tanned face, he looked at Yu Qingqing, who was like a peach blossom, and the 2 rows of slightly furrowed eyebrows, he looked at Yi Qinghan seemed to have returned to that moment a year ago when he was in the Yi family's garden of enchantment. He looked at Yi Qingyu, whose hair was slowly turning white and eyes were slowly closing in the air, but he was powerless. He wanted to do something, but there was nothing he could do. His heart felt like it was being burned by a raging fire, burning with pain. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? Yi Qinghan's eyes were ablaze. His palms had turned ashen because he had clenched his fists too hard. Veins bulged on his forehead, and he looked like a ferocious beast that was about to devour a human. Nothing! At this moment, as if in response to his words, a faint voice suddenly rang in Yi Qinghan's heart. Although the voice was soft, it was like a bolt of lightning that flashed across Yi Qinghan's heart, causing him to tremble. Xiao He, you're awake? Do you have a way? Yi Qinghan suddenly reacted and hurriedly transmitted his voice. Save them? It's a piece of cake. Master this skill as soon as possible. Later, we'll slaughter all the people in front of us. Xiao Hei's voice was still gentle, but the arrogance and excitement in his words was obvious. Skill? Yi Qinghan was stunned. Then, a sea of information suddenly surged into his mind. He did not dare to say anything more, and quickly sat up, immersing his mind into the sea of information in his mind. Yi Shisan and the other 2 were stunned when they saw Yi Qinghan suddenly sitting cross-legged and cultivating. They all looked at Yi Qinghan in a daze, feeling a little strange and inexplicable. Protect me, I can save them. Yi Qinghan seemed to sense the attention of the 3 of them. He opened his eyes and glanced at them, then closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. He can save them? Not only did Yi Qinghan's explanation not help the 3 solve their doubts, but it was like a bolt from the blue, making them collectively stunned. What should we do? What should we do? What should we do? Feng Zi, Hua, and Yu Qingqing were all in a dilemma. What should they do? They were surrounded by demons and barbarians in all directions. The male commander of the dragon race and the female commander of the Marquis realm had failed to break through the encirclement 3 times. There was no way out. Was today the end of the elites of the House of Aries? Escape? It was not that they had not thought of this problem, but they could escape, but could the descendants of their families who had fought with them for so long, the compatriots of the House of Aries, escape? Chapter 133. Seeing Long Sainan's crazed look, they didn't dare to move, at least not now. Long Sainan was obviously in deep self-blame. She was the one who came up with the idea, she was the one who brought the people, and she was the one who commanded the battle. Until now, the House of Aries had already lost 2,000 men, and the remaining 2,000 were still surrounded by the Yao and barbarians. Escape? She could break out of the encirclement alone at any time, but could she escape? Could she escape? No, she couldn't. If she didn't bring these 2,000 people out, she would probably spend the rest of her life in guilt and pain. Her cultivation would definitely not improve because of her inner demons. Therefore, she had already made up her mind. Either they all broke out of the encirclement, or she would die with them. Attack from the east. Everyone follow me. Long Sainan pointed with her dragon cry sword again. Long Sainan took the lead and charged towards the east. Her green robe was covered in blood, some from the Yao and barbarians, some from her own, and some from her comrades from the House of Aries. Her hair was a mess, and the calm expression on her face had been replaced by malevolence. She was about to go crazy. Sister Sign. Yu Qingqing's frown deepened as she called out to Long Sainan worriedly. She understood Long Sainan's feelings very well, but was there any use in this situation? Who could really save them? Fairy Feng Meng Huaxa, take Qingqing and the others away. If I can't go back, tell my father that I've let him down. Long Sainan heard Yu Qingqing's call and saw the worried expressions of Feng Zi and the others. She forced a smile and quickly transmitted her voice. Then, she turned around and charged towards the Yao and barbarians without a care. The battle was getting more and more intense. Long Sainan, surrender. You won't be able to escape today. Yao Kaka and Mangon were in a good mood. This was the first time they represented their clan in a battle, and they were able to annihilate all the elites of the House of Aries. There was no reason for them to be in a bad mood. When they returned this time, they would see what those old fellows who opposed them had to say. Most of the elites of the House of Aries were here. As long as they killed these 2,000 elites, the rest of the elites could only wait to be killed. As for the 90,000 ordinary soldiers on Battle Island, they didn't care at all. Not to mention the 180,000 ordinary soldiers of the barbarian race and the demon race, just the 10,000 elites of the 2 residences would be enough to completely annihilate the 90,000 people of the House of Aries. How could they not be happy? How could they not be in a bad mood when they thought about the large number of points that were within their grasp? How could they be in a bad mood when they thought about returning to their clans in glory? How could they not be happy? How could they be in a bad mood? Young Demon Lord, why haven't you given the order to kill them? Mangon had been fantasizing in his heart for a long time. However, he did not see Yao Kaka give the order to surround and kill the elites of the House of Aries. He only ordered the elites of the barbarian tribe and demon tribe to surround the people of the House of Aries. In addition, he arranged for the barbarian tribe and demon tribe to block off Long Sainan's attempts to break out of the encirclement, forcing Long Sainan back again and again. Yao Kaka touched the few strands of golden hair on his left cheek and chuckled, "Hee hee, no hurry. No matter how much they jump, they are like grasshoppers tied to a rope and cannot do anything. Right now, they have just been surrounded and are desperately trying to break out of the encirclement. Their morale is high. If we surround and kill them now, they will definitely be forced into a life and death struggle. At that time, even if we kill them all, our losses will be too great. Let them jump a little and let them know that there is no way out. Their morale will be low and then we will slowly kill them. This is the so-called boiling frog in warm water." Good. Young Demon Lord is really good. Luckily, I am your ally. If I was your enemy, I wouldn't even know how I would die. Mangon rubbed his big bald head and gave a thumbs up, subtly flattering Yao Kaka. It's about time. Someone, give the order to close the net. Yao Kaka smiled and nodded. He continued to observe for a while. When the troops led by Long Sinan were forced back again, he waved his left hand and gave the order to attack. Woo woo woo, goo goo goo. The horns of the demon race and the barbarian race sounded at the same time and resonated through the entire Duanren Peak. It was like a death knell echoing in everyone's ears. They have started to attack. This is dangerous. What should we do, 13? Our Yi family's disciples, Sister Sinan, Hua Hua Feng, and Zi Qingqing are in danger. Little Han said he had a solution? Why hasn't he woken up after half an hour? I'm so worried. Yi Qingwu's left hand grabbed onto a tree branch as she anxiously muttered. Her body also swayed and the two lumps in front of her chest surged up and down because of her hurried breathing and constant swaying. Her breasts surged up and down. What should we do? What can I do? We can only rely on young Master Han now. He said he had a solution, but I don't know if it's true or not. How could it be true? Yi 13 was also a little flustered, and his words were a little incoherent. He didn't believe Yi Qinghan's words at all. Did he have a solution? What effect could he have if he cultivated for a while? Even if he broke through 3 levels and broke through to the Emperor realm, could he kill so many barbarians and demons? That's hard to say. What if young Master Han obtained another heaven-defying body fusion battle skill and killed all of the demon race and barbarian race in one move? Yi 17 was also flustered. He didn't even believe his own words. Just as the 3 of them were like ants on a hot pan, anxiously pacing around, Yi Qinghan suddenly opened his eyes and laughed. His laugh was very bright and wanton. He patted the black robe on his body lightly, stood up slowly, and said lightly, 17 guessed correctly. But this time, I didn't obtain another body fusion battle skill. Instead, my body fusion battle skill, soul dizziness, actually leveled up and became even more abnormal, soul confusion. Let's go rescue the elites of the House of Aries from the evil demon race and demon race. After saying that, Yi Qinghan lightly jumped down from the ancient tree and walked toward the densely packed demon race and barbarian race army alone. His footsteps were relaxed, and his figure was graceful. It was as if he wasn't walking in the midst of an army, but strolling on the 13th street of Tsang City. What was going on? Soul confusion? Wait, young master rushed down. The young master had rushed down alone. Yi 13th, 17th, and Yi Qingwu looked at each other in dismay. Their brains seemed to have been struck by lightning once again, and they stopped moving on the spot. Only after a moment, when they saw Yi Qinghan in the distance, did they regain their senses. They were so scared that their souls almost left their bodies. They hurriedly jumped down the ancient tree and chased after Yi Qinghan in the distance. Chapter 134. Hurry up and leave. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to make it. Aren't you immortal? Why aren't you taking them away? Not only was Long Sinan covered in blood, even her face was covered in blood and minced flesh. She waved her dragon cry sword and forced back the demons and barbarians that were charging at her. Then, she turned around and roared at Yu Qingqing, Hua Hua, and the rest with her blood-red eyes. No, Sister Sinan, you should leave too. If you don't leave now, you will die too. Yu Qingqing's pair of black pearl-like eyes shone with tears as she shouted with a sobbing tone. Lady Long, let's leave together. If you don't leave, how are we going to explain to House Master Long? Feng Zi wielded his black sword and swept across the demons and barbarians. A distorted black face roared angrily. Explain? If I leave, who is going to explain to the dead disciples of the House of Aries? Who is going to explain to them? Today, I am going to give myself an explanation. Feng Meng and Hua Xen, are you deaf? I told you to take them away. Long Sinan roared again and uttered the second swear word since she came to the Netherworld Island. The corners of her mouth twitched a few times, and she actually laughed. However, her face was covered with blood, and her laughter was so ferocious that a demon on the opposite side staggered in fear. God, please save us. If you can save Sister Sinan, please save the thousands of disciples of the House of Aries. Yu Qingqing looked at Long Sinan, who was filled with determination, and tears poured down her face like rain. She shook her head and murmured, "No one can save her, and no one can save the thousands of disciples. Lady, let's go." Aunt Yu Immortal sighed helplessly. She grabbed Yu Qingqing with her left hand and held a jade talisman with her right. "Let's go. Let's go. Young master." Feng Meng shook his head helplessly and pulled Feng Zi to his side. Huaxian and Hua Hua looked at each other and saw helplessness and disappointment in each other's eyes. They had lost completely this time. Long sign, everyone from the House of Aries, listen up. I'll give you one last chance. Put down your weapons and surrender, and I'll spare your lives. In the distance, a winged bird demon suddenly flew up, and Yao Kaka stood proudly on top of it. His robes fluttered in the wind, and his golden fur fluttered in the wind. He was like an unparalleled demon god that had descended into the mortal world. Yao Kaka and Mangon, as well as the demon race and barbarian race, listen to me. Put down your weapons and surrender, and I'll give you a chance to live. Otherwise, I'll wipe you all out today. When Feng Zi heard Yao Kaka's arrogant words and saw how arrogant he was, she wanted to jump up and scold him. However, she didn't expect someone else to beat her to it. His mouth twitched in embarrassment. He wondered who had the guts to scold Yao Kaka in such an insolent manner. However, in the next moment, he suddenly felt that this voice was very familiar. His body suddenly quivered and trembled as he quickly searched for the source of the voice. Not only Feng Zi, but Hua Hua and Hua Zi also felt that the word "young master" sounded very familiar. In the next moment, his body also stiffened as he looked towards the source of the voice in disbelief. Yu Qingqing stopped crying. The moment the voice rang out, she recognized the owner of the voice. This voice had often appeared in her dreams for the past half a month. She actually thought of it at such a dangerous moment. At this moment, she strangely felt a lump in her throat, and the tears that had stopped flowed out again. Long Sinan was stunned, Huaxin was dumbfounded, and Fairy Flower smiled charmingly. Long Shuelio's mouth was wide open in shock. Feng Meng's face darkened. The blood-dripping guards and the Yi family all laughed. Everyone seemed to have stopped in that moment and were frozen. Yao Kaka was furious. Mangon was confused. The demon race and barbarian race all looked at each other, not understanding the situation. In the end, everyone looked towards the source of the voice. The House of Aries was confirming whether it was the person they thought it was. The demon race and barbarian race, on the other hand, were trying to see which idiot was speaking nonsense. The source of the voice was very obvious and easy to find. It was also very dazzling. This was because the source of the voice had come from an incredibly tall berserker's head. A delicate-looking and frail young man dressed in a long black robe was standing on the berserker's head with a faint smile on his face. A gentle breeze blew past, and the young man's robe swayed slightly. Together with the young man's bright and harmless smile, he actually gave off an elegant feeling. What was going on? What was going on? Everyone from the demon race, barbarian race, and the House of Aries all felt confused and slightly dizzy. The internal conflict in their minds was only a huge question mark. The young man was indeed Yi Qinghan, the one who provoked Yao Kaka. But why was he standing on the head of a barbarian? And looking at the situation, that barbarian seemed to be an expert of the barbarian emperor level. But the barbarian emperor actually seemed not the least bit dissatisfied with the young man from the House of Aries standing on his head. He seemed to be very satisfied and enjoying it. What was going on? The demon race and barbarian race looked at each other, speechless. The people from the House of Aries looked at each other, still speechless. Behind Yi Qinghan, Yi Shisan, Yi 17, and Yi Qingwu all had extremely rich expressions. How did Yi Qinghan do it? However, when they came to their senses and hurriedly chased after Yi Qinghan, they discovered that Yi Qinghan's body suddenly glowed with a purple light that enveloped the group of barbarians in front of him. Then Yi Qinghan leaped lightly and directly jumped onto the head of the tallest barbarian among the group of barbarians. Then they saw this extremely strange performance. The human race and the barbarian race reconciled? They abandoned their hatred and shook hands? And they were this close? Manshan! You idiot! Tear him apart! Manshan's angry roar awakened everyone present. The nearby barbarians frantically rushed towards Yi Qinghan. Man Shan, who was under Yi Qinghan's feet, was still standing there foolishly. Not only him, but the dozens of barbarians around him were still standing there foolishly with smiles on their faces and oil dripping from their mouths. It seemed that they were still asleep, having an exciting and happy dream. Since you are not willing to surrender, you will kill until you surrender. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly. He quickly pulled out the blue dragon dagger from his boots and gently slashed at Man Shan's neck. The sharp edge of the low-grade treasure weapon instantly cut through Man Shan's neck. Blood gushed out like a fountain from the ground. Ah! Man Shan finally woke up under the stimulation of the pain. He roared wildly and stared at Yi Qinghan while clutching his neck. A moment later, his body twitched and he fell to the ground.